Hello, good morning and welcome once again to the Silverstone National Circuit and the second day of this race meeting brought to you by the 750 Motor Club. We had 10 excellent races yesterday and 15 more to come today. It's a busy one, 6 before lunch and 9 afterwards. My name is Ian Soman here in the commentary box, and alongside me throughout the day is going to be Chris Stevens. We'll also hear from Kieran Mogg in pit lane as well. And let's say we're on the national circuit, so the 1.6 mile layout, it delivered some fantastic racing yesterday, and with a few new categories appearing for today's racing, I'm sure we're in for much more of the same right from the off in a few moments' time with the MX-5s. And what about the weather? Well, it's looking set fair. It says they're scattered clouds. They're obviously very well scattered looking out of our commentary box window because it's looking pretty blue skied to me. And it's warm, not too much breeze. But again, good conditions for racing as they were yesterday. So, as I say, it's myself, Ian Soman, and Chris Stevens in the box. Chris, we had a great day yesterday, didn't we? And we're really looking forward to today's racing, including motorsport history being made.
Yes, absolutely. It will be the first ever outing for the Absolute Alignment Swift Sport Challenge. We are very much looking forward to the 750 Motor Club taking the home of affordable motorsport to an entirely new level with this brand new formula for 2025. But other highlights to come today as well, with the Rogue Motorsport Toyota MR2 Championship having its first outing of the weekend. Also the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship, which is just qualifying or just finished their qualifying, in fact, and then the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, which are doing their qualifying at the moment as well. So some great multi-class action as well. We've got the final 2 races of the weekend for the 5 Club Racing MX-5 Cup. That will be the first race coming up shortly. Second race for Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship, as well as the second race for the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship. The second race for the Mighty Mini Championship as well. That was a real highlight of yesterday. Yeah. Fantastic lead battle, even if there were a few reliability woes that sort of broke up the podium battle a little bit. Hopefully they're all fixed. Second race for the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatch Championship. Hopefully we get the full distance in after that race was ended a little prematurely with a red flag incident yesterday. And the final race for the Yokohama Low Cost Championship as well, which again was another absolute cracker. So we've got some fantastic formula. There are 12 Formula in all racing throughout this weekend. We've wrapped up on 2 of them. Yeah, just absolutely cracking stuff out there for today. Absolutely right. And if you want to get more information about the day's racing, then you can head to the 750 Motor Club website, which is at 750mc.co.uk, 750mc.co.uk. There you will find a link to the digital download of the race programme with all of the entry lists that you need for the weekend's racing, or the day's racing, and lots more information about the various categories. You'll also find a link to the live timing provided by TSL, which is always an invaluable addition really to appreciate your enjoyment of the racing. And of course the live stream, if you're here at the circuit, you can find the live stream as well via the 750 Motor Club website or via the YouTube channel indeed. And you can watch from wherever you are in the world, and I'm sure we've got people watching from all corners of the globe. We often do. So very warm welcome to you wherever you're watching. The final qualifying session has just come to an end. That was, as Chris said, the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. I can tell you that Jazz Sapra has qualified on pole position for that in his Invitation Class car. Then Steve Schweikart and Paul Cook second and third, with Ben Pearson fourth on the grid. For that race, it looked like it was David Morris on pole in Class M2, Chris Blakey in Class 6, and the best of the Cup Class cars was Sam Walton in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. But now we're going to turn our attention to the first race of the day, which is for the Massimo Tyres MX-5 Cup by 5 Club Racing.
So very shortly we'll have the cars released out onto the circuit for the first of our 15 races today. As I say, there are 6 of them coming up before the lunch break as well. And it is the MX-5s up first. They had their first of 3 races this weekend yesterday when Ben Short took the victory from Oak Richardson and Jordan Johnson. Oak Richardson, though, maintains the lead of the championship over Michael Pearce and Thomas Holland. He's the only driver to have won twice so far this season with those 2 victories at Brands Hatch. But it was a thrilling battle for the victory yesterday, Chris, wasn't it?
Yes, absolutely. Ben Short didn't put it on pole position yesterday. Came up from 4th, and it was a great battle between himself and Oak Richardson. We had some last lap drama between Scott Leach and Tom Holland in their battle for the last spot on the podium. They came to blows going into Brooklands on the final tour of the circuit, so that did promote Jordan Johnson at the last corner to the podium. They're also starting next to each other on the grid, so could be fireworks in this first race of the day.
Yes, absolutely right. The MX-5 Cup, sponsored by Massimo tyres. They also run on the Massimo Optima Plus tyres. It's for the 1.6 litre Mark 1 MX-5s of the late 1980s and 1990s, and it's been running the 5 Club Championship with the 750 Motor Club for several seasons now, about a decade now in fact, that 5 Club has been part of the 750 Motor Club roster. This season they have a 21 race calendar, 3 with triple headers at each event. Brands Hatch last month was the start of the season. Here they are at Silverstone today and yesterday. They go to Castlecombe in June, Cadwell Park in July, Snetterton in August, Croft in September, and they'll complete their season at Donington Park in October. There's a long way to go, lots of racing before then. Let's see how the grid's going to line up for today's race. It is set by the result of yesterday, so it's Ben Short, number 71, on pole position, and besides him is going to be the 17 car of Oak Richardson. Row 2 of the grid will be Jordan Johnson in the 92 and Simon Walker-Hansel, number 4. Row 3 will have Michael Pearce, number 70, besides Ben Smiles in 46. Row 4 is 44 Matthew Hallam and 21 Matthew Pennefather-Neal, ahead of those 2 drivers that had contact yesterday on the final lap, 13 Scott Leach and 74 Thomas Holland. Row 6 is 95 Andy Bailey and 168 Zoltan Shabai. Then it's 40 Ben Hansey and 72 Matthew Short on the 7th row. On the 8th it's 64 Scott Robinson, 43 Bradley Gaunt, with on row 9 of the grid Martin Vernon and Alexandra Quatch-T. On row 10 it's 68 Stephen Robinson beside 96 Sam Moody, 97 Jack Lawrence and 29 Mary Barnard are on the 11th. The 12th has 191 Philip Barrett and 113 James McCann. Row 13 is Andrew Robinson in 90 and Giles Whipcrook I should say, in number 5. On row 14, it's 129 Paul Barnard and Neil Burrows in 31. Row 15 is 53 Stephen Reed and 11 Richard Beale. On the 16th row of the grid, it's 75 Jeremy Rivers Fletcher and treble 6 Nigel Holland. Then row 17, 26 Izzy Burrows and 63 Stuart Dowson. Paul Lightburn in 10 and Trevor Jenkins in 60 are on the 18th row. And then the remaining cars, all non-finishers from yesterday, Aidan Wardley in 592, 90 in Tomlinson, 78 Charlie Brisker, and the 128 car of Samu Gorma, who was in fact a non-starter yesterday. So the grid very nearly lined up already. 40 cars we should have for the 5 Club Racing MX-5 Cup, and it's just fantastic to see so many cars out there on any grid really, but in particular on the 5 Club grid here today, Chris.
Capacity grid, and we were talking about this yesterday about how the Mark 1 of the MX-5 is just the elite version of this Japanese sports car. And there's lots of different MX-5 different championships out there, but I don't think anybody quite manages to get the same grid numbers or the quality of racing that we manage to have in this fantastic formula. Limited modifications, great tyres from Massimo as well that allows the cars to slide around a little bit and make it nice and dynamic on the TV pictures, as well as we just see the Marshalls guiding the cars towards the rear of the field into their grid slots. You can see both Oak Richardson and Ben Short have actually left a little bit of gap.
Yes, they have.
They could afford to move it another foot forward, and also Oak Richardson on the wipers. For some reason,
it's those scattered clouds.
Those scattered clouds have opened up.
Right, we're nearly there, I think. I mean, yes, the green flag way in the distance is waved at the back of the grid. I'm surprised that the marshal on the start line can see it from there. And that means very shortly it'll be underway because there's no green flag lap for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. So it's Ben Short, who won the championship in 15, 17, 21, 22 and 24 that's on pole position. Didn't do the opening meeting of the season. Not sure he's doing all of the rounds this year. So we'll see how he fares during the course of the rest of this weekend as the race gets underway. Pretty even start from the 2 on the front. Not such a good start by Ben Smiles, I noticed, from the 3rd row of the grid. The teenager who's only just passed his driving test, but they all look to be making their way safely down towards Copse Corner for the first time. They stream through the right-hander then.
And it's Jordan Johnson who I think has managed to usurp Oak Richardson into second position. It's certainly who was on the inside going into Copse Corner. They're side by side as they head through. And actually, it's not Jordan Johnson, it's Simon Walker-Hansel. So same row of the grid, similar silver grey car, but it was Walker-Hansel on the inside of Oak Richardson. And they're still disputing that as they head down the Wellington Straight.
Yeah, down towards Brooklands they will go for the first time, and they're fanning out along the width of the Wellington Straight. It is at the moment Ben Short with his nose in front, but it's Simon Walker-Hansel that's got himself up to second place. He's got an overlap with Ben Short, but he also leaves the door open on the inside line for Brooklands for Oak Richardson, but that puts Richardson on the outside line for Luffield, the double apex right-hander that follows. There is the 40 car of Ben Hansey doing battle with Matthew Short. He was back on row 7 of the grid, which is a bit further back than we might have expected to find Ben Hansey, who was 4th in the championship coming into this weekend. There they go, 3 of them side by side over the timing line, 0.119 seconds between them, and I think the order in which they are now is different than when they were over the timing line, which was Ben Short ahead, though he's 3rd now, and it's Simon Walker-Hansel ahead of Oak Richardson as they turn through Copse.
Absolutely brilliant stuff at the start of this race. Richardson not giving up the ghost just yet. Of course, Simon Walker-Hansel started on pole position for yesterday's race. Got a little bit outmaneuvered, though, in the 15 minutes of racing that we had. Still left side by side for the lead, going into the shortcut around Beckett's. And so it is Simon Walker-Hansel just with half a car length over Oak Richardson. That blue machine on the left-hand side with the yellow stars on it. Richardson, the double race winner from Brands Hatch, but it's Ben Short coming back at him for second place now, and everyone else is looking to try and get involved in the fight as well, and that's Michael Pearce going right around the outside of Jordan Johnson, having a crack at Oak Richardson as well in the green number 70 machine, and he's now found himself in 4th position as well. So absolutely brilliant stuff to kick off the day's racing.
I was trying to count the cars in the lead battle. I got to 8 or 9, then I realised there was another clump joining in with them as well, so it's a big old battle at the front of this MX5 grid. Over the line they go, not fanning out as they were on the previous lap. It's Simon Walker-Hansel that has the advantage this time by a massive 0.2 of a second, but it might not be the case by the time they get to Copse. Well, actually it is. It's Short in second, then it's Richardson in 3rd, then it's another blue and yellow car. Scott Leach in 4th position, so he's done well to come through from row 5 of the grid after the dramas that he had yesterday. And there was a similar kind of race for him yesterday because he climbs his way up the order as Short trying to get back up the inside of Richardson there. Jordan Johnson it is now that's appeared into 4th place. Scott Leach, having picked him up, has dropped back to 6th behind the driver that he came into contact with yesterday, which was Thomas Holland.
Yeah, so watch out for them as well because, we had that contact right at the end of the race yesterday. Ben Short going for the lead now right down the middle of the racetrack. Oak Richardson coming around the outside as well, so it's Short that leads, but he runs a little bit wide into Brooklands. That allows Simon Walker-Hansel to get back on the inside, but it's not enough to challenge the 5-time series champion. Gap on the inside there for Oak Richardson in the number 17 machine, so he should have some momentum as they come out of Luffield, and he'll have a slightly tighter line around the kink at Woodcote as well, which should give him a little bit of an advantage down this old start and finish straight. And yes, Richardson just manages to chop the nose of Walker-Hansel as they head back into Copse, but right behind them still Jordan Johnson, Tom Holland, Scott Leach as well, Michael Pearce and Ben Smiles and Andy Bailey, everyone else, absolutely everyone. What can we say about the top 12, maybe even more.
I would say, yeah. Bailey it is. He's got the fastest lap as well, by the way, 1:13.090. It is still Ben Short that is ahead then. It's Simon Walker-Hansel back to second, but Oak Richardson pulling alongside him on the exit of Beckett's. Now they head up the Wellington Straight. There is a bit of a gap there, a discernible gap, but not at the front because there's too wide for the lead. It's Richardson back in front, and it's Jordan Johnson now in the 92 car, champion from a couple of years ago, going through into second position. Ben Short down to third, Thomas Holland down to fourth. Simon Walker-Hansel, who was leading not long ago, back to fifth in the Eco Trailers car, just ahead of Scott Leach. Then it's Michael Pearson, Ben Smiles with the orange coloured helmet. He is next up, and then it's Andy Bailey in the Minto Alloys car that's off through the gravel trap. Doesn't lose too much time though.
But might lose a lot of momentum down the start-finish straight. The 5 cars absolutely nose to tail in that lead group of cars. Incredible stuff. And so Richardson, who leads, Johnson in second, Ben Short in third, then Tom Holland and Simon Walker-Hansel. Scott Leach trying to get onto the back of that train of cars as well. Absolutely sensational stuff. We're only just a third of the way through the race. On the inside now, Ben Short taking a lot of grass as well as the curbing. And that has allowed Oak Richardson to pull just a couple of car lengths down the back straight. Tom Holland is the one with the momentum, though. He's on the outside in that red car, the teammate to Ben Short, who, of course, the boss of the BS Motorsport team. 4 abreast down the Wellington Straight. And on the inside, it's Simon Walker-Hansel, but coming out in second place is Tom Holland. This is just incredible.
All the way around the outside he went in the number 74 car, so he's up to second now behind Richardson. It's Walker-Hansel third, Jordan Johnson fourth, Ben Short fifth, Scott Leach in sixth. Oak Richardson actually has something approaching a lead here now as they turn through Luffield and Woodcote Corner. This is complete lap 5. There's still nearly 9 minutes of the race left to go. Yesterday we got 13 laps out of our 15 minutes, so probably expect the same today. Up and over the line they have come, and it's 7/10 of a second now the lead for Oak Richardson, but I suspect that they might be able to sort of reel that in if they work together here. It's now Walker-Hansel that's made it up to second, and it looks like Holland is side by side with Johnson for third now as they head out of Copse down to Maggots and Beckett's on lap 6.
Yeah, if they work together being the crucial thing. And this is exactly what allowed Ben Short to just get a little bit of a reprieve yesterday and have a slightly more comfortable end to the race. And they're doing the same with Oak Richardson at the moment. Walker-Hansel there in at second place, and Richardson trying to break the toe down the straight. So it's a snake of cars going down the Wellington Straight. But Richardson is safe from attack for now at the front of the field, and this is the calmest it's been down at Brooklands all race long, with them being relatively well behaved.
Yeah, so far so good. Approaching halfway mark in this race now, coming up to the end of lap number 6. There's Andy Bailey in the 95 car. Had that moment in the Luffield gravel trap a few laps ago. He dropped down to 14th position. In the aftermath of that, he's climbed up at least one place since then. Meanwhile, Richardson's gap has been eroded to 0.4 seconds now by Simon Walker-Hansel, and a new best lap of the race has been set by, way down in 16th place, Ian Tomlinson, a 1:12.621, which I think is faster than yesterday's fastest lap, which was set by Oak Richardson, and he is in 16th place. So some quick drivers. He's coming through from the back after a non-finish yesterday. He's someone that often troubles the podium.
16th place, but less than 6 seconds away from the race lead, just to tell you how impressive it is out there. And Richardson has definitely lost that advantage he had from a lap ago. It was around 3/4 of a second not long ago, and now he's under big pressure down the Wellington Straight. Simon Walker-Hansel looking on the inside. And that silver and green car had the look, but no moment. But Richardson runs a little bit wide into Brooklands. Now, they were all over the curbing and even taking a little bit of grass through Luffield at times yesterday. No one doing that on this lap. And so as they come out of Luffield, it's still Richardson who leads, but not by much at all. Let's see what the gap is. It was just over 0.4 of a second at the start of the lap, and that has now been eroded to 0.2 of a second. It might be gone completely because Simon Walker-Hansel was on the inside line when they go to Copse. Ben Short trying to usurp Richardson as well. And so Richardson, who started this lap in the lead, could well now be in third position, but it's now Walker-Hansel that leads.
Absolutely great battle for the lead. I'm sure there's great battles going on down the order as well, but it's hard to take your eyes off this one when it's for the lead and there's so many cars involved. So into Beckett's they come with 6 minutes of the race left to go. It's Walker Hansel leading, Richardson second, Leach in third, Ben Short fourth, Jordan Johnson all the way over the white line there in fifth position. And yet, he might get ahead of Ben Short there, so might that be construed as gaining an advantage?
Well, I was cracking from Scott Leach as well. I absolutely nailed Ben Short around the outside going into the Maggots Beckett's complex. So he's now up into third position as well. And Johnson still trying to get around the outside of Ben Short. And I think he'll be squeezed out there a little bit. All over the curbing, a little bit of grass in there as well. The 74 machine of Tom Holland trying to take advantage of that as well. Michael Pearce in the background of the green car as well. Ben Smiles just off the back of that trio of cars as well. Brilliant stuff. So they come back down the straight again. Simon Walker Hansel leads them over the line by less than a tenth of a second. Here comes Richardson to try and retake that lead. It's Johnson, Holland and Pearce all squabbling over fifth position when they go into Copse Corner. No look from Richardson at Copse on this occasion. Scott Leach is lurking like a shark at the back of that train as well. That was Ben Short, I think, just getting pushed out there by Michael Pearce, so he might now suddenly be down in seventh position. Here comes Richardson on the outside of Beckett's, trying to go for the lead of the race.
Top 8 were covered by 1.7 seconds at the start of this lap. Top 10 by 2.9. I'll pick them up as they head down to Brooklands for the what are we on? Lap 9 of this race now. Meanwhile, there's other battles going on down the order, as we can see going through Beckett's there. Still the best lap of the race is to Ian Tomlinson, that 1:12.621 that has not been bettered. Here they are at Luffield then, and it is Oak Richardson that is ahead, but only just, and you can see how close that leading group is. There's Ben Smiles, he's going a bit wide there. He's got Jordan Johnson, I think that is, ahead of him now as they turn their way through. There's a slower car that they're going to probably catch before the end of the race here. 4 minutes to go, 3 of them fanning out. It's going to be Simon Walker Hansel on the inside line to try and retake the lead. Whoa! As they go into, oh no, that's Scott Leach that's sideways.
Contact with Walker Hansel and Oak Richardson, but Richardson is the one who survived just about, and I think that's going to be Tom Holland who takes advantage of that and comes out in the lead of the race. Yes, it is. And is that Ben Short or Ben Smiles?
It's Ben Smiles.
It is Ben Smiles.
Was in the right place at the right time.
Short's all the way down there.
And that's the 44 car, Matt Hallam, that's going very wide at Beckett's. We've not really seen him, but he's got some damage to the side of his car, and he's got a puncture as well on the left front, hasn't he? So that's the problem for Matt Hallam. So he's going to be out of the race. As we've got blue flags waving at that back mark. It is Thomas Holland then looking for his second victory of the season. He's going to have a few more laps to hold on here, and that's not going to be easy.
Smiles was all sideways going into Brooklands, trying to get around Oak Richardson for fourth position. Though, but managed to gather the car up very nicely, and so in that one lap the order has completely changed. Less than 3 minutes to go now. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Ben Hansey trying to get on the inside as well. There, it was 10th at the start of the lap. I imagine he'll be in something like 8th place when they get across the timing line. Jordan Johnson and Tom Holland side by side. They're coming up on that lap traffic as well, but Jordan Johnson now going into the lead. We've got recovery vehicles on site, and so I wonder, there should have been yellow flags down there. So depends where Johnson, how far Johnson was ahead, I suppose, going into that corner. But now Holland and Richardson side by side are trying to get around the slow-moving Stuart Dowson as well. Not necessarily slow-moving, just a lap down at this stage of the race. 2 minutes to go then. Johnson leads Holland and Richardson.
Yeah, on the way up the Wellington Straight with just over 2 minutes left to go. This race still all to play for. And up the inside here comes Oak Richardson trying to make it 3 wide. Can he go through on the inside here at Brooklands? He's got his nose in front. He's going to be on the outside line. It's going to be Johnson that holds on in the 92 car, I think. Yet to have a win this season. You've got Thomas Holland trying to get up on the inside of Oak Richardson as well. Ben Smiles is there in 4th position. He's looking for his best result potentially, I think, in the MX-5s as they come through. They're going to have 2 more laps to go here, Chris.
But they're in a yellow flag zone, so you saw Holland stick the hand up in the air, so they're all side by side coming out of Luffield, and then they've got to work out, oh, hang on a minute, which order are we supposed to be in, because there's no overtaking under yellows, of course. So Still Johnson who leads. You can see that car just being cleared. Hopefully then for the last lap, it should be well clear. I didn't see the last lap board last time
out. There should be one more lap to go.
Okay, so still John Johnson who leads. Could be his first victory of the season. Could be Richardson's third. Smiles very nearly running it wide there onto the grass. Thankfully, there's a little bit of extra curbing there on the exit for this weekend. And so I'm going to get down into Brooklands. It's Richardson going on the outside, very late on the brakes. There's a long left-hander, but he's just about managed to get through. But that wider line means that Johnson is still alongside him. But the inside line comes to Richardson, and he now leads. We've got just over 20 seconds off on the clock. One lap to go then, and it is Richardson who leads Johnson and Holland, but something tells me it's not going to finish like that, Ian.
There's a very good chance that you're going to be right then. Up to the line they come. There's about 10 seconds to go. Look at them side by side over the line. It's Richardson on the inside line, Johnson on the outside line. Then it's Thomas Holland in third place of those three. The one that's yet to have a win this season is Jordan Johnson, turning their way through Copse Corner. I don't know if the wall still yellow's out there or not. Oh, and there's a bit of a jink to the left there for Ben Smiles, possibly forced out wide there as they now head down to Maggots. There's a spinner in front of them. That's the 26 car of Izzy Burrows.
And she's going to emerge right in front of the leaders as well. Ben Smiles could be on course for his first podium finish here as well, because he's got round Oak Richardson, who's now down to fourth. They make contact on the way down the Wellington Straight, and Tom Holland is trying to show his nose in there. He's been shuffled out as a result of that minor bit of contact, and so it is Jordan Johnson back in the lead. Oh, Richardson into the back of Simon Walker-Hansel. He goes off the road, but it was side by side for the lead while he was doing it. So it's still Jordan Johnson just about who leads. Ben Smiles, can he get around the outside and get his first podium finish against Tom Holland there? It's going to be side by side when they come out of there. Oh, he's in the gravel. Surely that's going to give it to Tom Holland.
And they come up to the line, and I think, is it going to be Jordan Johnson that holds on for the win? Yes, it is. Just Jordan Johnson gets the win by less than a tenth of a second. His first of the season. Simon Walker-Hansel is second, and it is Thomas Holland by 0.02 of a second that holds on to the final podium position from Ben Smiles, Ben Short and Michael Pearce rounding out the top six. A dramatic conclusion to that race, as you said, Chris. It didn't finish the way that lap started, but Johnson it was that clung on to take his first victory of the season, the 2023 champion, narrowly beating the very experienced Simon Walker-Hansel, who's raced all kinds of things over the years. And
Richardson, got over the line in 13th position in the end. He will be kicking himself about that. But 2.7 seconds covering the top 9 cars at the checkered flag. What a I've got the biggest smile on my face from that one. Absolutely brilliant.
Let's have a look at the results then. Jordan Johnson it was that took the win in number 92 by 0.09 of a second from number 4 Simon Walker-Hansel. Third was 74 Tom Holland. Fourth was 46 Ben Smiles. In fifth place, number 71 Ben Short, ahead of Michael Pearce in 70. Andy Bailey recovered to 7th place in number 95 after his off at Woodcut. 8th to number 9 Ian Tomlinson, not a bad effort from basically the back of the grid. 9th was number 40 Ben Hansey, and Zoltan Shabai completed the top 10 in 168. Then it's Matthew Pennefather, Neil Scott Lawrence. Oak Richardson did get across the line in 13th place, and Matthew Short was 14th. And then Bradley Gore, Martin Verlin, James McCann, Stephen Robinson and Alexander Kosh-T and Mary Barnard rounded out the top 20. And there's more, because it's a big old field of cars in the 5 Club MX5 Cup. So we'll get on to what potentially will be the final screen. Yeah, because we did only have 38 starts in the end. We lost a few. Well, we lost 2, didn't we? We lost Scott Leach and we lost Matt Hallam with that puncture. There's more MX5s later on, you'll be pleased to know, for the final race of the day, Chris.
Yeah, and it's a reverse grid as well, so there'll be a random ballot for which position they reverse the order from between now and the start of that last race of the weekend. But yeah, if you thought that was good, wait until we flip them on their head. But Jordan Johnson looking particularly happy there. So is Simon Walker-Hansel. I don't think they care where they finish. They're just happy to have had such an amazing battle.
Absolutely right. So there were a few embraces, few words of conversation there. Let's head down to Kieran Mock. He's going to have a chat with the top 3.
What a way to start off the Sunday of action here at Silverstone. And we're going to take a chat with our race winner, Jordan Johnson. That was absolutely incredible.
That is probably the best race I've been a part of. I was God knows where at one point, maybe 6th, 7th. I got beat up, I got hit in every corner, I think, but that's racing and we'll take that win every day.
Bit of redemption from yesterday as well. Obviously, didn't quite get the win over Ben yesterday, but you managed to get it today.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't even remember my last win, to be honest. It's been a while now, so that feels really good today. And when it's as hard fought as that, that's epic. That's real good, that.
Yeah, it's got to be obviously that inside you. It's just that gratitude, that validation almost.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like it's all there for the taking this year. The field's been somewhat levelled out, and I feel like I can come every weekend now and have a shot at the win. So.
Absolutely. Well, it's great to see obviously you up here, and hopefully we can see you up here again.
See you this afternoon.
Yeah. Cheers. Thank you very much. We'll speak with our second place. That was crazy.
Yeah, it was good racing. Yeah, that's how Mazda racing should be, I guess. We've walked into a lot of politics here, but I've enjoyed it. We turned up with a car that we've done a little bit of work on, but we weren't sure what we were going to expect. I thought top 10 would be a good result. And yesterday, I was a bit soft with the competitors. I gave too much room, and today I thought I'm just going to get my elbows out and get stuck in like I usually do, and it seemed to pay off.
Is that the main difference between today and yesterday? Because obviously yesterday you were right up at the front, and then I didn't quite catch exactly what happened. So is that kind of the main difference?
Yeah, so I'd say qualifying, I played it absolutely as good as I could. 2 drafts off the 2 of the quick guys, and that put us on pole just. And then in the race, I thought I had enough straight line speed to sit behind and then go back at them, but I didn't, so it was a one-way street. Once I dropped back, and then I gave the guys too much room at Cops, and I had 3 go through, which led to another 2, and then I got pushed off, and it just went backwards from there. But today I decided that we're just going to go for it.
And obviously one more later. What do you think?
Well, the car's in one piece. That was the bit that was going to be uncertain, but yeah, it seems to be going well. So we'll go for the win next time.
Good luck. Look forward to it.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers. Thank you very much. All right, we'll have a quick chat with Tom Holland. Tom, again, absolutely crazy. You were leading, you were right down in the pack, and then you were up in the podium. Just, wow.
Well, that's MX5 racing for you. You can never count out on MX5 racing to bring a good bit of entertainment. So, but yeah, it's a good race. I feel a little bit sorry for Ben Smiles. I knocked him off, but just about beaten by about apparently 2,000ths to a podium. I feel really bad for him, as that would have been his first podium. But it was a great race. A lot of respectful fight in between everyone, and yeah, you couldn't really have a bit of a second to think. You're just constantly having to worry about who's going to overtake you next.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, that massive train, obviously, for the lead. It was a spectacle to watch, and hopefully we can repeat that later.
Fingers crossed. I mean, around here, the MX-5s, it's going to be a tow fest at the end. You never know who's going to actually finish where until we cross the checkered flag. So hopefully we continue being entertaining for the last race, for our last race.
I'm sure you will. Thank you very much and congratulations.
Cheers, thank you.
Cheers, thank you. Right, coming up next is the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship.
So, the second and final race of the weekend for the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship. Everything this weekend is a doubleheader, apart from the 5 Club MX-5s that we've just seen, which have 3 races during the course of this weekend. Yesterday, it was Andy Hiley that took a win in his class. It was a comfortable victory by nearly 15 seconds from Anton Landon in second. Neil Turner took 3rd place, winning Class B after a great scrap with Marcus Crook, while Stuart Much was our Class C winner in the division, specifically for the MEV Exocets. And so we had 16 starters yesterday, we had 13 finishes. We'll see if all of the cars are back out on the grid for today. Championship-wise, Neil Turner has extended his lead in the championship with that victory yesterday over Andy Hiley in second and Stuart Much in third. Turner has 38 points. Hiley 33, and Stuart Murch now has 30 points after yesterday's race. And the car's already forming upon the grid, so I don't know, yeah, let's see if we can give that to you. Yes, we can. It's set by the second fastest times in qualifying yesterday, so it's 53 Andy Hiley on pole position, besides 64 Anton Landon. Second row of the grid is 2 Neil Turner and 24 Marcus Crook. Row 3, 7 Stuart Murch and 27 Andrew Hayward, although he was a non-starter yesterday. Row 4 of the grid is 69 Gerard O'Donoghue and number 10 Nigel Brown. On the 5th row it's 58 Mickey Scott and the 65 car of Martin Hayward. Row 6 is 18 Colin Benham, former champion, and 79 Sylvia Much. The 7th row 28 Linton Ryan and Paul Barker in number 21. The 8th row is Alan Robinson in 26. Simon Dodd 49 was a non-finish yesterday, and Jamie Bracher will go from the back. He missed the qualifying session yesterday in the number 38 car, but he did come through to take 8th position in the race. It does look like Andrew Hayward's car is again missing from row 3 of the grid, unfortunately, so he must have had some problems in qualifying yesterday, and also possibly we're missing Mickey Scott's MEV, I think, from row 5 of the grid. It looks like Martin Hayward is on his own on that particular row of the grid, so a couple of cars missing. But we're looking forward to the second 15-minute race for round 4 of the Freaky Park Sports Battles Championship, Chris.
Absolutely. So it should be a 15-car grid then that leads us off for the second race of the weekend for these guys. Andy Hiley's been dominating the overall, but as you say, in the championship, that's a different kettle of fish, because it's the class points you score that go towards the overall championship.
Absolutely right, so we're almost ready for the off then, straight into racing. No green flag lap for these competitors. They're running on treaded tyres, so we can get straight into action, which they do now. Not a good start from Anton Landon. I seem to remember he got away quite slowly yesterday as well. So Andy Hiley is into the lead of the race as expected. It's Neil Turner in the Caterham up to second, and Marcus Crook in the Fisher Fury up to third. So now Anton Landon in the Sienna is going to try to retrieve those places he lost with that rather tardy getaway. But it's Andy Hiley, the very experienced multiple sports special and kit car champion, leading in the Chronos. Turner in second, and Landon has already got one of those places back. The number 64 car is up into third, and he should, with more power of course, be able to get past Neil Turner. Yes, he does, on the way up the Wellington Straight.
Yeah, that's the difference between a Class A car that can have a maximum of 350 brake horsepower per tonne against a Class B car that has a maximum of 280. Stuart Murch there we saw in the number 7 MEV going side by side with the 24 machine of Marcus Crook. So that's another inter-class battle as well. The MEVs in Class C and Crook in Class B in his Fisher Fury. Second in the Class B Championship, and second in every race so far this weekend in his class to Neil Turner. But we did see a good overall battle between Crook, Murch and Turner yesterday for that last spot on the podium, with Murch having a little bit more cornering speed, but the Class B cars with a bit more grunt down the straights.
So there is Murch, number 7 in the MEV. He's the boss of Freaky Parts and MEV that build the Exocets. These cars they run Mazda MX-5 running gear. He has a 1.8 litre turbocharged engine in his car, and he's there in 4th position at the moment in number 7, ahead of Marcus Crook. Yesterday was a battle royal really between Neil Turner and Marcus Crook for Class B honours, but they've been separated here for the moment at least by Stuart Murch through the Luffield, through the twisty parts of the circuit. Crook does seem to have an advantage there, and he can squeeze ahead, I think, of Stuart Murch, but will he be able to hold on to that as they come down the start and finish straight? Suspect possibly not, no. On the acceleration, the 1.8 turbo of Stuart Murch just able to help him ease away from Marcus Crook. Meanwhile, Andy Hiley leads, and he's leading by already 4 seconds at the end of lap 2. Yeah,
so the battle for overall position here between Stuart Murch, who was multiple champion in Class C. That's 7 in total for him, including the last 6. Let's see if Marcus Crook can eventually usurp the MEV in front of him, but it's going to be a very difficult thing to pass down the straight. In the corners, that's a different story. So you see how we'll close up here into Brooklands and through Luffield, but when they get on the gas, Murch will start to pull away a little bit, and if you're in that battle, it's the harder quality to use to overtake, but he's got excellent drive out of Luffield. I feel eventually that Mev's performance in a straight line will show itself, and yeah, so even though Crook managed to get a better run out of Luffield, he still wasn't able to do anything about much down the start-finish straight.
Through Copse for the 4th time they go. Then Andy Hiley's done a 101.400, which is faster than he went yesterday. He did a 102.303 yesterday.
Oh, hello.
And a spin for Anton Landon in the Sienna from second place, trying to find a gear. Found reverse, I think, initially. Now he's going forwards and he's off back into the race, but he's fallen back to, what's that going to be, 5th position, I think, behind Marcus Crook. He'll have to work his way past those all again. I was going to say, lap record for these cars is a 101.67. Well, it was, because Andy Hiley's 101.400 is a new lap record in Sport Specials, and that's going to be in excess of 95 miles an hour average.
I would never be able to do 95 miles an hour around this racetrack. That's extraordinary speed. So again, we saw that Crook had more pace out of Luffield, but struggling to do anything with it, really. Here is Andy Hiley at the wheel of his very trusty Kronos HR1S, 3-time overall champion in Sport Specials and 2 additional class champions in the last 2 years as well, and racing into his 60s now. I remember that shortly after he turned 60, his first race as a pensioner, which he went and won. His words, pensioner, not mine. But yeah, I've still got extraordinary speed out there in that striking looking machine as well. It does look absolutely fabulous.
Yeah, he's been racing a long time in Sport Specials and kit cars that preceded it, and has found an enormous amount of success with this Kronos now. So we go back to watching the battle a little bit further back. That's between Stuart Much and Marcus Crook, with now Anton Landon after that spin sort of closing back in on them. He's in a Class A car, so he should be able to get ahead with relative ease, particularly down the straights. He's just closing on them now, but maybe by the time they get sort of the Wellington straight, he'll be able to forge ahead past both of these two. Through Copse he goes. Anton is from Nantwich, and he's been racing for many years in Sport Specials. 2015 Class A champion. This car's got a 2-litre Duratec engine. He prepares the car himself. It was originally built by Rob Johnston Racing, Rob, who also was a former competitor. And yeah, here he is down the Wellington straight. This is where he should have an advantage, certainly over Marcus Crook, but of course it's that 1.8 turbo of Stuart Much that might actually be a little bit more tricky to get past, and so it proves. Will he get him on the brakes into Brooklands? He does. Is Much going to give way? Yes, he does. So finally, Anton Landon does retrieve what is 3rd position.
I'm sure Marcus Crook would have been hoping there that would have opened up an opportunity for him to get around Stuart Much, and it's carbon copy once again. He gets a better run at Luffield, but the grunt of the Mev means that by the time they come around Woodcote, he's actually a couple of car lengths ahead. So this is a battle a little bit further back between Colin Benham and Martin Hayward, and this is for 4th position in Class B. So Colin Benham, it's a home race for him. He's from Toaster. And the 65 Martin Hayward's Silver Phoenix, who came here this weekend 6th in the Class B Championship.
It's an all Northamptonshire battle, actually, isn't it? Because Martin's from Kettering. He's a dentist, been racing since 2010. His car, the blue one there, is the Zetec engined machine, one that he prepares himself. So he's there in that number 65 car, the Silver Phoenix. Colin Benham is in the CB Phoenix, the CB signifying the development work he has done on a similar chassis to that that's raced by Hayward. And he's a past champion within the Sport Specials as well, is Colin, winning it back in 2013 in a STM Phoenix on that occasion.
Anton Landon has recovered back up to 2nd position overall, so he's usurped Neil Turner, the Class B leader, on that lap.
Shame that there aren't more cars in Class A this weekend to take the fight to Andy Hiley. He's currently 18 seconds clear of Anton Landon. That gap exaggerated, of course, because of Anton's spin. But entertainment to be found elsewhere. I mean, this is the best battle of the race, without a doubt, isn't it? It's between Stuart Much and Marcus Crook for 4th place. They're in 2 different classes. Down the straight, Stuart Much has the advantage, but we see every lap, really, how Marcus Crook really harries him through Brooklands and Luffield. And if you can really just string one lap together, there's just a slim chance that he could get the car ahead and stay ahead as he's going over the timing line, but it's all got to fall into place for him. Stuart Much is driving quite a clever defensive race, knowing that that's exactly what Marcus Crook is trying to do, and here he does get alongside, but look, as he gets on the power, they both get on the power, Stuart Much is just able to power ahead before they get to the timing line, which is roughly there where they are now.
So it is Stuart Much able to repel the advances. Of course, it's not a class battle, and so what that means is that even if Marcus Crook puts in all the effort in the world and gets past Stuart Much, he doesn't really get any reward for it, other than maybe getting a little bit closer to Neil Turner. But you know, they are only about a second and a half away. Look, there is the white Caterham 7 that was just gone through the picture. And I'm sure Marcus Crook feels that if he didn't have this dang Mev in front of him, that he could mount a challenge to Neil Turner.
That's right. So blue flags waving because there are cars now that are being lapped, including, I think, Simon Dodd's Formula 27 for the 41-year-old cybersecurity guru.
It's the sole Class D car out in the field.
It is, yes. He's on his own. There's a few more at the last meeting, but not today, unfortunately. Formula 27 is a car from back in 1987, but now runs a 2-litre Duratec engine. So there goes Landon in the Sienna, and he's certainly stuck into the traffic as well now, continuing to lose ground to Harley. The gap now 21.6 seconds with 5 minutes of this race left to go. Harley well up the road ahead of these cars that are on sort of various different laps now, with traffic very much having come into play. A bit of a lock-up from someone up ahead, possibly that was Neil Turner. Are they catching Neil Turner? Moderately, yes, in the case of Stuart Much, based on the lap time on the previous lap, about 1.3 seconds between them as they cross the timing line.
Gap's definitely smaller than it was about 5 minutes ago, though. I feel like, obviously, we got passed by Anton Landon for second position overall as Landon was recovering from that spin, and so that might have just held Turner up ever so slightly and just helped to breach that gap a little bit. But at that point it becomes more of a sort of psychological gap, because once they get a little bit bigger and then you think, yeah, I can go and get him.
Yeah, over the line goes Landon, over the line goes Turner, and then it's Much and Crook. 6th, by the way, is the 69 car of Joe O'Donoghue. 7th is number 10, which is Nigel Brown. 8th is 38 from the back of the grid, Jamie Bracher. Colin Benham 9th, and Martin Hayward in 10th place. Linton Ryan, in his first weekend in the Westfield, is in 11th position. As we continue to watch this battle for 4th place.
Spit of flame out the back of the Mev. I hope someone got a shot of that. Absolutely spectacular.
That is the Westfield we're just referring to.
Yes.
Linton Ryan, and he's got Sylvia Much, Stuart's better half, just behind him, as they come through to complete their 10th lap of the race. First weekend racing for Linton Ryan, the Birmingham bricklayer. Did some motocross racing in the past. He's owned the car for a number of years now. It was originally road legal, but he's converted it into race specification. It's a Zetec engined car. As we were saying yesterday, there used to be a dedicated championship for cars exactly like that, the Westfield SE Zetecs. It's a shame that more of them have never made it out into sport specials, really.
So Sylvia Much there was 3rd in Class C yesterday after the demise of Mickey Scott. So basically guaranteed a class podium today, so she makes it to the checkered flag, which is only about 2.5 minutes away. And again, you see it's another inter-class battle, but actually with a Class A car, Linton Ryan.
Yep, so he's making his way through Luffield again. Andy Hiley has just gone across the line to complete his 12th lap of the race. Yesterday we squeezed the full 15 laps out of the 15 minutes assigned. There's Gerard O'Donoghue, who's got Nigel Brown just behind him. So this is a Class C versus Class A battle for 6th and 7th position. Nigel Brown, a great stalwart of kit cars and sports specials. Been racing in it for something like 40 years. Also the Super Sports, which was like the big brother of kit cars back in the 80s and 90s. He's got a Duratec engine in his car, and he's up against Gerard O'Donoghue there, who favours Silverstone. He says it's his favourite circuit. The 56-year-old airline pilot from Wellingborough started racing back in 2019. Racing for much longer than that has been Andy Hiley. He's now leading by 25 seconds in this race with a minute and a half to go, so he's still going to have 2 more laps, I think, at the end of this one.
Yeah, it should do. It's about a 62-second lap at the moment. There is that Martin Hayward and Colin Benham battle for 9th position overall and 4th in Class B. And it looked like it was still Benham behind, wasn't it?
It was. Here comes Marcus Crook. He does get a run now. Does he? No, you see again on the acceleration through Woodcote, Much can get back ahead of him. So as they get to the timing line, it's going to be Much ahead. So it's just not going to work out, I don't think, for Marcus Crook in terms of getting 4th position away from Stuart Much before the end of this race.
It's the most frustrating race of Marcus Crook's life, staring at the back of that thing, and I'm sure he'll be able to draw it in exquisite detail from memory by the time we get to the checkered flag.
With or without his eyes closed is the question. 28 seconds of the race left to go, so time for one more lap for Andy Hiley, who makes his way across the line now. The question is he going to win the race by more than 30 seconds? That's the question we now ask ourselves. It was 26 point something at the end of lap 13. He's got 2 more laps to go. Will be a moment or two before we get the update on where it is at the end of lap 14.
Well, the last lap was 104.
Yeah.
So lapping traffic there, I can assume.
And also just lapping within himself. He knows he's got a big lead, just needs to try and bring the car home now to make sure he picks up the points, the maximum points he can pick up within his class today, which is limited because of the number of starters. Only 4 starters within Class A, a few more in Class B, so that will again be to the advantage of Neil Turner. I think will extend his championship lead here. 26.6 seconds the lead at the end of lap 14, so Marich might not make it a full 30 seconds by the time he gets to the final lap, or the final finish of the race. Turning his way through Luffield he goes, out towards Woodcote, accelerating away, and it's going to be Andy Hiley once again that wins the Freaky Part Sports Specials Championship. There he is, over the line, checkered flag waves to him, and it's a very comfortable victory for Andy Hiley. Another lap in the 1:04s on the final lap. And Paul Barker, you can see, going across the line there in 13th position in the number 21 car, but we've got a battle between Benham and Hayward.
Yeah, Hayward was right around the outside of Luffield, but it's going to be Colin Benham who bags 4th position in class in the end, despite Hayward's best efforts.
And Anton Landon between them in 2nd place, and he is 26.6 seconds behind in the end. And actually that's very close between Neil Turner and Stuart Much and Marcus Crook. The 3 of them are separated by less than a second at the end. The gap was down to half a second between Turner and Much over the line. So Neil Turner only just held on to his overall podium. Of course, he had the Class B when Stuart Much winning in Class C as well. And we're just waiting for Jamie Bracher. I think he's going to be the last driver that needs to come across the line, because he was just ahead of Andy Hiley when he came through to finish the race. So he's going to be the last driver to take the checkered flag.
Andy Hiley, Neil Turner and Stuart Much continue their 100% win records throughout the season. But as you mentioned, Ian, that does change things in the championship based on the number of entries.
It does indeed. So it's Andy Hiley in the Chronos that won the Sports Special race, number 53. 15 laps completed, and he was 26.6 seconds ahead of number 64, Anton Landon. 3rd place was number 2. He won Class B in his Caterham 7. 4th place, number 7, winning Class C in his MEV, Stuart Much. 5th was number 24, Marcus Crook. 6th was 69, Gerard O'Donoghue. 7th was 10, Nigel Brown. Then 8th, in actual fact, was the number 38 car of Jamie Bracher. 9th was number 18, Colin Benham. And running out the top 10 was Martin Hayward, ahead of Sylvia Much, Linton Ryan, Paul Barker, and a couple of laps down, Simon Dodd. And the Freaky Part Sports Specials Championship will continue at Mallory Park next month. It also goes to Anglesey, to Snetterton and Croft to complete the season. Andy Hiley has already arrived in pit lane. He's going to clamber out of his Chronos, and very shortly he'll have a word with our interviewer, Kieran Mogg, down there. And yeah, Andy's just getting his helmet off. We've got the other class winners to come into the pit lane as well. That's going to be Neil Turner and Stuart Much. There's Andy, steering wheel off, just allowing him to climb out of the cockpit, climb over the sides of the car. It looks like the class winner's in behind as well, so I think we can probably now hand down to Kieran Mogg.
Well, once again, Andy Hiley, that was dominance.
Yeah, it went all right today. Last few laps I was having an intermittent engine cut, which I presume's fuel. We'll have to get to the bottom of that. But apart from that, it went well. Yeah, we made a slight tweak on the suspension, so we could go chasing the lap record in the first few laps. I don't know if we got it. We did. Yes. Oh, that's good news. Yeah, I like that.
Nice way to end off the weekend then for you.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, congratulations, 2 races, 2 wins. Couldn't ask for much more.
I could ask for there being more people out in some competition, actually. Yes.
Results-wise, you couldn't ask for more.
No, I couldn't. No, you're quite right.
No, congratulations then. Thank you very much. I will speak to our Class B winner, Neil Turner. He's just jumping out of his car now. As he had, for the most part of it, he had a bit of a gap, but then right at the very end there, they closed right in.
Everything was under control. Come on, nicely managed. But I did think it was a bit harsh that Stuart threw his wife in front of me at the last corner just to slow me down. That was good planning, I reckon.
Well, he got closer, so it seemed to have worked.
Yeah, that was a really good race, though, wasn't it? I had an amazing start, got my head down, and then just kept going, really, and looking in the mirrors every half a lap.
Yeah, you couldn't ask really for much more, obviously. They're closing it towards the end, but yeah, for the majority of the race, you had it to yourself.
I know, compared to yesterday's 500th of a thousand finish, I won by a mile, I suppose.
Absolutely, a bit of a cold shot, but yeah, nice way to end off the weekend for you.
Oh, it's just a fantastic weekend, isn't it? I love 750 Club meetings. The sun's out, everyone's friendly, really well organised, and it's just a pleasure to race here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, congratulations then.
Thanks very much.
Cheers, thank you. We'll speak to our Class C winner, Stuart Much. Just like yesterday, you were in the wars the entire race.
Yes, every time I looked up in the mirror, there was a blue car there. He got a much better drive. Every exit of Luffield, he was alongside me, and thankfully we've got the power to just drive and start pulling away. But every corner he was there, because they're so much lighter and can turn much easier than us. We've got a lot more weight to move around. So yeah, the race was really good. Slowly clawing Neil in towards the end. Thought about making a lunge down the inside going into the Luffield complex, but thought there's no point. We're not racing against him. It's just nice to have that third place if you can get there. But yeah, really good race, really good paddock, really good atmosphere. We've had a really good weekend, and hopefully more the same this year.
Yeah, definitely. You couldn't really ask for much more, obviously, either.
Well, one more place further up, but other than that, yeah, I'll take it.
I say, well, congratulations then.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you very much. Now, coming up next is the Race Parts 750 Formula.
So the cars already on the grid for the Race Part 750 Formula Championship. These cars do get a green flag lap. Second race of the weekend, final race of the weekend for these cars. Yesterday it was a win for Robin Dorr over Bill Cowley and David Reed. Here's the grid then for this second race. It's Robin Dorr again on pole position. He's in a classic Clubman spec car, so not eligible for points. Alongside him on the front of the grid is number 77, Bill Cowley, who was the de facto winner in the 750 Formula cars yesterday. Row 2 has on the inside number 3, Jake Doherty, and number 33, David Reed. The third row of the grid is 56, Matthew Twynham, and 26, Richard Jenkins. On to row 4, that's 7 Steve Boother and the 17 car of Richard Rothery. Then on row 5 it's 4 Matthew Unwin and number 12 Conway Dorr, although he's starting from the pit lane again. Some drive past our window a moment ago. Row 6 is 44 Colin Marsh as the green flag lamp gets underway, and 2 Chris Goff. The 7th row is 6 Simon Bolter and 69 Mark Windley, who was the championship leader coming into this weekend. Row 8, 28 Alan Bunter and 31 James Jeffrey. The 9th row, 70 Martin Depper and 18 Simon Gleedor. The 10th row, 89 Joe Gorolini and 25 Richard Dixon, with Andrew Kemp at the back in 42. So that's the way the grid lines up. Cars off on the warming up lap. So yeah, the de facto podium yesterday was Bill Cowley, David Reed and Mark Windley in terms of championship points. So Mark Windley extended his lead actually in the championship to 22 points now. So he's got 70, Jake Doherty 48, Bill Cowley with that win yesterday 45, and then on the same number of points actually is David Reed. So it'd be interesting to see how this race pans out. It was actually quite a decent dice for the 750 Formula win between Cowley and Reed yesterday, wasn't it? And we also had Mark Windley coming through the field from a poor qualifying.
Yes, he was quite extraordinary. Obviously championship leader going into this weekend. Both the wins at Brands Hatch aboard the Derby, but did have to do some recovery work, and is going to be doing the same again from 14th on the grid in this race as well. So that does give an opportunity to the likes of Cowley and Doherty and Reed, of course, as well, who finished second yesterday, as he did at race 2 in Brands Hatch.
Yes, so the wins so far this season in terms of overall outright wins, Mark Windley with 2 at Brands, Robin Dorr yesterday, Bill Cowley best of the 750 Formula cars yesterday. Classic Clubmans have been invited throughout the season this year because it's an opportunity for them to have a race with sort of similarly competitive cars. I think Robin Dorr did comment yesterday how closely matched the Classic Clubmans cars with the 1600cc cross-flow engine are matched with the 750 Formula cars, which these days run the 1108cc Fiat Panda engine, and it certainly produces an evenly matched race. It's a shame there's not more of the Classic Clubman's cars on the grid today. The car that he races is the Andy Diamond built car from 1975. Bill Cowley's car is similarly venerable, designed and built by his grandfather and raced by various people, including Bill's father Nigel and obviously himself as well for the last decade or so. So race is about to get underway. It does. Good start by Robin Dorr. Not a good start though by David Reed there in the number 33 car from row 2 of the grid. One of the fancied runners has dropped well back down the order as a result of that. The car just didn't get off the line, so he's going to have work to do. So it's Robin Dorr that stormed off into a big lead here over, I think, Bill Cowley in second place as they head down towards Maggots and Beckett's. Is Jake Doherty in second place as they turn the way through. I think that's Matthew Twynham that's up to third position. Yeah. And Mark Windley is well off. Chris Goff has had a spin at Beckett's, but Mark Windley significantly, the championship leader, was well off the road, and he's come to a stop, the 69 car. Oh, and there's been contact, hasn't there? That's why he was going very wide. His right front wheel bent in.
So that is big drama for the championship leader then, and an open door now for Bill Cowley to try and take a massive leap forward in the championship as a result of that. But he is hounded at the moment by Jake Doherty. As we can see, the front right wheel and suspension damage to Matthew. I'll get there eventually.
Mark
Windley's car. Parked up at the side of the road, but these are the leaders of their 750 Formula cars. Bill Cowley ahead by about a second actually from Jake Doherty, so he had a really good run through there. I think actually that must mean that so Matthew Twynham up into third position of those cars, just ahead of Richard Jenkins and Steve Boother, but looks like we're going to be going into a yellow flag zone potentially.
Yeah, there's the yellow flags there, of course, where the car is off, and it looked like Robin Dorr was slowing down particularly respectfully for that. They are back racing again, and it's Jake Doherty. Looked like he was attacking Bill Cowley for the top 750 Formula position. You've got And Richard Rothery going side by side with Steve Booth. Booth up the inside of Rothery there to try and take the 6th position away, I think that is, as they turn their way through Brooklands now, around Luffield and towards the completion of lap 2 of this race. It was a 14-lapper yesterday. Over the line already has gone Robin Dorr, 2.5 seconds clear of Bill Cowley in second. He has repelled the challenge of Jake Doherty, who's in third in the SSF, the car formerly campaigned by his grandfather, Bob Simpson. And then in Matthew Twynham going very well here, 4th overall, local to Silverstone, runs Twyman's Tours, the motorsport tour operating company.
Now, of course, Class B cars, they go back into the yellow flags, double waved yellows there actually. But the Class B for drivers without podium finishes inside the top 6 or Class B titles in the last 3 years. But if he finishes 4th here, is that going to count as a podium, do we think?
Well, I don't think it will. And I think once, it's based on what your situation was at the start of the year rather than anything that happens during the year as well. But it would debar him for future seasons being in Class B, I think. As Cowley here is, I think, a bit close to Robin Dorr than he was a lap ago, if anything. We'll see if that's borne out by the timing screen. It was 2.493 seconds when they crossed the line at the end of lap 2. Here they come at the end of lap 3, and the gap has come down to 1.2 seconds. 108.137 that time for Bill Cowley. The best 750 Formula lap time today was a 105.812, so we're quite a long way off that mark, and that's because of those yellows down there at Beckett's, and the drivers rightly easing off in respect of the car off at the side of the road.
But Cowley reeling in the overall race leader as it stands, and some very different performance characteristics. We'll see how good Cowley was on the brakes yesterday. He was able to absolutely lunge people either side going into Brooklands. The door car in front might just have a little bit more grunt with that slightly bigger engine, but Cowley will own the wiggly bits in between, I'm sure.
And the 750 Formula cars very light indeed. That Cowley, you almost look like you can lift it up, don't you? It's, it's such a tiny little thing, I don't know, probably weighs less than 400 kilos, I would think, something like that.
It's so rare to have cars like that these days, because even the junior single-seater cars on the FIA ladder are in excess of 600 kilos these days, particularly when you put the driver in as well. So it is always nice to see those super lightweight cars that are just able to dart around a track like Silverstone.
Looks like this is going to be covered with those yellow flags all the race through.
Yeah, well, they're going to really struggle to move it, aren't they? Because obviously they've lost one of the steering wheels on it.
It's going to need a lift,
it's going to need a little bit more intervention.
So there's the number 89 car, very colourful, being passed by number 44. Now this car has got further than yesterday, I think. This is Colin Marshall in the Star. That's the ex-Dave Robson car, second of the cars that Dave Robson built. He himself was a former champion of 750 Formula, and doing battle there with the 89 car of Joe Gorolini, the PC Special. A bit further up, we've got the 26 car of Richard Jenkins. He seems to have caught Matthew Twynham. Yeah, took 0.6 of a second out of him on the previous lap, and Steve Booth are right with them as well. So a nice little scrap bubbling up for 4th place overall in this race part 750 Formula Championship race. There is Doherty going through, and there were the 3 cars I was talking about. Twynham and Jenkins certainly right together as they head down to Copse on lap 6.
So this trio of cars being led by Twynham, the ex-Endurance Carter, but Jenkins does have quite a bit of momentum, but it's in the wrong bit of the racetrack because it's in the part where he's not allowed to overtake at the moment, and so has to follow Twynham through this section of road. And we do now have a recovery vehicle on site in order to move that car, so hopefully that does mean that eventually we'll get some green flags down at that bit of the track. Steve Boother in the slipstream of Richard Jenkins, so Twynham was able to pull away a little bit down the straight, and that's opened up the door for Boother. It gets a wider line in, tries a little up and under, but has to get a little bit more inventive in order to try and pass Jenkins.
So approaching halfway through this race part 750 Formula Championship race now. Robin Dorr leading by 1.8 seconds. He has got the best lap of the race back from Bill Cowley. He's in a 1:07.065, but still not as quick as the lap times that we saw yesterday. There's Chris Goff in the CGR.
So back on the road after that spin on the opening lap, and his first appearance of the season this weekend.
Yeah, running in 13th position at the moment in the number 2 car, a long-time competitor in 750 Formula, the man from Telford.
And a rapid one as well. Was second in the championship a few years ago, back in 2021.
Matthew Unwin we saw going through there. He's a bit further back down the order today in 12th position. It was 9th yesterday. Often a bit further up the order than that. And there's Conway Dorr. He started the race from the pit lane, the 57-year-old from Orwell near Cambridge, and he's in the ex-Ian Barley race kits Falcon that was built by Rich Collins.
Looks like potential troubles here for David Reed, who was up into 9th position on the recovery from that very difficult launch off the line, but he's just been absolutely blasted past by Conway Dorr and Alan Bunter as well. They've just absolutely blitzed him down the back straight, so I wonder if there are some slight ailments aboard that HRD Mark II.
Yeah, it might well be the case. It's not always been a completely reliable car, whether in his hands or that of Dave Hodkin, who campaigned the car previously.
Just pulling out of the way now for the cars behind him, so I feel like that car is just sort of going to limp home if it can for the remaining 6 minutes.
There's certainly a car out there with a nasty misfire. I wonder if that's him. We can just about hear that on our effects microphones. So that may well be his car. Meanwhile, Richard Jenkins, the former low-cost racer, under pressure here from Steve Boother in number 7 in the Derby. Man from Andover is trying to find a way through on the inside line at Laffoot. No, he's just has to tuck back in behind. And Boother, who's retired now, done some sprints before this. His car, the 1990 Derby Mark 5, the ex-Peter Slight, Paul Collins and Lynn Fallow, in the car that he's owned for about 6 seasons now. Has Jake Doherty been reeled in? No, actually he's not. He's got a bigger lead over Matthew Twynham than he had a lap ago, but it felt like they might have been a bit closer than they were. Certainly last time we had a good look at this battle.
Yeah, just looking at it actually, because that is, that is Jake Doherty.
Yeah.
Who's suddenly been reeled in. So even though there was a bit of pace on that previous lap, he has now been absolutely reeled in for the last spot on the podium. And so Matthew Twynham now challenging on the outside. So does Doherty have an issue in the SSF? Third in the championship last year, came here 5th in the championship. So having to get his elbows out and defend. But Twynham is going to be putting on the pressure now, and of course he's brought with him Jenkins and Boother just at the back of that train of cars as well. So suddenly now it's 4 cars that are going to be squabbling for just 3rd position in the race, but 2nd of the 750 Formula cars.
Yeah, exactly. This is really the battle for who is on the podium, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Who's going to miss out here on a podium spot of these 3? Doherty and Twynham's not had one before. I'm trying to think if Richard Jenkins has had one before. He may have done, but not very often. Twynham pulling alongside Doherty through. Magnus is on the outside line there for Beckett. Jenkins is a bit later on the brakes than both of them, I think, as they turn into the right-hander, but the order very much the same. 4 minutes to go, and Steve Boother, of course, is not too far behind, although he lost a bit of ground to the trio ahead on the previous lap. Here they come under the vehicle bridge along the Wellington Straight. Any moves on the brakes into Brooklands? No one's really quite close enough to make a challenge there, are they, Chris?
No, it's a little bit more needed from Twynham. Of course, great thing about 754, you get these completely different looking race cars that are squabbling for position out there, and so it's still Twynham trailing Doherty. Not by much at all. He's got some great pace here, ducking and weaving either side of the SSF in front of him. So to the outside line at Copse Corner. Wow! Extraordinary move there from Matthew Twynham.
Yeah. Superb. So he has gone through to take P3 on the road, P2 among the 750 Formula cars behind Bill Cowley, who is about 14 seconds up the road. So can he hold on to this now? He's got Doherty, who's slightly more experienced, but not an awful lot in that SSF. He's going to pick up the toe here of Twynham, I should say, as they go down the Wellington straight. He moves to driver's right, gets his car alongside as he's going to put him on the outside line of Brooklands, but that's no barrier to making a move, as we've seen. Around the left-hander at Brooklands they go. He's close to the edge of the curb, but no, didn't take any curb, and in fact he's lost a few car lengths and has put himself back into the clutches now of Richard Jenkins in the 26 car.
I think he squared the corner up a little bit more, so that lengths he lost, he might gain them back down the start and finish straight. And yeah, straight back with Twynham. So it's game on once again, and he goes to the inside line, but Twynham was able to go all the way around the outside last time around. He's done the same again there as well. I'm staggered that move from Twynham. It's just brave, brilliant stuff around the outside. I think it's brave going side by side into Copse Corner at the best of times, but right around the outside of Doherty. That truly was extraordinary. And Richard Jenkins just waiting in the wings, just seeing what happens in front of him and see if he finds an opportunity to pounce. Yeah,
Jenkins there in the Shepherd RR01B, the car that was built by Max Shepherd originally, as it's side by side just ahead of him. Doherty unable to make the move stick. He does take a bit of curb this time, and similar situation to a lap ago, really.
I think that curve was less part of the plan, though. I
think so.
That time, that was actually running wide, so not super ideal for Doherty there.
And Booth's with him as well now.
But it hasn't stopped him, though, because now they're side by side down the straight, and Jenkins trying to show his nose as well. So again, these cars go side by side into Copse Corner. Less than a minute left on the clock now, so this should be the penultimate lap of the race. And I think Steve Boother has got a run here on Richard Jenkins. So they run side by side. Simon Bolt Richard Rothery, I should say, is the next car in the queue as well. They'll lock up there from Jenkins, and despite the twitches and the squirms, they don't make contact, and they're going to go 4 wide down the back straight because something has happened here to Matthew Twynham.
Yeah, and Richard Rothery's possibly going to be the biggest beneficiary of this.
He's got 3 of them.
He has. I told you he was the biggest beneficiary.
That extraordinary.
Was right place, right time, certainly for Richard Rothery. Now it's Boother trying to outbrake him, though, into the Brooklands left-hander, a lighter car than the PRS, and he is able to get through, and Twynham has recovered some ground. So maybe a slight mistake maybe there from Twynham, but he now runs a bit wide on the exit of Luffield Corner, and almost some side-to-side contact there with Richard Jenkins. I don't think there was. So it's all happening really in that battle. We're on to the last lap of the race now. Robin Dorr still leading Bill Cowley by 1.8 seconds. It's looking like Jake Doherty is going to be secure for third here, but fourth still up for grabs.
That Boother and Rothery side by side, and it's Rothery right round the outside of Copse Corner as well. Remember, that is about second in the championship going into this weekend, and of course now with the championship leader Mark Windley out of this race as well, this is a big opportunity for him to come back up through the order, starting in 8th position, but now getting his hands right in this fight.
I think if it stays this way, Jake Doherty and Mark Windley will be level on points after this round. Obviously, there'll be a drop score in there for Windley, which he may well be able to use, assuming he has a good rest of the season. So checkered flag goes out. Robin Dorr it is that takes the win from Bill Cowley. 1.8 seconds between them. Gap back to the rest of them. Twynham is now at the back of this group. The 70 car is a lap down Martin Depp, so he's not involved in all of this. It should be Jake Doherty that comes across the line to take third place overall. Here he is, yes, and the back marker just behind him. Then it's Richard Jenkins that takes fourth place, third of the 750 Formula cars. Then Steve Boother fifth, Richard Rothery sixth. And Matthew Twynham, who was in that podium position for so long in that race at his local circuit, eventually finishing in 7th place, which is a bit of a shame on his part.
Yeah, that was a really, really great fight between those 5 cars. It was in the end for the last spot on the overall podium. So Jake Doherty coming out on top. And when did he finish in Brands? That's his first podium of the season, is it not? Yeah.
I think it might be.
Yeah, best finisher 5th at Brands. So, yeah, that's a great result for him, and a heck of a fight to come out on top of as well.
Yeah, absolutely. They go to Mallory Park for the next meeting. There was an epic race at Mallory Park last October, the final meeting of the season, so we look forward to more of the same. In the meantime, looking back at today's race, it was number 78, Robin Dorr, in the Diamond Classic Clubman's car that took the win at the end of 14 laps of racing. Second was the number 77 car of Bill Cowley in the Cowley Mark IV, but he was the top 750 Formula car. Third place was number 3, Jake Doherty. Fourth, number 26, Richard Jenkins. Fifth, number 7, Steve Boother. Richard Rothery, number 17, was in 6th, ahead of Matthew Twynham, who won Class B in the number 56, in 7th place overall. 8th was number 6, Simon Bolton. 9th, 12, Conway Tor. Rounding out the top 10 was number 4, Matthew Unwin, ahead of Alan Bunter, Chris Goff, Colin Marshall, David Reed, who did manage to get home a lap down despite the issues that he had. And then Martin Depper and Joe Gorellini a lap down, and we lost Mark Windley on lap 1 of the race. So 750 Formula, as I say, continues next time at Mallory Park. We still have, I think, 3 more races before the lunch break here at Silverstone today, so we look forward to them. We've got, I think, the Mighty Minis coming up very shortly, but Bill Cowley there getting out of his car. Robin Dorr is in there as well, and we are, I think, just going to have a word with the 2 class winners, if you like, Robin Dorr and Bill Cowley this time. Kieran Mogg is down there in pit lane, so we'll hear from him now.
See here, Robin Dorr and Bill Cowley just having a bit of a chat after that race. There was an awful lot going on behind them, but up at the front, they were kind of by themselves. I'll quickly jump in with Robin here. Ooh, there's a board there. Robin, sort of similar to yesterday.
Yeah, good launch again, and yeah, just kept things under control and yellow flag. Bill was catching up in places, and I thought, if he gets on the tail, he's going to get a draft and be by. So just got on with it and enjoyed myself.
Where do you think he was a bit stronger?
On the brakes. That is just immense on the brakes. I don't know how he does it. This thing feels a bit clumsy. I don't know, it's got a bit of bump steer in it somewhere, because it's all just a little bit, doesn't fill you with confidence if you really stand on them. But yeah, it's good fun though. Bit of work to do.
100%, obviously. Nice way to end the weekend though.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, been brilliant. Yeah, good crew.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. We'll jump in here with Bill as well. Similar sort of story for you as well from yesterday.
Well, we sorted our misfire out from yesterday. But yeah, I mean, with the double wave yellers, we're basically just driving around, to be honest, bringing it home. I thought when the yellers went, I thought I'd pick up the pace again and just have a bit of fun. It was a pretty lonely race, to be honest. Unfortunately, not as exciting as it was for the viewers at home, but can't always have it.
I mean, I don't know if you saw what was going on behind you, but there was a massive, at points, there was 4 side by side.
Oh, well,
yes.
That's good then. As long as there's good racing all the way through the field, so that's good. Good weekend, really.
Yeah, nice way to end it, absolutely. Obviously, you're the top driver with the eligibility for points as well, which is a nice way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to be fair, the Classic Clubman's, obviously they're a lot quicker down the straights, and we're probably one of the slowest in the straight line in the formula. So we're doing pretty all right, to be fair. So yeah.
Well, absolutely. Congratulations on the weekend.
Thank you, mate.
Cheers, thank you. Now I'll have a quick chat with Matthew over here. You were part of that quite interesting battle there.
I'm absolutely gutted. I was second, and the last but one lap going up there, I went to change into third gear, nothing, and so then I was stuck in fourth, and that was it. Yeah. I don't really have a lot to say. It's just so upset. First in Class B, but it would have been my first podium. So thank you to Kat and my mum and John and Greg in particular, who's helped me. We're nearly there. We're nearly on the podium, and we will get there. Yeah, but for now, I should relax.
So would you say it's your error, not the car's then?
No, the gearbox went. Yeah, like I say, I just changed down. There was no third gear, but no, we'll be back. Yeah.
I look forward to it then. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers, thank you. And coming up next, we have the Mighty Mini Championship.
And it's time now for the second and final race of the weekend for the 750 Motor Club Mighty Minis Championship. It's round 4 of the season. Yesterday we had a win for Greg Jenkins from Ollie Samways and Ahmad Sharabani, but a few of the quicker runners sort of fell by the wayside towards the end, including Ben Butler and Steve Rideout, so they went on finishers. Championship situation though with that win for second place for Ollie Samways yesterday was that I think he's moved well into the lead of the championship now over Ben Butler, who as I say was a DNF yesterday, so he's on 100 points. Ben Butler 69, Sam Slater has 68 points. And Chris, what did you make of yesterday's Mighty Minis race? The first the one that you'd seen, I think.
Yes, it was. Absolutely incredible stuff. I mean, Greg Jenkins, the squabbling behind that allowed him to just build a slightly comfortable margin, and so he was a little unperturbed towards the end of the race. The battle for second, though, absolutely incredible, won by Ollie Samways, previous champion. But this grid is super interesting. You got Rideout and Butler trying to come through the pack. Veludo right at the back of the pace. He was another one who had some mechanical dramas. He's got more pace than where he's starting. Sam Slater, reigning champion, starting all the way down in 12th position as well. I expect him to come up through the pack, but the guys up at the front of the field should be really interesting, because you've got Morgan Bartley, who finished 9th in both races at Donington, so he's going to be a little bit out of his depth. But Trevor Peters alongside him on the front row of the grid is a podium finisher from the opening meeting of the season as well. So this might be an opportunity for him to have a little bit of a breakaway drive.
That's right, so this is a partially reversed grid. Let's have a look at how it is formed then. So as Chris has been saying, it is Morgan Bartley in number 13 that lines up on pole position. Besides Morgan is 44, Trevor Peters. Row 2 of the grid is 38, James Bryan, and 42, Will Burnham. Third row, 32, James Jenkins, and 77, I should say, Ahmad Sharabani. On the fourth row, it's 58, Ollie Samways, and 70, Greg Jenkins, the winner from yesterday. Row 5, 40 is Chris Didcott, and 6 is Paul Hollett. The sixth row is 64, John Jenkins, and 93, Sam Slater. The seventh row, 33, Will Tyrrell is alongside 61, Matthew Baker. Row 8 is 88, Claire Jeffries, and 43, Ben Butler. And row 9, 7, Steve Rideout, and 55, Ruben Veludo. So that's the way the 18-car grid will line up. Just seeing they're all there. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. I think they're all there, which is good news, given the rate of attrition yesterday. So this is pitched as the most affordable way to go classic mini racing, and it's a new set of technical regulations for 2025. Last year, and for previous years, you'll remember that there was 2 classes, the Super Mighty Minis and the Mighty Minis. But that's been eliminated now. It's one class to make it just a one pure race rather than 2 quite different paces of car on the same grid there. Post 1976 cars, they're rubber mounted front subframe mini saloons, clubman saloons, or even clubman estates if you feel so inclined. They run a safety devices 6-point bolt-in roll cage, competition seat of course, polycarbonate side, door and rear screen. The front windscreen is laminated. 3-branch manifold exhaust, single silencer. An SU HIF 44 carburettor, 1.3 litre, 1293 cc A+ engine block with an uprated camshaft, adjustable vernier timing gears, pre-Verto light and flywheel, and standard Cam 6 232 or 1505 crankshaft, and they run 1-to-1 straight cut drop gears as well. Standard rear subframe suspension and standard top arms on the front suspension with rose jointed bottom arms, rose jointed tying rods as well. And they run standard front calipers and discs, and they run on the Yokohama a 048 tyre. It really is a great package. I think that the drivers who've had to do some work to their cars over the winter to make sure they're all to this new specification, they're enjoying and appreciating the new level of competition that we're seeing in the Mighty Mini Championship this season. And it's just so great to see the classic mini shape, isn't it, still, Chris? And the way the cars can be thrown around and the quality of the racing they produce.
And we've been talking about old versus new a lot through the weekend about the Civics and the Mazda MX-5s, but this is the one, isn't it, that everyone loves to see back out, the classic Mini that is a thing of beauty, great to watch on a racetrack as well, the way they snake about so much. And we all remember watching those classic races, classic rallies where the Mini would own the corners, but they'd have more powerful rivals that would fight back on the straights. And the great thing with just having all the Minis is that we do get some absolutely incredible racing. There was some brilliant side-by-side, wheel-to-wheel, door-handle-to-door-handle action yesterday. And expecting an awful lot more of the same, especially with this partially reversed grid race. It's a random ballot to see if the first 6, 7 or 8 will be reversed, and it is the top 8 that has been reversed for this one. So Morgan Bartley, who finished 8th yesterday.
Roger Tello, still very much the man behind Mighty Minis, the creator of the category, just popped by our commentary box a short while ago. Bob Marsh acting as the coordinator and very much busy over race weekends, making sure everyone's in the right place at the right time. And it's a very friendly paddock as well. The Mighty Mini is very supportive of drivers, including newcomers. It's a very popular way for new drivers to get involved in racing as well. So here they come to the grid. It's a 20-minute race for the Mighty Mini, so slightly longer than the races that we've had so far today. Trevor Peters is a
he's going to have to back that up.
Reasonable way forward, isn't he? I mean, it's exaggerated by the fact that Morgan Bartley is a little bit further back than they need to be. But I think Trevor's now sort of got himself within the grid box.
Yeah, not to be a snitch or anything. Will Burnham sort of mostly out of his grid box as well, isn't he? Really, he's only got about a third of the car in the yellow grid hatchings. But in fairness, they do seem sort of slightly eroded. But we've got green flag at the back.
Yeah, we do. So 20 minutes of racing for the Mighty Mini Championship about to get underway. Revs rising, out go the lights. Pretty even start from the 2 on the front. We need to watch the drivers a bit further back. Samways and Jenkins from row 4 have both made good starts, so expect to see them 1 or 2 places further up as they come up towards Copse for the first time. But it's Trevor Peters that's going to have the lead then from Morgan Bartley as they go through Copse for the first time. We'll try and pick them up down at Beckett's, where exactly we find Greg Jenkins in the purple car and Ollie Samways in the less easy to spot car, the dark coloured car. Down towards as they go, and it's Trevor Peters who's no longer in the lead of the race because is that Samways? I think it is Samways that's got into the lead of the race from 7th position on the grid. The man that's got a big lead in the championship already has the lead in the race.
And yesterday's race winner already up into 3rd position as well. So extraordinary start from our top 2 from yesterday, from the 4th row of the grid. There is Jenkins, that purple number 70 machine that's already up into 2nd place ahead of Trevor Peters' yellow machine, who has a big broadside going into Brooklands. There was another car that looked like it was about to skate straight off the road, side by side further back with the 32 machine of James Jenkins getting a wobble on in the middle of the Luffield right-hander as well. So clean start, but extraordinary stuff from Ollie Samways and Greg Jenkins. Surely this is battle on now as Jenkins goes for the lead.
Yeah, side by side very nearly as they go down the start and finish straight. It's Samways then in the 58 car from number 70, Greg Jenkins in 2nd. They've got quite a gap over Trevor Peters in 3rd spot, and Jenkins here will be picking up the toe from Samways. There's a toe opportunity on this little stretch down towards Maggots, and another one of course up the Wellington straight in a moment or two. Samways is still going to be ahead, I think, as they head up the back straight. There's Steve Rideout. Now he's come through from the back of the grid in the number 7 car. He was right on the final row, the 9th and final row. He came through at the end of lap 1 in 8th, and I think he's made up a couple more places already on this lap. So don't write him off from being certainly a podium contender in this race. But the way these two are getting away is a little bit ominous from his point of view.
I think they're working together here because they're being extremely well behaved, and they know that if they're able to build a gap, they can go hammer and tongs a little bit later in the race, especially with some quote-unquote slower cars directly behind them that are going to hold up their rivals ever so slightly. I'm surprised to see Sam Slater all the way down in 15th position, so he actually lost places off the line. So hopefully he can recover some of those. 3 wide further down the order. with Rideout, I think it was, trying to make up places. Yes, he's the one who comes out on top, that number 7 machine. Looks like side by side for the lead, so scratch what I was saying earlier with Greg Jenkins on the outside line going into Maggots. Ollie Samways under pressure at the front of the field. Let's see when they come out of Maggots. There they are. Yep, Greg Jenkins ahead.
Yeah, he is indeed ahead in that purple car, so we'll pick up on that in a minute, but there's battling to be done further back, and Ben Butler was another driver that made up a lot of places on lap 1, but he lost then 2 places on lap 2 of the race, so has gone back down to 11th position. Samways is fighting back here on the inside of Greg Jenkins and gets back through on the inside line. So number 58 retakes the lead of the race, the man from Norfolk, company director. Been racing since 2017 in the Sport Specials, Road Sports. He's in the Citroen C1 24-hour race. And he was the 2023 champion in the Mighty Minis, runner-up last year as well in this 1992 car, prepared by Octane Racing. And he's got just a narrow lead over Greg Jenkins, 0.152 seconds as they cross the timing line that time. Quite a gap back then to Trevor Peters in third, and I think we'll find that Stephen Rideout is into the top 3 before very much longer.
Yeah, so this has been an absolutely sterling drive from Steve Rideout, and you said don't rule him out for a podium. I'm not going to rule him out for a win, especially if Samways and Jenkins keep squabbling as they do, and Rideout can clear Trevor Peters in a relatively quick and orderly fashion. And whoa, that was a big sideways moment for Peters over the curbing at Beckett's, and that surely is going to give Rideout a nice tow here down the Wellington straight. Hasn't finished higher up than 5th all season long, and so it's quite extraordinary to see this pace from Stephen Rideout as he now moves into a podium place into Brooklands.
Yeah, through he's gone on the inside to take P3 away from Trevor Peters now, but he's going to have probably 3 seconds or so to make up on the race leaders here. Got 15 minutes left to do it though, and that's the benefit of it being a longer race for the Mighty Minis.
But he was even 4 tenths quicker than the leaders last time around, and does currently have the, well, I was about to say fastest lap of the race, but that's actually just been done by Ollie Samways and has pulled to 2 tenths over Greg Jenkins.
Yeah, that 1:15.793 for Samways, the new fastest lap of the race, that is faster than he went yesterday as well, so interesting to note he's gone about a tenth faster than he did yesterday. Samways with a 0.2 of a second advantage over Greg Jenkins, and it's about 3.7 between Jenkins and Rideout at the end of the lap. There is the 77 car of Ahmad Sharabani, and he's in battle with the 32 of James Jenkins.
That Sharabani finished on the podium yesterday, trying to get underneath the number 32, and gets good momentum down the Wellington straight. But that, of course, will be the outside line when they eventually get into Brooklyn. So there's Rideout and Peters. Here's Jenkins and Sharabani. Sharabani, the black car, the 77, on the outside line against the white number 32 of Jenkins, but Sharabani all the way around the outside, and that is a picturesque move that he's been able to do there for what is 5th position.
So we've got 13.5 minutes left to go. Over the line comes Ollie Samways in the lead of the race again. Sam Slater's headed into pit lane, so dramas for the Mighty Mini champion from last year. He was running further down the order than we expected him to be. Greg Jenkins, meanwhile, has got it back ahead of Ollie Samways, and I think that these two will continue to probably trade positions for much of the rest of the race. They've pulled out more time over Steve Rideout on that lap as well. They were both in the 15s. Rideout was in the 17s that time, seemingly unable to make an impact on these first 2.
Yeah, so it's all about Samways and Jenkins at the moment. They're side by side again after a lovely little up and under from Samways. So the black number 58 car on the outside when they go into Brooklands. And this time it's Jenkins who's just able to stand his ground a little bit on the inside line. You saw Samways there cocking up the inside rear wheel, going through Brooklands and 3-wheeling it a little bit around that corner. Absolutely exquisite stuff to see as they come around to complete lap number 6. It's Jenkins back in front, but not by much at all. When they come back down the straight, and immediately pulling to the outside is Ollie Samways.
Yeah, let's see if he can do it. On directly opposite sides of the track there, aren't they? They couldn't be further apart, really. You'd think they didn't like each other as they headed down the start and finish straight. It's Greg Jenkins that comes out in front. Unrelated, by the way, to the other 2 Jenkins in the field, I think. James Jenkins and John Jenkins, who are son and father. But Greg, the 47-year-old from Hereford, racing since 2011. He's lost the lead here to Samways again. But he'll be trying to use his Autograss and Rebels racing experience to get back ahead of Ollie Samways, and I don't think it's going to take him too long to do that. They're side by side again, and Jenkins has stolen through on the exit of Beckett's. There you can see Rideout is now 5.5 seconds behind the leaders, and he's not really getting away from Trevor Peters that quickly.
Quite extraordinarily, despite these 2 swapping places every other corner, they're still lapping quicker than the rest of the field at the moment. They're the only drivers inside the 116s last time around, so that is incredibly ominous for their pace. There's the number 43 of Ben Butler. He's gotten up into 8th position from 16th on the grid, so row 8 after the mechanical he had yesterday. That's a nice recovery for the man who came to Silverstone leading the championship after his win at Donington Park. Up into 6th position now, sorry, at the end of that lap.
Over the line once again, nearly halfway through this race now. We can see James Jenkins there in the 32 car ahead of Ben Butler, so this is 5th and 6th. Behind them they've got Will Burnham in number 42. James Jenkins, though, at the head of that group, the 22-year-old from Norwich, won the Novice Championship in his first year, 2022. This is a 1993 car. And he's not racing, he enjoys fixing ride-on lawnmowers. That's his hobby. Let's hope he's not doing too much grass cutting today.
But don't give him any push lawnmowers.
No.
Spit in your face.
Excellent. Only the ride-on ones.
Only the ride-on ones.
Up towards the left-hander at Brooklands they go. He's under pressure here from Butler, who sails up the inside, sails wide. Jenkins is tighter to the apex. But yeah, Butler was very much not anywhere near it, and he ran wide on the exit of the corner, and Jenkins has gone back through. So a lot of speed carried in by Ben Butler, but to no great effect in the end.
Yeah, I was in a different postcode to where he wanted to be, really, wasn't he? On the apex of the corner. So Rideout gapping Peters, but then everyone else is in 5th position at the moment. There's a car on the inside. I think that was, James Jenkins tight to the inside, but it's Ben Butler who emerges ahead of that group of cars. James Bryan and Morgan Bartley, remember, who started on reverse grid pole in that queue of cars as well, and Butler's now got company again from James Jenkins. He goes around the outside and has to snake the car around a little bit. Still there side by side. The yellow car of Will Burnham waiting to pounce there as well. But level pegging for 5th position between James Jenkins on the left-hand side of the racetrack, Ben Butler on the right-hand side of the racetrack, and it looks like that Will Burnham's now going to make it 3 wide on the outside line in the yellow number 42 machine. Does he break the deepest of them all? No, that's Ben Butler, who manages to get it to the apex of the corner this time, comes out in 5th. Burnham up into 6th around the outside.
Great racing from them, and it's the kind of things that we expect. There's Morgan Bartley in the blue number 13 car that started on pole position, of course, doing battle with 38, which is James Bryan.
More cars in this bit, so Matt Baker, but also Ahmed Sharabani. So you saw he was battling in the sort of top 5. He was on the podium yesterday, so it still seems like we've got some mechanical woes, sadly.
Yeah, that's a shame, because it was a good result for Ahmed yesterday, but not able to sort of back that up with another strong result today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mighty minutes all together here then through the right-hander at Cops Corner. It's Butler, I think, still just about at the front of the group, but Will Burnham's got ideas about that. So too has James Jenkins. He's late on the brakes this time. He's got himself ahead of Butler, but not Burnham. And they turn their way out of the corner. You've got James Bryan and Chris Didcott also amongst this group, haven't you, I think? And also John Jenkins. They're all spreading themselves out under the vehicle bridge along the Wellington Straight into the braking area for Brooklands. Who's ahead? Well, it's still the yellow car of Burnham. Again, it's Butler with a lot of speed into the corner. Let's see what happens this time. better control this time. He's held on to the position, Ben Butler, and he's gone back into 5th place.
Meanwhile, Chris Didcott was around the outside of everyone. There was a change for lead on that previous lap. Greg Jenkins going back through on Ollie Samways, but they're still separated by absolutely nothing, and pulling away from the chasing pack. And so as they get over the timing line again, Butler coming under pressure from Burnham, and going down the middle there was James Jenkins. This is going to be incredibly brave into Copse Corner. Jenkins comes out on top. Burnham goes through on Butler as well. So it's 2 down for Butler. He comes out of that corner in 7th position, and still with big company with James Bryan, Chris Didcott, Morgan Bartley, all waiting to try and go through as well. James Bryan had a look on the outside, but didn't do anything with it. And so it looks like it's going to be James Jenkins with an up and under going into Magus and Beckett's, and see if he can get the toe on Burnham down the back straight. He pulls to the outside line, and we've seen 3 wide, we've seen 4 wide down here as well. So Jenkins to the outside. Butler is going to make it 3 wide again for the 2nd time on this lap between these 3 cars, but it is James Jenkins with a lovely braking manoeuvre around the outside, but Butler manages to get one of those cars. He's through on Burnham and goes back through into 6th position.
Great fight here, but outside the podium places, it's still number 70 Greg Jenkins that leads. 58 Ollie Samways is 2nd. 7 Steve Rideout is 3rd, and then Trevor Peters is in 4th, a distance behind the first 3. And then it's this battle, the battle for 5th. Here are the 2 leaders though. 5.5 minutes to go, and it's swapped around on this lap. Ollie Samways in the 58 car has got ahead of number 70 Greg Jenkins. That's since they've started this lap, probably on the way into Copse Corner. And I should think we'll see some more place changes before the end of this race between these 2. It's then just a question of who's going to come out on top. Looks like we're going to get our first double winner of the season though, because Greg Jenkins won yesterday, Ollie Samways won at Donington Park. We've had 3 different winners from the first 3 races, but I don't think that run is going to be extended here, as Jenkins is back ahead of Samways before the end of the lap.
Yeah, lovely move on the inside into Brooklands. Of course, the way that could change is if these 2 take each other off, and yes, Stephen Rideout takes his first win in the Mighty Minis as well. But let's hope it doesn't come to that. So Greg Jenkins, there won't be any change on the timing, but there has been 2 lead changes on that previous lap, as Ben Butler's back at the head of the battle for 5th position, and it's James Bryan who's made up ground on this lap, as he's just behind Butler in 6th position now, with James Jenkins getting a little bit squeezed out on the exit of Luffield, and I think it was Morgan Bartley the one trying to take advantage of that, but Butler's going to lose another spot there. James Bryan, great momentum onto the start-finish straight in that number 38 car.
Absolutely, and, momentum is so important in Mighty Mini racing, because the cars are low powered, of course, just the 1.3 litre engine, so it's important to carry as much speed as you can from one corner to the next. Down towards Beckett's once again then. It's James Bryan then that's wriggled his way to the front of this group, then Ben Butler and Morgan Bartley, and then James Jenkins. And this time they are going to be a little bit more Worsley, I think, than they've been on previous laps. Oh, someone went very wide. There was that. Oh, it's John Jenkins, I think, James's father, that had been off the road but has rejoined. Back up at Brooklands, they turn through, and it is still James Bryan that's at the front of the group, isn't it?
Yeah, Morgan Bartley getting a little bit wide there, racing James Jenkins, the 32, Will Burnham. These guys have been shuffled down by James Bryan, but it's Burnham on the inside of the exit of Luffield, but the momentum on the side of James Jenkins, so he should just have his nose ahead when they come over the timing line, and yes, he does. So it is Bryan, Butler, Bartley, Jenkins, Burnham, Didcott, all squabbling over 5th position. But that being said, James Bryan's actually pulling away a little bit. He's got about 0.8 of a second, so it actually seems to be more a battle for 6th position now, which is now being led by Morgan Bartley, because Butler had a terrible run out of course. He's been done by 1, he's been done by 2, and now maybe 3 with Burnham getting on the inside as well. Not sure what happened on the exit of Copse there for Butler.
No, not quite sure. A bit strange, that one. So Bit of a shuffle in the pack once again. The fight for 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th places heads up towards Brooklands once again. Up on the inside there is Ben Butler in that sort of pink and black liveried car. And he's able to make a place. There's Bartley in number 13. But Brian is now getting away a little bit from this group, isn't he, in 5th position, number 38. He's a second, maybe 2 seconds actually ahead of Morgan Bartley. He's got James Jenkins behind. Minute 50 to go, so probably into the last 2 laps or so of this race. There goes Trevor Peters over the line in 4th position. 5th, James Bryan, and then 6th and 7th is now a sort of a pair of cars, Bartley and Jenkins. Meanwhile, it is Samways ahead of Jenkins, and that's as it was as they were over the line at the end of lap 14. Yesterday's race was a 16-lapper.
By a mammoth 4 tenths of a second, or 3.5 tenths of a second. Matters naught though, because here comes Greg Jenkins on the outside. This has been the part of the track where Samway seems to be really good. He had a nice move earlier in the race here as well, so I think he likes it down there. But we are going to be starting the final lap of the race soon, and they've spent the last 20 minutes or so sussing each other out and seeing where they're quick. Now it's all on the line with Greg Jenkins in the tow.
It's all built up to this. So up to the line they come. They'll see the last lap board. On to lap 16 they will go, and it is Samways ahead by 0.144 seconds, but right in the toe, almost pushing him along, is Greg Jenkins. Can he make a move into Copse Corner? Does he want to make a move into Copse Corner? Well, no, he doesn't. He stays behind. He's sussing out another position for his attack. What do you reckon, Chris, down into the complex?
Yeah, it's got to be down into Brooklands and Luffield, hasn't it? That's got to be the place where he's going to be making the lunge. I mean, it could be a drag to the finish line. We'll see. Neat and tidy from the pair of them. Jenkins has been quick out of this part of the racetrack in previous laps, and Samways immediately recognises the attack. He moves to the right. Now he's going to dart left again, and if he doesn't dart back over to the right-hand side of the track, I'll be very surprised as well, because he wants to defend that inside line. So here we go, side by side, 2 corners to go, and it's Jenkins on the outside. He locks up the rear wheel in the air, cocking along, but it's still the black number 58 car of Ollie Samways that leads going into Luffield. Surely it's going to be a run to the checkered flag. Jenkins tries everything he can to get on the power as quickly as humanly possible, but Samways with a great exit at Luffield, he's repelled the advances.
Certainly has. It looks like Samways has done enough here to deny Greg Jenkins a double win at Silverstone. Up to the line they come, and he's done it. So Samways has by just under a quarter of a second in the end. It's too late now, Greg. There's no point overtaking now. You've passed the checkered flag. Ollie Samways, number 58, takes the win then. Greg Jenkins, number 70, second. It's Steve Rideout, third. Trevor Peters, fourth. 5th, think he's going to be James Bryan, but 6th still needs sorting out, I think. There is Peters over the line, and Bryan has only just held on in the end by 3 tenths from James Jenkins, who had a second one, and then the next 3 were more or less right together. Morgan Bartley, Will Burnham and Chris Didcott, with Ben Butler dropping off the back of that group in the end, so he had some late dramas, I think.
Yeah, 3 tenths of a second covering Peters, Bryan in 5th, down to Didcott in 9th position. That is crazy tight fight. But of course, well done to Stephen Rideout. It's first podium of the season there as well. And Ollie Samways taking his 2nd victory of the season.
That's right. It's before the championship heads to Thruxton next month. Let's have a look at the results of the race that we've just seen. Ollie Samways, number 58, the race winner at the end of 16 laps. The great battle he had, a duel with Greg Jenkins, number 70, 0.238 seconds between them at the end. 3rd was number 7, Stephen Rideout, having come through from the back. Nice drive from him. 4th was 44, Trevor Peters, consolidating a front row starting position, really. 5th was number 38, James Bryan. 6th was 32, James Jenkins. That was pretty tight towards the end. Then Morgan Bartley, number 13, was 7th. Will Burnham, 42, was 8th. Chris Didcott, number 40, was 9th. And Ben Butler, 43, was 10th. With 3 more finishers, John Jenkins, Paul Hollett and Will Tyrrell. Sadly, Ruben Veludo was another of the drivers that ended up in the pit lane, and Claire Jeffries pulled off the circuit. We stopped somewhere out on the circuit after just 1 lap. So I say it's Thruxton the next round of the championship for the Mighty Minis. Then they go to Brands Hatch, to Silverstone, Alton Park and Castle Combe to conclude the season. There's Ollie Samways, Chris, pulling into Victory Lane.
A little tap on the door there. Well done, girl. Well done. He looks very pleased with himself after an absolutely cracking fight with Greg Jenkins. Shaking a hand as well. Stephen Rideout pulls up into the third place spot as well in that very hard to miss number 7 car.
Yep, so drivers getting off their helmets. It'll be warm work out there. Yeah, the number 1.
We get rid of this. Yeah.
The victory there for Ollie Samways. And gets the handshake from Bob Marsh, who coordinates the races. He hands out a Yokohama cap. Yokohama the tyre supplies, of course, for the championship. We can head down now to Kieran Mock. He's going to speak to our top 3 in pit lane.
Can see Ollie Samways and Greg Jenkins there just having a quick chat after that Herculean battle and the victor. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that was quite something, wasn't it? Yeah, well, I think most of the races actually spent trying to work out where to be when the last lap board came out. So that's why it was a bit of trying to jockey him for position. I knew I couldn't pull a gap on him. I tried, failed many times. He just came back again. So, yeah, no, amazing result. So, yeah, yesterday second, first today. Yeah, amazing result.
100%, and obviously, like you say, you were switching and changing the entire way through the race. Talk to us about that last overtake. How did you know that was the right moment to make it?
I didn't, to be honest. I had a bit of a run and I thought, well, we were trying to work together a little bit because we saw obviously Steve in this bright green thing coming in. I'd imagine he was coming at quite a pace. So we had a moment of trying to work together. Maybe that lasted half a lap and then it was just out the window and off we went again. So yeah, it just worked out really well. I'd planned it a little bit a couple of laps before where I kind of placed my car at the last corner and it worked out. So yeah.
100%, a nice way to end the weekend.
Fantastic way to end the weekend, yeah. So thanks very much.
Yeah, congratulations. Right, well, we move on to our second place, Greg Jenkins. Couldn't quite make it 2, but you weren't far off.
No, I possibly could hang it around the outside at the end of the Wellington Straight, but I thought, you know what, I could end up taking us both out. So I tried to get up the inside into left field and I just couldn't get him. But yeah, he was a little bit quicker than me on the back straight. But yeah, it was good fun, good race.
100%, and obviously you were both in the battle then for the first double winner of the year. Obviously you're 2 tenths away. What do you reckon for the next round? Do you reckon you can get him and surpass him?
Yeah, next is Thruxton, and yeah, I've got history of winning quite a bit there, so we'll give it a good go. Yeah, we'll go. Good go. The next month is, yeah, it's going to be fun.
Good, looking forward to it, and congratulations on the second place.
Thank you very much, cheers.
Cheers, thank you. Move on to our third place, Stephen Rideout, as he had a bit of a lonely race for the majority of it. Finished 7 seconds behind the leaders. Bit of a lonely one there.
It was a bit towards the end. They worked together and got away from me. I was angered to get it because I had the crank go yesterday. I worked overnight to do the crank. Just come out today, and here I am. Starting from the back of the grid to third isn't too bad, is it?
Yeah, talk to us about that start then.
Oh, it's epic, brilliant. I couldn't tell you. It's just all blur. It just all went. No, great. Honestly, good to do. That was brilliant.
Nice way to end the weekend?
Not to start with, but a nice way to end. Yeah. No.
Well, congratulations, obviously, ended up on the podium and maybe get a bit further next time.
They got to stop working together.
All right, well, congratulations then again. Cheers, thank you. Right, so that's up with the Mighty Minis. Now, coming up next is, for the first time this weekend, the Rogue Motorsport Toyota MR2 Championship.
Yeah, 2 races today for the Rogue Motorsport MR2 Championship. They qualified earlier on this morning for their second event of the season, and it's Sean Traynor ultimately that ends up on pole position after various lap times for other drivers were disallowed. So number 27 Sean Traynor is on pole, besides the number 78 car of Jim Mew. Second row of the grid is number 11 Adam Lockwood, and 84 is Neil Stratton. Row 3 of the grid, 82 Andrew Ruthven, and 53 Scott Edbrook. On to row 4, that's where we find number 10 Andy Baranowski and 17 Maxine Nichols, a really good qualifying session from her. Row 5, 9 Tim Heron and 65 Vera Aldridge. Row 6, 79 Jonathan Grimes and 12 Aaron Laverty. On to the 7th row, that's 83 Jason Crosty and 5 Ian Ledbetter. Row 8 is 97 Jonathan O'Neill and 64 Benjamin Gallagher. Row 9, 76 Martin Auger and 8 Eddie O'Kane. Row 10, 51 Andrew Strange and 15 Gavin Aldworth. The 11th row has 16 Daniel Farmer and 47 Richard Dales. The 12th, 72 Tim O'Brien, and 87 Neil Homan. Row 13 is 20 Patrick Stoner and 30 Andy Williams. Row 14, 88 Jason Crow and 99 Oliver Aldworth. The 15th row, 35 Richard Brown and 94 Joseph Jones, with Martin Collins, number 3, on the back of the grid. We go through that fairly quickly because we're straight into racing with these cars. A 15-minute race with no green flag lap. And yeah, there was some drama with qualifying, wasn't there, Chris, with some lap times disallowed, as we were saying?
Yeah, both Jim Mew and Adam Lockwood starting second and third there because they had multiple laps deleted due to track limits infringements. And so even though Sean Traynor, I don't think, ultimately ended that session with the fastest time, he's inherited that pole position. And of course, a dangerous spot for his rivals for him to be in because he won both races in the opening meeting at Brands Hatch.
That's right, and he's a multiple champion already, of course. So Sean Traynor on pole position. It looked like at one point he might be about 5th on the grid for this race, which would have been quite the turn up for the books. But in the end, he's there on the front row. He had 2 wins, as we said, at Brands over Neil Stratton took second, and Adam Lockwood took 2 third places there. And those 2 line up on the second row of the grid. Jim Mew has got himself between them and actually was the quickest driver in qualifying before having those lap times disallowed for exceeding track limits. So 15 minutes of racing for the Rogue Motorsport Toyota MR2 Championship gets underway now. Even start from the 2 on the front. Neil Stratton is quicker away than Adam Lockwood from row 2 of the grid as they charge off up to Copse Corner for the first time. You'll see many of these cars now, the majority of the Mark III cars, not the Mark IIs that have dominated in the past, as they head their way through Copse Corner then for the first time and down towards Maggots and Beckett's. It's not Sean Traynor, it is ahead. It's Jim Mew who's made the marginally better start. He has the lead of the race as they turn into the right-hander. It's Sean Traynor second, Stratton and Lockwood are side by side for third. It looks like Andrew Ruthven in 5th place in the first of the Mark IIs, 1 or 2 of them going a little bit wide through Beckett's for the first time, but I think all of them getting it gathered in and heading off up the Wellington Straight.
A great start from Jim Mew then, and he's going for not only his first win but his first podium of the season as well. But Sean Traynor just about found an MR2-sized gap on the inside. He lost it. He's made contact with Jim Mew, and the championship leader is round at the end of the first lap.
That is drama, isn't it? He's lost it and he's caused chaos behind him. There's been another spinner as well. I think that's the 65 car of Via Aldridge that's gone around. He's finally got going again, but that caused a little bit of chaos, didn't it? With Sean Traynor losing it and multiple cars delayed there. So we'll see with the order in which they come at the end of lap 1. It is Jim Mew leading. Andrew Ruthven comes through in 2nd place in the Mark II car. 3rd is Adam Lockwood. 4th is Andy Baranowski. Neil Stratton 5th. Tim Heron 6th. And where does Sean Traynor come across the line? He's there in 13th position at the end of lap 1. So now he has got a big game of catching up to do in the next 13 minutes.
Rare mistake from Sean Traynor, multiple series champion here. Jim Mew actually has pressure from the Mark II car behind. The Roadster is the most popular, but the B-Class 2-litre Mark IIs do have some really good pace as well, and Andrew Ruthven is proving that at the moment. A class winner from Brands Hatch, and of course a former Mini 7s racer. As one of the other Class B cars, Tim Heron, looks to be making a move as well. But still Jim Mew that leads, then Ruthven and Adam Lockwood there in 2nd position. They've surely got to be thinking this is a big opportunity for us to try and take some points away from Sean Traynor, who's already on the recovery. He's round the outside there of Jason Crossley. Directly on his inside there was the number 64 car of Benjamin Gallagher going through Luffield. So that's all the way down in about 12th, 13th and 14th position as it stands. Fastest lap of the race done by Adam Lockwood at 1:11.2 in 3rd position, and it's less than 0.4 of a second that separate the top 3.
So down towards Maggots they go. And is it Ruthven? Yes, it is Ruthven that's got his nose back in front, but he loses out again into Maggots to Jim Mew. Adam Lockwood is there. Neil Stratton is there. So to his Andy Baranowski now in the number 10 car as well. Stratton sort of now tries to dive up the inside of Lockwood on the exit of the Beckett's right-hander. But it's interesting here that the slightly more powerful Mark II car of Ruthven is going pretty well here, but it's not as quick through the corners as the Roadsters that are more numerically dominant now and sort of surround the older car from the 1990s. So it's Jim Mew leading. It's Ruthven in second place. It's Lockwood third. Fourth is Stratton. Fifth is Baranowski. Then there is a gap back to, I think it's Maxine Nichols there in sixth position, and she's doing really well. Really strong race for Maxine in the number 17 car. Now racing her late father's car. And she seems to be much more happy with that than she has been racing the car that she was last season. So that's really good to see Maxine right up at the sharp end. Scott Edbrook, I think, has just got past her over the line that time, though. Top 5 all together here, Chris, and it's Ruthven again with his nose in front.
But this time I think he's actually been able to make the move stick. No! Jim Mew sticks it back on the inside, braking for the right-hander at Beckett. You can see some damage on the left-hand side of Adam Lockwood's car from that contact he had with Sean Traynor. Shouldn't be causing him too many problems, but the problem he's got is that Neil Stratton in the yellow number 84 car is on the outside line, going in side-by-side for the lead again with Andrew Ruthven trying to outbrake the Roadster in front of him, but Jim Mew holds it firm on the inside, as does Adam Lockwood in his battle for third position. 5 cars here squabbling over the lead. Absolutely incredible stuff.
Really good battle for the race. This, the first of 2 races today for the Rogue Motorsport MR2 Championship. Sean Traynor is currently running. He's lost 3 places on the last lap. He's gone down to 17th. So Sean Traynor going backwards rather than forwards. Didn't see what was the cause of that. Jim Mew has gone over the line again. 2/10 clear of Ruthven. Lockwood and Stratton Baranowski all within 1.2 seconds of one another. But I think that's Sean Traynor coming through now, isn't it? Yeah, there he is. And, well, just on his own, really, at that point in time. So couldn't really tell if anything was happening. That lap was a consolidating lap. It was his best lap of the race, actually, 1:14.020. But that's 3 seconds off the best lap of the race by Adam Lockwood, for context.
So Ruthven leading now as they come out of Maggots. We could go 3 wide down the back straight. Neil Stratton threatening to do so, but it's Adam Lockwood and Jim Mew who are locking horns on the way into Brooklands, with Lockwood on the inside. Champion from a couple of years ago, of course, but the 78 car of Jim Mew is the one that manages to find the line into Luffield, but Lockwood is not giving up. Absolutely level pegging going around Luffield, but eventually the track favours the car that started on the front row of the grid, Jim Mew, and he manages to just hang on to second place.
Yeah, so Jim Mew, the 46-year-old from garage owner from Portsmouth, in second position at the moment. Ruthven with a gap of nearly half a second at the start of this lap, as Chris was saying, the ex-Mighty Mini racer there. It's not Mighty Mini, Mini 7 racer, we should say, in the number 82 car from Meriden, there in Warwickshire. Been racing for more than 20 years. He's done some drifting as well as that, but meanwhile we've got Mew under pressure here from Lockwood with his slightly modified front bumper. Lockwood has now gone through to second place. You've then got Stratton there in third, so it's Lockwood to second, Mew down to third, Stratton fourth, Baranowski fifth. Then it's Edbrook in the black and green car. He's got the novice Twas on the back of his car. Then Maxine Nichols. And here's Baranowski now up the inside, and also Jim Mew trying to get back up the inside of Lockwood as well. So looks like we're going to have a double place change possibly at Brooklands.
Stratton had a big swapper there that really cost him a lot of time. But Baranowski on the inside for third position on Jim Mew, and Mew all over the curbing on the exit of Luffield, and Baranowski with some momentum and a slightly shorter line through Woodcut as well, so they're absolutely side by side when they come across the timing line. Jim Mew trying to squeeze him over to the right hand side a little bit to try and open up cops for himself, but Baranowski's having absolutely none of it. He's through on the inside and into third position.
Yeah, absolutely right. Heading off to Cops. We're already more than halfway through this race. Scott Edbrook still there in sixth place, you can see. We'll pick up on him again in a minute, but because we've got cars side by side here, and one by one, Jim Mew is being shuffled to the back of the pack here, isn't he? Baranowski's gone through. Neil Stratton is sort of alongside at the moment. It's going to be the inside line, I think, for Mew as they head down to the left-hander. Yeah, he's made that stick, I think, down to Brooklands. But Edbrook possibly closing in on this group as well. Yeah, he took 7/10 out of the cars ahead of him on the previous lap. Did Scott Edbrook as well, so he's going to try and get himself involved in this battle as well. He's in his first season of racing, the 33-year-old from Bristol, driving the ex-Mike Wells Mark III Roadster.
And Sean Traynor is now down to 18th position, so there must be some further damage on that car that we didn't quite see that is hampering his pace at the moment, because he should be going in the other direction, really. So this is just going to be a bit of a damage limitation race for Sean Traynor. And of course it's race 1 lap times that set the grid for race 2, isn't it? So he's going to have another struggle later on today as well, because of course that contact happened on the first lap and he's been doing this race with a damaged car.
He's going to be outside the top 20, I think, looking at the lap times of others around him.
The last time we said that.
There is Sean Traynor, and we heard from a reliable source that he's very superstitious about not having his car washed at the circuit and only at home, and he had to chase across the paddock when he saw someone, you know, get a cloth out and
try
and clean his car in the paddock this morning. So maybe
oh my goodness,
that superstition is
true. I'll never forget Sean Traynor storming drive at Alton Park, trying to deny Adam Lockwood his first championship in the finale there after he struggled off the line and stormed up from 10th to very nearly win the race, in fact, but it was Lockwood who came away with the title that day. An extraordinary title fight between those two that they've enjoyed over the last 2 years, but there's a few more people at the party now, and Andrew Ruthven is the one who continues to lead as we start lap number 9 to Adam Lockwood, 3/10 ahead, but Baranowski's closing in on that gap as well. It was 1 second when they went over the timing line, but it already looks visibly smaller than that.
Here they are at the right-hander at Beckett's then. It's Ruthven in the number 82 car, I think looking for his first outright win in the MR2s. And today might be the day. Less than 5 minutes to go now. Lockwood, though, will have other ideas. He's chasing after him. He's been the champion, of course, in the past. And we've got Baranowski third. He's looking for what will be his first podium, I'm pretty sure. Only his second season of racing in the championship. The 35-year-old video game designer from Chelmsford in a self-built car. So he's going really well in third position. Probably 4 more laps to go in this race for these competitors now as they turn their way through Woodcup and up towards the timing line. It's going to be Ruthven leading, but what's the gap? It was 0.3 of a second on the previous lap. It's now close to 4, and Jim Mew now in 4th position has done the best lap of the race at 1:10.29.
They're in 4th position as it stands, and so it's being shuffled down the pack a little bit earlier in the race. That seems to have calmed down a little bit. 1.9 seconds covers the top 5 with just under 4 minutes to go. And I'm trying to remember, when was the last time we saw a Class B car taking an outright?
Oh, now you're asking.
Win. I have to get the history book out on that one, and it's more just because of the Roadster's popularity in the championship more than anything else. But clearly, on a day like today, it knows how to be quick.
The car is well suited to this kind of circuit, I think, where its power is a little bit more important than some of the more twisty venues with more gradient, where the nimbleness of the lighter but lower powered Mark III Roadster comes into play. So showing that a well-driven Mark II car can still win races here.
And it's weird to see a Roadster that is lighter than its sort of coupe counterpart, that slow-moving. Is that Edward O'Kane that was moving quite slowly?
Not sure whether it was or not.
Yeah, because normally all the gubbins you need to make it a Roadster sort of add the weight, really. Yeah. But obviously the MR2 is the exception that proves the rule.
Yeah, full redesign for the Mark III car, and it was really popular.
That's what you can see when you take the roof off in an MR2.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, on a beautiful day like today. There they go, round Beckett's they go. It's the 10 car of Baranowski there with that sort of turquoise engine cover at the rear of the car. He's in 3rd place. He's going really well now. There's Scott Edbrook. He's the car that you can see immediately going away down towards Brooklands once again. And pretty much line astern through there that time. Ruthven's going to have 2 more laps to try and keep Adam Lockwood at bay here, and the rest actually, because it's not easy. Oh, and a spin for Veer Aldridge. He was involved on the first up in the aftermath of Sean Trainor's spin as well. So it's not been a happy race for him, although he has managed to get back up to 12th position, rather better position than Trainor, who's in 17th.
So less than 2 minutes to go, 2 laps left, and Neil Stratton had just made a move on Jim Mew, but Mew's trying to take it back immediately on the inside line at Copse Corner, and emerges behind still the yellow number 84 machine of Stratton, who is second in the championship going into this weekend, of course, so stands to gain incredibly well from Sean Trainor's misfortunes in this race. Don't believe he's won in MR2 though, has he?
I don't think so, no.
No, certainly hasn't this season. A pair of second place finishes at Brands Hatch, racing since 2009, but starting to fight towards the front of the field. Very close again for 4th position with Stratton, nearly getting a nudge from Jim Mew. But Adam Lockwood, it's starting to run out of opportunities. We've only got 1 lap remaining in this race, and so it is still Andrew Ruthven in the Class B car that leads them over the line for the final time before the checkered flag comes out. Lockwood and Baranowski, only 0.6 separate them. Started to build a little bit of a gap to Stratton and Mew behind them.
Yeah, and they've got a slower car as well, which they might well catch before the end of the race. That could play a part in this battle for victory, but is it going to be a very rare win for one of the Mark IIs in the form of Andrew Ruthven? He's got his headlamps popped up now to let that back marker nose come in. That's not going to help his aerodynamics though, is it? You see,
you're supposed to flash the lights, but you can't do that on this car.
I'm not sure he's thought this through. He's going to lose speed down the Wellington Straight. That car's got out of the way though, so that has worked.
Get him back down, Andrew, get him back down.
So is Adam Lockwood going to try and take advantage of this aerodynamic deficiency? He's got the pop back down, he was listening to you, and that's held him in good stead, turning into Brooklands, although a bit more speed carried in by the sort of lighter weight roadster of Adam Lockwood. He's looking good for a Class C with his Lockwood, but he'd like to get the overall victory. It's Ruthven here, turning his way through Luffield Corner, accelerating his way out of it, but so too is Lockwood, but he should have a bit more grunt, Andrew Ruthven, and he should be able to come through to take the victory in round 3 of the Rogue Motorsport MR2 Championship. Yes, he does, by just under 1/4 of a second from in 2nd place Lockwood, 3rd place Baranowski, his first podium as well. Neil Stratton is 4th. Jim Mew running out the top 5. Also getting the fastest lap, and then Scott Edbrook in 6th with Maxine Nichols 7th. That'll be one of her best results, I think, in quite a long MR2 racing career. Now, Tim Herron completes the race in 8th place. He's 2nd of the Mark IIs, and I think it's going to be Jonathan Grimes and Ian Ladbeater coming home in 9th and 10th positions. But a really good race there, and nice to see one of the Mark IIs winning on a very rare occasion.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously for Adam Lockwood, 3rd in the championship, he would have taken a bit of points out of Sean Trainor there. So that's his first class win of the season after a pair of podium finishes. And a first podium for Baranowski as well.
Let's have a look at the results then at the end of that 50-minute race for the Toyota MR2 Championship. They got 13 laps out of it, and on number 82, Andrew Ruthven took the win. From number 11, Adam Lockwood in 2nd place, he won his class. 3rd was number 10, Andrew Baranowski. 4th was the 84 car of Neil Stratton. 5th was 78 Jim Mew. Scott Edbrook, great result for him in 6th place, number 53. Maxine Nichols was 7th in 17. 8th was number 9 Tim Herron. 9th was number 79 Jonathan Grimes. 10th was number 5 Ian Ladbetter, ahead of Jason Crossley, Jonathan O'Neill, Gavin Aldworth and Sean Trainor. He made up a few places towards the end to get back to 14th position. Let's see where he's going to line up on the grid for row 2. Veer Aldridge was 15th, Andy Williams 16th, and Andrew Strange, Eddie O'Kane, Neil Howen and Oliver Aldworth rounded out the top 20. You can see a very full grid of cars, and I think, yeah, they all made it to the checkered flag. So all 30 cars that started the race finished the race as well, albeit one of them, Tim O'Brien, was a lap down. So they're back out again later on today for their second race, but you can see the top 3 pulling into pit lane. He's got the headlamps popped up again in celebration, has Andrew Ruthven in the number 1 position, car number 82, 2nd to Adam Lockwood, and 3rd to Andy Baranowski. And Trevor Gregory down there just getting them all into position. Kieran Mogg will be down there as well and ready to talk to them in just a few moments' time. Be intrigued to see the later race for these cars. Will we have a repeat? Will we have a second win for the Mark II, or will it be the Mark IIIs to the 4 in the second race of the weekend? There's a good look up close and personal at Andy Baranowski, who looks slightly surprised to be there and relieved. Let's head down to Kieran Bogg. He's in the pit lane ready to talk to the top 3.
You can see there Andrew Ruthven and Adam Lockwood having a bit of a chat after that race. They got very, very close, ending up just 2.5 tenths in between them. Yeah, they're obviously just having a quick chat, and we'll just quickly jump in with Andrew.
Sorry, that's why I keep you behind there.
For the first time in quite a while, a Class B car has won. Yes. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, yeah. Stoked, that's the first race win, so yeah, really, really happy about that. And I'd just like to dedicate that win to my memory of my mum who died a few years ago. So I promised myself I'd do that if I ever stood on the first step here.
It's a lovely way of commemorating it, 100%. And obviously, you had Adam all over your back the entire way along. Yes. How difficult was it to keep him behind?
Very, very difficult. But apparently I'm dropping a little bit of fluid, so I'm going to have a look at that. Just towards the end. I had issues in qualifying where it overheated after 15 minutes, and it was slowly creeping up. But yeah, I managed to keep him behind.
Nice way to obviously round off race 1, sorry. Yeah. You still got one later on. Yeah, 100%. Obviously, you got one later on as well. What do you think?
Well, if they have a coming together like they did last lap, that'd be perfect. They can plan that again. That'd be brilliant. So, yeah, Sean just got a bit out of shape going into there, and I was taking it easy in so I could cut in up the inside. So a few people weren't quite so fortunate as that.
Good. Well, look forward to seeing you later on then.
Hopefully, yes.
Cheers, thank you very much. Now we'll quickly jump in with Adam Lockwood, obviously our Class C winner. That was very, very close.
It was close, wasn't it? Yeah, I was enjoying that, and yeah, fair play to Andy for keeping it in front. But yeah, it was a good race. Really enjoyed it. Unfortunately, Sean had a little bit of a tangling out at the start, and I managed to sort of collect him. But so I don't know where he ended up. But yeah, it was good fun. Enjoyed it.
Was as a result of hitting Sean the damage that you got to your front bumper? Is that it?
Yes. That was that. Yeah.
So if we just have a quick look around here a second, because obviously we have a. If you want to come with us, Adam, we'll have a quick look at this because, yeah, obviously, just talk us through what happened from your point of view there.
Well, Sean had a little bit of a tank slap on in front of me, and unfortunately, there was nowhere to go with cars beside me either side. So yeah, give him a little bit of a tap. But my nice new clean car this season is now not quite so clean. It was going to happen at some point.
You're going to say any car that hasn't got some sort of damage on hasn't been raced.
No, exactly.
But obviously just to... we've got to wrap it up. I do apologise. Well, congratulations on the second place, and we'll see you later on. Quickly, very quickly, is this your first podium, I was told?
It is first overall podium, yeah, absolutely thrilled, but I've still been beaten to fastest Andy, haven't I? So I've got to try and one-up him next time on that one.
But there's a pack of 5 of you, you're quite close, so maybe later?
It was absolutely incredible racing. Aside from the tiny bit of contact between Sean and Adam, it was so close and so thrilling to be part of. So yeah, really glad to have made it a little bit further up the grid and to be a part of it. It's a great feeling.
Absolutely. Well, good luck for later on then. Hopefully we'll speak to you again.
Thank you so much.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Right. Coming up next before the lunch break is the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatch Championship.
Race 2 for the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatch Championship getting underway shortly. Retro hatchback action. These cars available prior to 1992. It's a multi-manufacturer championship with tightly controlled regulations and success ballast. Here's how they line up on the grid. Yesterday's race winner, Pete Morgan, on pole position in car number 2. Jason Wood in 41 alongside him. Then comes James Hazelhurst in number 12 and Ed Cooper in number 4. Terry Roughton in car number 5. And then Neil Dudman in 48 completes the third row of the grid. Then it's Thomas Lintz in 31, Jacob Wood in number 10. On the 5th row of the grid is Ryan Clark in 33 and Darren Bassingthwaite in number 18. 6th row of the grid is the pre-event championship leader Lee Scott in 72 and number 67 Matthew Stubbington. On the 7th row of the grid, reigning champion Stuart Place in his new Peugeot, and then Ewan Lintz in 73. On the 8th row of the grid, it's Finn Groom in number 91, then car number 58 Peter Oglesby. Car number 39 leads row 9, Martin Rogers, and then car number 92, Rick Groom. Row 10 is Jack Bradburn in 97, and then row 10, David Shakey. Car 44, Stuart Cleveley. 62, Alan Julie. And then at the back of the grid, it's the number 27 of Sam Hutchinson and number 7, Derek Rosier. 24 car field. Just very quickly before we get underway for racing, Paul Thorpe, yesterday's race was an absolute cracker. We should expect more for this one.
We did. Unfortunately, it got finished early on, obviously, of that unfortunate incident. We won't see car 44, Stuart Cleveley. He was the unfortunate collecting a very stationary Rick Groom. Rick Groom was sent to hospital. I'm pleased to report that apart from being battered and bruised, he is fine and he is still here today. So we're just down the 2 cars, but it was a cracking race until then. As you see, although we have different marks, success ballast and minimum weights, make sure that we have fairly even field and different parts of the track favour different marks.
The success ballast played a huge part in it yesterday. We'll get into that shortly further into the race. But for now, we wait for the race to get underway. The green flag has been waved. The cars get underway. A pretty even start from the 2 on the front row of the grid. But Jason Wood, of course, will have the inside line in that PDC prepared Nova. And so he leads going into the first corner, taking the lead away from the pole sitter, Pete Morgan. It's Ed Cooper who's also managed to dispatch of James Hazelhurst by the looks of it into 3rd position as well. So Jason Wood leads going into the first corner, and Ed Cooper has actually been able to get 2nd position away from Pete Morgan. James Hazelhurst trying to get a move done on the inside there as well. So the pole sitter is really being squeezed out. Yesterday's race winner, of course, there as well. No changes in his ballast for this race, but still running an extra 25 kilos compared to the standard weight.
Yeah, I can only imagine that Pete must have a little bit of a bog down. He's got 25 kilos up on yesterday, and it obviously affected him on the start. And Jason Wood getting a nice, good breakaway. And now James Hazelhurst is fighting with Neil Dubman. He's a race winner from Brands Hatch, is Neil Dubman, and they're fighting over those places. So I can see these lot breaking away.
Jason Wood and James Hazelhurst are the cars that have got extra ballast compared to yesterday. An extra 15 kilos for Jason Wood. Doesn't seem to be hurting him too much at the moment. James Hazelhurst, their heaviest car out there, with 35 kilos, an additional 10 from yesterday. But at the end of the first lap of racing, it's Jason Wood who leads by 0.6 of a second. And Pete Morgan has recovered exceptionally well because he's side by side now with Ed Cooper for 2nd place and gets that one back on the inside through Copse Corner. So Ed Cooper squeezed out. Neil Dudman is off the road, bouncing over the curbing in his battle with James Hazelhurst, I presume that is. But it did look like Terry Roughton was taking a rough ride over the rumble strips as well.
Yeah, see, Pete Morgan has just got the inside line heading this corner. Yes, he's desperately trying to catch up with the Wood machine, who got a cracking start now. Jason Wood actually got his first win here at Silverstone last year, and I'm sure he wants to stay exactly where he is, but Pete won't make it easy for him as they go down the Bentley Straight. Is it Bentley or Wellington? I can never remember.
It's Wellington Straight in this one.
It's one of them. And there we go, Neil Dubman getting the inside line there on Terry Roughton. This new car for Terry Roughton. He was been in a Citroen AX before, and he's just starting to get the hang of this 205 now.
So great battling, but Cooper getting very sideways in that Vauxhall Nova.
Incredible understeer, yeah. We've got the front wheel drive. Oh dear, and we seem to have a bit of a problem at Terry Rowan. A bit of smoke coming out of there. That's oh yes, that doesn't look too happy at all.
No, it doesn't look very healthy, does it? Seems to be unaware as it stands, because it's still smoking down the start and finish straight. So I hope that's not dropping any sort of fluid out the back of it as well. But meanwhile, for the lead of the race, Pete Morgan has absolutely rocketed up to the back of Jason Wood's PDC prepared Nova, and now the Fiesta XR2 in his first appearance of the season, we should say this weekend, is absolutely storming at the moment.
We saw a great demonstration there. The injection car a little bit quicker on the straight, but the XR2 makes it up on the corners. It can brake later, and having raced both of those marks in front, I can tell the differences. And as you see down the straight, Pete Morgan be desperately trying to get onto the back of Jason Wood, because towards the end of the straight here, it favours the injection cars. We can see Ted Cooper going on the outside, proving my point. He's going to snip back onto the inside to try and block off that line. But yeah, great demonstration on the difference in speeds. But as you can see, the XR2 is back onto the rear bumper of that GT, and he's going to try and get the cut back. He's going to see if the Nova goes a little wide, and he will sneak up the inside, Chris.
Like It's like classic touring cars, this. I absolutely love it. We're not even a third of the way through the race. Fastest lap of the race has been done by Pete Morgan. That's Terry Roughton's car. That is looking much more worse for wear now and moving slowly on the racetrack. Here comes Jason Wood. So now his new competitor behind him is Ed Cooper, who's just done the fastest lap of the race, a 1:13.6, still some way away from Matt Rosier's 2012 lap record of a 1:12.01. But it's Ed Cooper piling on the pressure now.
Yeah, mate, Ted Cooper, he's returned back to the championship. He's had a couple of years off, you know, family stuff, and he's proven he hasn't lost any of his skills. Now, of course, Pete Morgan has been very wary of that rapid James Hazelhurst 205 machine behind him, but as you can see there, the XR2 gets away out of the corners but lacks the power towards the bottom straight. So Pete will be trying to desperately get into the slipstream of the two Novas in front to try and keep up with them.
I wonder what's different for Ed Cooper this weekend, because it was 7th and 10th for him at Brands Hatch, but here he is now piling the pressure on the race leader.
Yes, he hasn't lost any of his skill. It must have been a good 3 or 4 years he's had off from full-time racing, and he's definitely back on the pace. But Pete has been racing a very long time, and he knows every trick in the book to try and get on the back of these two Novas.
Great stuff again. 10 minutes to go, and it's less than a second between the top three. Let's see what the gap is when they get over the timing line. Yep, still about 9 tenths between the top three. But James Hazelhurst is throwing his hat into the ring for a second podium finish of the season. That Peugeot 205 came here this weekend, third in the championship after a pair of podium finishes at Brands Hatch, and but having to carry an extra 10 kilograms of ballast compared to yesterday, 35 in total.
I was just looking to see where, hats off to Finn Groom. Finn Groom, with that drama of his father being involved in that accident yesterday, has managed to claw back so many places. He's up into 8th place. He's been it was a podium place at Brands Hatch and didn't have a very good qualifying, but he's showing that he can drive that car and is now back on the boot of Lee Scott, a multiple championship winner.
Yeah, and of course he's second in the championship going into this weekend.
James Hazelhurst has now got by Pete Morgan. Now, I know Pete Morgan's carrying 25 kilos, and of course the difference we have with these cars is these tyres, we were running Toyo tyres, and they're not as good as the 048 Yokis that we were using, and I think this weight makes so much more difference on these tyres. It affects them so much more.
So James Hazelhurst in that green Peugeot 205 through into third position for now. That's created a bit more of a buffer for the top two to try and pull away. Only 3 tenths between them as they complete lap 5, and it is about 1.3 seconds to the podium battle behind them. So that's going to give them a little bit of space to squabble if they need it. But it's still Jason Wood, as he has done since exiting Copse Corner on the first lap, who leads. But it looks like Ed Cooper's got a run here, and he's pulled a car length ahead on the brakes. Is he going to still be there when they get to the apex of Beckett's? Yes, he is.
Yes,
so
he
Ed
is.
Cooper in the Vauxhall Nova leads.
Oh, what a fantastic move there. And the only difference between them is the ballast weight that Jason Wood is carrying, which, if I remember correctly, is about 15 kilos of ballast he's carrying, and it's obviously affecting for the braking point, but Jason won't sit lightly. As you can see there, he's looking for the outside line. Ed's covering the inside lane. He's going to try and take the faster one, or maybe get the cutback as they enter that very tough Brooklands corner. We're doing about 50, 60 miles. Oh, someone's gone wide. Hazelhurst went well deep into that corner, which meant, and Pete says, thank you very much. And there he is, Jason Wood. He's trying to get on the inside. He's got the cutback down there. Now, can he out-drag down the start-finish straight?
That's the question. Pete Morgan trying to get the podium place back from James Hazelhurst as well. But we keep an eye out for the leaders as they round Woodcote, halfway mark in this race. It's absolutely level pegging. Just 100th between them when they went over the timing line. The inside line goes to Jason Wood in the red and black Nova. It's Ed Cooper on the outside line, and it's the Mobil 1 liveried car that just about emerges in front. So Cooper with a stunning move around the outside of Copse. But of course, that has now brought in James Hazelhurst and Pete Morgan into the battle.
Yes, they've caught back up with that little bit of tussling in there. James Hazelhurst, we thank you very much, and Pete Morgan is desperately, as you can see, that Pete Morgan gets right on the boot of that 205. It's almost in the way, but then he's got the problem with the power down this far straight.
So Neil Dudman's not too far behind either, is he? He could definitely close up that gap. It looked like Pete Morgan was trying to have a run at James Hazelhurst, but no way through down the Wellington straight. And so Cooper's starting to build up a little bit of an advantage while James Hazelhurst tries to mount the pressure on Jason Wood, who seemed to struggle around Beckett's on this lap, had locked up his front tyres ever so slightly and was just a little wide of the mark, and that probably compromised his momentum all the way down the Wellington straight. But look at those 4 cars, absolutely nose to tail. So we go around Wooker. I can't wait to see what the gap between the top 4 is going to be. 3/4 of a second, give or take.
Oh, that's incredible. It's great to see these different marks, and looking at the poor old XR2 of Lee Scott, he's the highest placed Mark III machine, but what a cracking race we're seeing, and this is what Classic Hatch will provide you every time. Close racing with these different marks.
Hazelhurst had a bit of a run on Jason Wood. It didn't quite work though, so that's allowed Pete Morgan to come on the outside into Maggots and the right-hander at Beckett's. Is he going to be able to hold that one all the way around the outside? Eventually, the track comes to him, and so he's got a bit of straight now. He try and use that toe from Jason Wood to overcome the power of his rivals as well, because you can see Hazelhurst is breaching that gap already as they come down. Stuart Place has come into pit lane, by the way, the reigning champion, so problems for him.
James Hazelhurst's gone well deep again into that corner. He's just missed his braking point, and now that brings Neil Dudman into the mix.
It certainly does. He's now up into 4th position aboard the Peugeot 205. Brands Hatch winner, of course. That was his first win in the Classic Stock Hatch Championship last time out in race number 2, and now gets himself up into 4th position at the behest of James Hazelhurst, who lost 2 positions, and now comes Dudman for 3rd position on Pete Morgan on the inside.
He's going to get that. He got that great big run out of there, and of course, yes, he definitely. And then also James Hazelhurst has got by him as well. What a cracking move that was. He was trying to duck left, right. He chose right, and it paid off for him.
And of course, that's allowing the top 2 to get away ever so slightly.
Oh,
but
no,
either side of Dudman going into Maggots, and Morgan's got the inside line for the following right-hander. Yeah, bit of grass there, hopping over the curb, but it is the number 2 Ford Fiesta that comes out in 3rd position, only just ahead of James Hazelhurst in the similar 205.
Of course, all this tussling is meaning the Novas are getting away here. And then we go 3 abreast as we head down to Brooklands. Now, this is going to be it looks like Pete slowed up a little bit there, but he gets back onto the boot as he goes round that very sharp left-hander onto this very tricky car's trying to wash out all the time. But what a fantastic race.
Absolutely brilliant, as Jason Wood looked like he had some momentum there against Ed Cooper on the exit of Luffield. 4 laps to go, then we complete the end of lap number 9 as they come across the stripe, and Jason Wood is looking about as racy as he has done for a few laps now. Cooper's parked it in the middle of the racetrack, but no attempt from Wood as they head into the high-speed right-hander, just over 1/10 of a second separating them when they went over the timing line. Hazelhurst still leading the battle for the last spot on the podium ahead of Dudman and Morgan.
It looks like they've almost shook Pete Morgan, but they're going to hopefully they try and work together, try and catch up. Any one of these could be fill the final spot here. As I say, Neil Dudman won his first race at Brands just a few weeks ago, and let's see, he's got back up, but Pete on that corner again. He's got a great exit, but just lacks the power on these straights.
It's very wide for Hazelhurst in 3rd position, coming out of Maggots as that opened up the door for Neil Dudman on the inside at Brooklands. No, not
sneaky
quite.
Little peek there, wasn't he?
It certainly was. Oh, he's wide again. Is Hazelhurst? He's made that mistake already in this race, so that allows Dudman to draw alongside on the exit of the corner. But of course, the track swings right. Difficult to go around the outside of this long right-hander, so may have to settle for 4th position for now. 2.5 minutes to go as they come across the stripe once again.
Yeah, I can't call that one. And for the front 2 as well. So again, Jason Wood gets a great exit onto the start-finish straight, right on the boot lid of the Ted Cooper machine, but seems to lose it towards on the braking point for there. But here we are looking at these 205s of James Hazelhurst and Neil Dudman. They're battling away. So we've got the Novas battling away for 1st and 2nd. We've got 205s battling for the 3rd place position, and Pete Morgan is just hoping that they're going to trip up.
That Dudman had a look on the outside, but couldn't quite draw an overlap, and he takes a little bit more of the curb and a bit extra going through Beckett's, and so as they come down the back straight, the Wellington straight once again. It's still pretty level pegging between Hazelhurst and Dudman, but the sort of Bumblebee liveried car right in the toe of Hazelhurst, and still Hazelhurst is able to keep clear. And we've got to bear in mind that Hazelhurst is running the most ballast out of anyone, 35 kilos, but again he runs wide into Brooklands.
Yeah, as I say, I think that weight is definitely telling, especially towards this late stage in the race. I think he's going to be really struggling with understeering his tyres, and Neil Dudman knows. Mind you, he's carrying 25 kilograms himself. I think so that'd be interesting to see how that pays towards we must be up about 2 laps left, I reckon.
Yeah, they just went over the line with about 4 seconds to spare for an extra lap, I think, so 2 to go.
Oh, and see, again, Jason has got right behind that Ted Cooper machine, making sure that Ted knows he's right there, ready to pounce. There's a 205s, again on that long straight. As you can see, they lose a bit of space to the XR2. The XR2 loses behind because of the lack of power. And there they go side by side. Neil Dudman's now got the inside line. No, he's just been outbraked by James Hazelhurst. No, but James has gone wide again. And Neil Dudman snuck up the inside. He's got the inside down. There's going to be a huge drag till the end. But if James can hang... No, Neil has definitely got in front as they head down that straight.
Here comes Pete Morgan as well in the Ford Fiesta. Hasn't quite got the same straight line speed, so he can't really compete down the straight, but he really wants to.
He's definitely there. He's ready to pounce.
So it is now Neil Dudman up into 3rd position aboard the number 48 car, the Brands Hatch race winner, currently on the rostrum, but we still have one more tour of the Silverstone National Circuit to go. It is a 3-way fight for 3rd position. It is a 2-way fight for the lead, with Ed Cooper still leading Jason Wood, but not by much at all. So here come the leaders. Last lap board is displayed, and is Jason Wood now making his move for the lead. He pulls out to the outside, side by side for 3rd as well, with Hazelhurst on the outside line of Neil Dudman. Wood settles back into 2nd position as they head back through the right-hander.
Yes, this is getting very close to 3rd place. I can't call at all, as well as the 1st. I mean, you can see that Jason Wood is ready to pounce. He's desperate for a 2nd win. But Ted, I mean, what a showing this is. Like I say, he's been away for a few years from full-time racing, and he's showing he can still pedal this Nova. Looking further back, Pete looking up the inside of James Hazelhurst on that corner. But again, Pete's going to have that problem. He's got to try and get in the slipstream, and he has. He's got past James. So now Pete's just got Neil Dudman in front of him. But Neil Dudman's going to have the power down the straight. So it's the last few corners. Oh, and we're looking at Jason Wood looking inside, outside. He's going to try the outside line, trying to get the cut back, trying to get a bare exit from this very tricky left-hander. But no, it looks like, Ted is taking a great line. Now no, Jason can't quite cut back on him. Oh, what a fantastic show of racing this is. No, but Jason's got the inside. He's got on the inside.
He's got a run.
Oh, he's got a good run on the outside, but Ted's got a good run on the outside. Just got the edge. Oh.
It's going to be Ed Cooper, who takes race 2 of the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatch Championship at Silverstone, not by much at all, a 1/10 of a second as they went over the line. Neil Dudman beating James Hazelhurst to the line, who managed to get back past Pete Morgan in the closing stages there. Lee Scott in 6th position. But, Paul, that was an absolutely staggering race.
Oh, my goodness. I need some oxygen. Anyone got any oxygen in here? This is Classic Stock Hatch in a nutshell. It's great close racing. That was a hell of a show there between the battles of the 2 Novas and the 2 205s to see who was better, and they were all carrying weight of some sort. What a great showing that was.
Absolutely incredible, and it is a first victory since returning to the championship for Ed Cooper, with Jason Wood settling for 2nd. Once again this weekend, Neil Dudman picks up 3rd after his victory at Brands Hatch. James Hazelhurst just missing out on the podium, as did Pete Morgan. Lee Scott, somewhat lonely race there in 6th position, and then Ryan Clark leading Darren Bassingthwaite over the line. Jacob Wood in 9th position, with Matthew Stubbington completing the top 10. Finn Groom and Peter Oglesby ahead of Ewan Lice and Jack Bradburn in 14th position. And came David Shakey, Sam Hutchinson, Derek Rosier, Alan Dooley. And then we lost Tom Lintz, Stuart Place, Martin Rogers and Terry Roughton with mechanicals, most of them coming into pit lane to come off the racetrack. So we will wait to hear from our podium finishers in that race, and I'm very much looking forward to hearing the thoughts of Jason Wood, Ed Cooper and Neil Dudman, of course. As Ed Cooper does pull into the #1 spot, that's got to be a pretty great feeling, I'd have thought.
Like I said, he's had a couple of seasons off, and he's shown that he can still pedal this car. And he'll be over the moon with that. I'm trying to think of the last time that Ted was actually on the podium. I know he's won at Donington, but I think this might even be only his second win of his entire racing career, and he's going to be well chuffed with that. He's just grabbing his breath there, getting his crash helmet off, and there's Jason Wood. He tried his best to try and catch and overtake and stay in front of that #4 machine, but as you can see, he's absolutely shattered there. And from experience, I know. Look at that. That's the camaraderie in the Classic Stock Hatch.
And let's hear from our top 3 with Kieran downstairs.
Can see there some lovely moments between Ed Cooper, Jason Wood and Neil Dudman as a mutual respect between all 3 drivers. If I could jump in with Ed here, that's my God, you had to defend that one.
Yeah, I think for the last 4 laps I was saying, please be the flag, and then I saw, oh, last lap, and then he nearly had me, but managed to hang on to the end, which was brilliant.
Yeah,
last one in 2012.
Yeah, they were saying obviously it's your first win since coming back, so it's obviously been 13 years. That's got to feel good.
I've only been away for 3, to be fair, but yes, I couldn't get the hang of these new tyres at the first round, which I did at Brands Hatch, and now I have, thanks to a lot of the people in the paddock that gave me a lot of tips. Yeah. So, big thanks to them.
And obviously after the, let's say, shenanigans of yesterday, it's nice to obviously end the race like this.
Absolutely. It was we were sort of on for a good battle, the top 5 yesterday. It all stopped, but luckily everyone's all right, which is the main thing.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll move on to Jason Wood as he quickly takes his photo for the 750 socials. And so, Jason, if we just jump in with you, I don't think you could have tried much more than that.
No, I tried to save everything to the last couple of laps and tried to push Ted on to get a bit of a gap between us and 3rd and 4th, because that was a bit of a tussle. Once we got that gap, and then I started to try and catch him back up, but I got so close in his bump draft down the start-finish straight, I missed the apex a couple of times and washed out, and it lost me a little time, so I had to back out a little bit, give him a bit of roof and try and make up a place where I could. So down to the last lap was interesting, to be fair. Good drive from Ted.
And so it was a deliberate effort to try and pull away from 3rd, 4th and 5th, obviously, so not battle straight away.
Absolutely, yeah. Tried to get a bit of space for me and Ted, so, let them do what they need to behind us, and we can go and have a bit of race foot in the 1st and 2nd, yeah.
Absolutely. Well, either way, still a podium, so congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. We'll move on to Neil Dudman, and Neil, you're probably one of the busiest people in that race. That was impressive.
Yeah. Well, once again, Classic Stock Hatch, the best racing of the weekend, in my opinion, and I think we all showed it there. The top 5, amazing, great skill, great camaraderie between all the different drivers, giving each other room, going for it. Absolutely fantastic.
Between you, James, and Pete, it was a proper tussle.
Yeah, I think Pete must have been a bit down on top end power. James and I so very equal, and there's some bits where I was quicker, some bits where he was quicker, and yeah, we just gave each other a little room. He gave me a little love tap on the last lap, but I think I didn't know he was on the outside of me. So yeah, all brilliant, absolutely fantastic. Thanks to Joe Green Racing, Schaefer Race Developments and Absolute Alignment for their ongoing support, and 750 for putting on amazing weekends.
Well said. Well, congratulations on the podium.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Cheers, thank you very much. Right, coming up next is the lunch break. So, we're going to see you in just a minute or two.
Yokohama.
Welcome back, and you join me, well, in the gantry above the start-finish straight. I've got a box here with some buttons on it, and one's a big red button, which anybody that's stood in front of one, they want to push it, but it says abort, so I probably won't do that. But let's get on with it. So, essentially, for the lunch break, here's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be talking to some of the drivers. We're going to try and get some stories up and down the pit lane, but then we've also got a bit of a challenge, a bit of an interesting twist to this one, and that is, can the drivers, from memory, draw the Silverstone layout, the GP layout, with their eyes closed in 60 seconds? To give you an idea, Ian Soman, obviously one of our commentators, this was his attempt earlier on. Then if I flick a page, this was Laura, our camera operator's attempt earlier on. And then if we go another page, you can see my very pathetically poor attempt at it as well. I forgot which way Maggots and Beckett's went, so I ended up going in the wrong direction. But never mind, so what we're going to do is we're going to see if the drivers can do any better than us. And while we're also at it, we're going to be talking to all of the drivers of the new Swift Championship. Now, obviously, this is the first round for the championship ever. It's a brand new series for this year, put on by 750 Motor Club, and there is so many entries, which is fantastic to see. Their first race is coming up directly after lunch, so we're going to have a quick chat to them before they go out for their first race, and hopefully get some of their feelings and their anticipations for the racing ahead. So we're coming up to the garages now. I can see number 19 in front of me. So what we're going to do is we're going to quickly jump in the garage here and have a quick chat to them. So number 19 is Matthew Weymouth. Can't see anybody with a race suit on at all, but this is Matthew. Yeah, this is the Weymouth car. Do we know where the drivers are at all? No idea at all. No? Okay, no problem, thank you. Never mind, all the drivers have gone off to have some food, which don't blame them, but they've had all morning to get food because they haven't been racing. So we move on to the next garage. Let's see if we can find anybody in here. So this is the 398 Forester car, which is Lee Forester. Quickly jump in. Is Lee around at all? God, if I could just jump in with you a second. So to come out to the front of the pit lane because we're having a bit of a signal issue with the camera. So first things first, introduce yourself, introduce the car and everything, and yeah, tell us about yourself.
Hello, my name is Lee Forster. We're running a car sponsored by Blythe Automotive Solutions pretty much, and a few of my mates who's here, so Styled, Salon 79, and then myself. I built the cars, I built both the cars actually. First year ever doing it, me and my son are racing, both in the same, obviously, class and cars. First meeting, first time I ever raced, first time I've been here, first laps was qualifying, so all going well really. Yeah.
A lot of firsts then. So talk to us about why this class, what appealed to you about this class?
The idea, entry level, I suppose cost. Moving over from autographs, the idea was to do something different but not jump into a class that's 20, 30 grand. I suppose you can do this for around 10 grand-ish, I would think. So the cost, the strict rules, limited tyres, limited weight and those sort of things. So yeah.
And obviously you said that you'd built these cars yourself. So talk to us, what changes do you have to make to turn them from the road cars to the race spec that you can now go out on track with?
So you basically buy the whole kit from Tigawar. The whole kit from them comes on a pallet, a roll cage, seat, harness, suspension, wheels, tyres, brakes. Every part comes in the kit. And I'm not sure you can build it in a day or a week, but it probably takes a good few weeks, plenty of hours in the garage, but you can do it pretty much yourself. So yeah, limited tools. Yeah.
And how long does it take you to build them?
Months, if I'm honest, because attention to detail, getting it right, fitting it once, taking it off and doing it again. But probably 2 weeks if you sat in the garage, solid, I reckon.
Was it enjoyable? That's the main thing.
Yes and no. There was a lot of people took on this championship all in one go. So parts eventually got here. So it was a little bit of a struggle, but we all got there and ready for the first meeting. So it's good. It's good.
Good. And obviously you said this is your first time at Silverstone. You said it's your first time racing as well, is that right?
First time on tarmac, yeah. We used to do autograss racing, but it's the first time I've ever raced tarmac. The first time I've done a lap was this morning. I've never been here for a track day or anything, so same with my boy.
Right, okay. Well, I was going to ask you to take part in our lunchtime challenge that we've got going on, which you may struggle if you've never been here, but we'll give it a go either way. So basically what we're trying to get people to do is with your eyes closed, draw the Silverstone layout.
Draw it. I couldn't name a corner.
No, don't have to name the
idea.
corner. So you've got about 60 seconds to draw the GP layout.
So our track.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the full GP layout.
Full.
Full GP layout, yeah.
Not the national.
Not the national, not what you're doing.
No point. I haven't a clue. I can do the national.
Okay, let's try with the
Let's try
national then. All right, so eyes closed and talk me through the lap.
So start is here, down the start, around a right-hand corner, I don't know, round into a little bit of a squiggle left, round a right, round another right, down a straight. I've got to think now. I don't know, round a little bit right, but round to the left, round a fullish right and turn here. So I nearly joined it up, but that's not that's not the GP.
That's it looks
That's
a
what
bit.
it feels like.
It looks a bit like a shoe.
Yeah, maybe.
That's certainly an interesting one. Yeah. Is your son around at all?
He's hiding now.
He's hiding. Yes. Right. Let's get him to have a go as well. So if we can just get you to come over a second. If we can just jump in a sec. Yep. Right, so we're having a bit of a challenge. It was to go a bit further towards the exit of the pit. So what we're doing is getting people to try and draw the layout. Now that was your dad's attempt at the national layout. Do you know the international, the GP layout? No. You don't at all. Okay. We'll try the national again then. So, page for you. Take about 60 seconds, eyes closed. Try and draw the layout and talk me through the lap.
All right, come down straight, take a little right, then a little squirmy bit, then another right, straight down there, then a right, I think, then a left, and a little bit of a straight that carries onto the straight. Oh, no.
That's not as bad as your dad's was.
No.
It's still sort of shoe-like, but yeah, interesting one. Well, thanks for taking part in that. But let's have a quick chat about your racing and everything. So this is your dad's first time on tarmac. Talk us about your experience.
It's my first time on tarmac, it's first ever meeting. I've done 2 times on tarmac, but it's first ever time I've ever been at Silverstone. It's going all right, to be honest.
And how are you finding the car?
Good, handles perfect. Yeah.
Did you take a part in building it with your dad?
Yeah, both of them through the winter. Not really, a little bit.
Did you enjoy the process?
No.
No. So you wouldn't do it again then?
Probably not. I wouldn't now do it.
At least you're honest, right? Thank you very much. Then, cheers. Have a good day. Right, we'll move on again. So yes, what's really good about the championship is anybody can take part. Obviously, father and son bonding time. I spotted a driver at the back there, and I spotted a driver here as well. Let's jump in with this gentleman. Sorry to butt in a sec. If I can just butt in. Introduce yourself. What car you're racing?
I'm racing the Swifts. I'm Mr. Transit. I help sponsor the championship. Yeah, that's me.
And what drew you to this championship?
It's cheap, affordable racing. What more do you want?
And have you built the car yourself?
I did, yeah. I finished it last week. Took a couple of days, and here we are. No testing, straight into quali.
Haven't done any testing at all?
Testing, I finished the day before quali, so yeah, well, a couple of days ago.
That's brave.
Yeah, it is. It was a bit silly as well. I had a couple of problems, so a few niggles in quali, but it happens, doesn't it?
And how are you finding the car in general?
Great fun, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, they're a little bit slower than what I'm used to, but for a startup championship, which is what they are, they're brilliant. Yeah, you can't go wrong.
And talk us about your experience.
Well, I've raced in various different things, Club Enduro, in and out of Mazdas, Lotus, things like that. So, yeah, won various different things.
And how does this kind of series compare? Obviously, they're not as quick, like you were saying, but it's a bit more parity. So talk to us about that.
They're not as quick. You've got to be... It's hard to explain. It's more down to the driver. The other stuff I've raced, there's different cars out there. These, they're all equal. There's no give or take. It's down to the driver. So you've got to test, really, which is what I didn't do. But no, that's what I like about them.
Are you going to have a test in between this round and the next round?
Well, build a new engine and go.
New engine already?
Yeah, it's down on power quite a lot. So should have found that out in testing. But that's what you get. But go again next time.
And so, was this car specifically that you bought it for the championship, or did you own it beforehand?
No, when they started showcasing these last year, I had a look around one, realised how cheap they were going to be to build, and just thought, you know what, why not? For what they cost, it's a no-brainer. So yeah, I bought a car and I've had it all year. And I've only just built it, so it's my own fault.
Well, at least you got it done in time. So what do you do for a day job as well?
I build engines, motorsport engines, transit engines. Yeah, so luckily I'm going to have no problem there.
No, absolutely right. Moving on a second. So we're taking a bit of a challenge with some of the drivers. And what we're going to get you to do is try and draw. Do you know, firstly, the GP layout of the Silverstone?
Vaguely.
Vaguely, perfect. That's enough. Right, we're going to try and get you to draw it with your eyes closed in about 60 seconds.
Eyes closed?
Yes.
Oh, no. Okay.
All right. Now, the previous drivers we just tried it with didn't know the GP layout at all, so they've just done the national layout, which is what ended up looking a bit like a shoe.
Okay, well, at least we've got back to the start almost.
Sort of, yeah.
Yeah.
So if you want to take the pen and the pad, eyes closed, 60 seconds.
Eyes closed.
Yeah, and talk us through the lap.
Which pit lane are we starting at?
Whichever one you want to.
I don't know. Okay, we'll start at this pit lane, so eyes closed. Down this pit lane, I don't know where the edge of the paper is. Turn 1, come down, Maggots, Beckett. Oh, I've gone wrong already. And you've got, is it the Hamilton straight? I've gone off. don't know where I am. Corner at the end. Got another straight. And there's a left, a right, into a long right, and then another straight. I'm lost.
Lost?
No. Oh look, I've
was
gone
that the
way
Wellington Straight I think you ended up on?
Yeah. But I'm nowhere near where I was. Yeah.
That's certainly an interesting...
I've got nowhere near.
I don't even know what you'd call that.
No, I got as far as Maggots and Beckett's and then I lost where I was.
In all fairness, we had a quick go in commentary earlier and I went Maggots and Beckett's the complete wrong way. So
okay.
At least you sort of went in the right direction.
Yeah, I lost it when I came off the paper, to be honest. That just threw me. Oh, I don't know where I am now. Sorry, that's a terrible effort.
No, it's not the worst at all. But yeah, thank you for taking part. And we look forward to seeing you out there later.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you very much. Right, moving on a second. Now, there's a big group of people standing around. Watch yourself, Laura. We've got a car coming out. We've got Ray Collier coming out in the number 10 Swift here. I'm not sure what they're doing, but yeah, we'll leave them be, and quickly try and see if we can find someone in here. So this is Adam Blair's car. Do you know where Adam is? Adam? Perfect. Can I just steal you for a second if we come out to the front of the garage? So, firstly, introduce yourself and the car and how long you've had it, if you've built it, etc., etc.
Yeah, sure. So, Adam Blair, and I had the car. I actually bought the car. I saw the car at the Nürburgring about 3 years ago, and I thought they look so fast. They were just kind of loud, passing Porsches and stuff in the wet, and I thought I'll just buy one. Paid £600 for it, and then late last year, Scott from Darkside said, "Adam, have you still got that Swift?" I said, "Yeah, why?" He said, "Oh, you need to make it into a race car for this new championship." So, with the help of some friends, I'm not a mechanic at all, so they kind of turned it into pretty much the car you see today. And then I got asked to test the Davanti tyres late last year, and I was really impressed with them. I mean, won't go into details, but they're mega. So, yeah, and then here we are. Devanti said, do you want to drive in our team? Because I was so complimentary about the tyres. And I was like, yeah, OK then. So here we are.
And what drew you to the championship?
It was just a coincidence of things that happened, really. But I've always, well, not always, but in recent years, I really like racing slower cars. I think it's more difficult to get the absolute maximum performance out of a slower car rather than a quick one. And so it kind of fitted in that way. Things just kind of fell into place, really. Got offered the drive from Devanti, and yeah, it would have been crazy to say no, really.
And how did you find the entire build process? Obviously, you had some friends to help with you, but did you enjoy it?
No, I do not like doing anything mechanical whatsoever. But yeah, I've got some good friends who are mechanics, and latterly we've got Vinny on my car, and he's a very good mechanic, and Dan, who runs CMC Motorsport, he's running Ray's car. So between them, they can kind of sort it all out, and I'm just the nut behind the wheel.
Well, fair enough, yeah. And have you found the car on track so far?
Oh, they're mega to drive. Really fun. You can, particularly with these tyres, you can kind of make the car do what you want it to do by, with throttle and brake inputs and obviously steering. And so if you've got a little bit of understeer, you can get rid of it with driving style. If you've got a little bit of oversteer, it's very controllable. Yeah, it's just a lot of fun. You don't need to go super fast to have amazing racing.
That is very, very true. So with the race later on, what's your prediction? Where do you think you're aiming for?
Well, I'm always aiming for number one, but I was a bit of a naughty boy in qualifying inadvertently, so we got a 5-place grid penalty, rightly so, I think. So yeah, it'll be interesting. Hopefully, it won't be carnage at the first corner because there's no green flag lap, which I understand is because of time constraints, but it's possibly not ideal for a brand new championship with lots of brand new drivers. For them, we should be okay as long as we don't crash into anyone. Yeah, if everyone takes it fairly sensibly through the first 2 corners, I think it should be fine. So, but I'm aiming for P1.
Well, look forward to seeing that then. And so, in terms, obviously, you mentioned the green flag lap. For those at home that don't quite understand the benefits and pitfalls of it, talk to us about why you think it would be a good thing to have for a championship like this.
Just really to get the newer drivers kind of up to speed mentally, because I remember all those years ago when I was doing my first race, I think it would have been kind of even more daunting without a green flag lap. Completely understand the reasoning behind it because time constraints. So it's a baptism of fire for some of the drivers where this is their first race. But the good thing about the Devanti tyres is you don't need to get them hot. They work straight out of the bat on the first corner from cold. Whereas with maybe if you had, for example, Nankang NS2R, I think you'd be seeing a lot of cars off in the gravel trap on the first corner facing backwards. But that won't happen with the Devanti. They've been designed by Ray and his team to be. They've got very stiff sidewalls and a soft compound, so they're there straight away. So it won't be a problem.
Perfect. All right. Well, moving on a second then. So we've got a bit of a challenge going on with some of the drivers. How well do you know the GP layout of Silverstone?
I've done well. Which one? I'm that old,
The current one.
The current one. I've probably done 100 laps around here over the last 3 years.
All right. So I'm expecting good things from you then. So what we've got to do is blindly draw the layout of the track in about 60 seconds.
Do you have a pen?
Yeah, there's a pen. Yeah, this is some of the previous
These are rubbish. Mine's going to be much better than this.
Right, I'm expecting good things then. Right, so eyes closed, 60 seconds, talk us through the lap.
Okay, I don't remember all the corner labels. Cops, Maggots and Beckett's. Which way does it go? That way? Hanger straight. Stowe. Won't say what we call these corners here. Oh, I got that bit a bit wrong. Oh dear. Oh dear. I still say it's better than the others.
I mean, they didn't cross over the lines anywhere. There's a few figure of 8 layouts there.
There are. I meant to do it like that. Sorry, I thought you meant the new kart track at Silverstone. That's what that is.
if that's what it looks like, it should be a very interesting track to drive then.
You want me to sign that?
Yeah, go on, sign it.
You can auction it off.
There we go, perfect. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's, love at that. Love that, perfect. Thank you very much then, and I look forward to seeing the race later on.
Thanks very much.
Cheers, thank you. Right, waiting in the wings, Chris has bravely volunteered to draw the track live.
Okay.
Right.
I heard you were giving out some sort of ridiculous challenge. I thought
Yeah,
I'd come and accept
yeah,
it.
absolutely.
I should
So-
take these off so you know I'm not cheating.
Yeah, 100%. So eyes closed,
Okay.
60 seconds, and talk us through the lap.
Okay. Right. We're going down the start-finish straight. We're going to swing it right into Cops. And then a little kink left, and then round. And then down the back straight. There's a long left. And then a long right. I already know that I'm so far off, so I'm just going to do a nice big woodcut and up to the top. Yeah, that's not... This bit's not too bad. I don't think this is too bad.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Right, which bit?
This top bit, I think I've done all right here.
Yeah, that's...
I don't know where I've gone wrong, to be honest.
I don't know what you're doing here, to be honest.
I don't really know what I'm doing here either, to be honest.
Is this the national layout?
Yeah, that's...
doing GP.
Oh, you were doing the GP one. I thought you were doing today's one. Oh, wait. Let me do it again. I thought we were racing on the national layout. Okay.
Right, go again. Try again. Okay.
This is a whole other kettle of fish now. So what am I? I'll start. Should I start on the? I'll start on the Grand Prix bit. Okay, right. So we're gonna flick it into Abbey, and then long left. I've started on the wrong bit of the page. I have definitely started on the the page. So down there, and then left again down the back straight, and then we go left, and we go right again. And am I at the edge of the page? Oh no. Okay, right. We're gonna squeeze it in. And then go around Cops, and then we're going left and right, and then left again. And then down the straight, Stowe. Down a little straight, a little wiggly chicane. Around the right, and I mean, is this the worst one you've had yet?
No, it's not the worst at all, actually. To be honest, you can kind of see.
I haven't crossed myself,
You
which I'm
haven't?
quite pleased with.
You can kind of see you thinking about where you were going. I
Yeah.
think you just, started on the wrong bit of the page.
I definitely started on the wrong bit of the page. There was just no space over here at all. But oh well, at least I haven't disgraced myself.
Yeah, you haven't. No, I mean some of them have been much worse.
Good.
Well, brave of you to do that live on air.
Yeah,
I mean,
cheers.
I did it in the comfort of the comms box, and so did Ian and Laura. But yeah.
No, I'm not. I'm not afraid to own my misfortunes out here on the air. So.
I mean, I showed the camera. I showed this is how terrible I was. But
Okay.
while
Did
I've
you
got
show Ian's though?
I did.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, Ian's is I think better than mine. I think, to be honest.
I don't remember what yours looked like.
Let's have a look. Right, that's a squiggle.
There's lots of other doodles in here.
There is.
Well, this one is very
That's
good.
Ian. That's Ian.
That's Ian's.
Yeah.
Damn. Yeah, he's done really well.
Right, and then if we just scroll back a couple of pages, can I just get you to hold?
Yeah. Let me
There
do.
we go.
I'm used to doing your job here in doing all of this,
Right,
and
that's Laura's.
yeah, that's very good. Laura's done very well there.
And then that one's mine.
That's not bad. You can see where you're going with that. Yeah.
Yeah, sort of going in somewhat the correct direction.
Yeah.
but,
It's not bad. Not a bad effort at all.
And then a couple of people didn't know the GP layout, so they drew. This is
That's-
the national circuit.
That's Thruxton, isn't it? That's
Apparently, this is Silverstone National.
okay.
And then there's whatever that is.
Yeah, less said about that one, the better.
And then yours.
Cool.
So a bit
Not
of a
too
mix
bad.
of them.
Yeah, it's a mixed bag.
Perfect. And while I've got you here, then obviously, so obviously we've already had a great day of racing at Silverstone. We've got the Swifts coming up next. First race ever for the championship. What are you expecting?
For the Swifts, I mean, we've got 16 novices on the grid for this one, so it's going to be really interesting to see how they handle their first ever race starts, because the pace difference in qualifying was quite stark. But that's the whole point of the Swift Sport Challenge. It is an absolute first rung on the ladder. This is probably the most approachable, affordable motorsport in the country. So I think it's going to be a really mixed bag, but up at the front of the field, I think it's going to be really close. We've already seen it in the hot hatch races earlier out in the year where some of these guys came out. The competition was super fierce. So Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Is there any race you're looking forward to in particular later on?
I think after the Mazdas this morning, we have to be looking forward to race 3, because that race 2 was got to be, I think, the best 750 Motor Club race I've ever seen in my life. So yeah, definitely looking forward to race 3.
You're not the only one with that sentiment. I've spoken to the drivers obviously afterwards, and they also said it's probably the best one they've ever taken part in. So yeah, the MX-5s should be a good spectacle.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got so much good stuff as well still to come. We've still got both races for the hot hatches as well. Low cost back out as well. Good slipstreaming festival there. So yeah, still so much to come this afternoon.
You look like you're excited to it. Well, I'll let you get away and have some food then, because obviously you don't get a break. But yeah, we'll speak to you later.
All right, cheers.
Cheers, thank you very much. Right, so yes, Chris is just taking some valuable time out of his lunch break to come and have a chat with us. But right, so on the next garage, we have got a garage full of cars once again. And let's see if we can jump in here. So who's the driver of this car? Can I just steal you for a second? Come out here. Right, so firstly introduce yourself and talk to us about your car.
Yeah, so I'm Archie Carter. It's my Suzuki race car. Built it over the winter. It's been good ever since. Done 2 test days in it. Drives like a go-kart. It's amazing.
Did you build it yourself?
Yeah. Built it myself with my dad.
And how did you find the experience?
It's really good. Yeah. Really fun building it and really fun driving it.
So where have you been for testing so far?
So I've done 2 days at Donington so far, and yeah, it's been really good.
How was the car around Donny?
Quite quick. Top speed, just over 100. Pulls out the corners quite well, and it had no understeer or oversteer or anything, so set up really well.
And talk to us about your racing experience prior to this. What have you done beforehand?
So before this, I did 4 years of karting, from club level to national championships, getting top 10 finishes. Got lots of trophies, so it was really good doing that, and then yeah, moved on to this.
And so with the jump from karting to this, you said obviously it's kind of a big go-kart, so is that sort of helping you make that transition into cars?
Yeah, definitely. It does just drive like completely the same, really. A lot more power, obviously, but it's a bigger vehicle, isn't it? It sort of feels quite similar, but yeah, it drives really well.
Good. And what's your predictions for your race later on?
Well, hopefully I'm going to move up maybe 5-10 positions, but yeah, I'm going to try as hard as I can to get as far up the front as I can. Just do my best.
And where are you starting?
Starting P20.
So you're aiming to get into top 10 then?
Yeah, hopefully. If all goes to plan.
All right, look forward to seeing that then. So while we've got you as well, we're doing a bit of a challenge with some of the drivers.
Oh, yeah?
All right. Blindly draw Silverstone GP.
What, a GP track?
GP track.
Oh. All right, yeah.
Yeah?
Let's give it a go.
Yeah, all right. So there's a pen and the notepad.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got about 60 seconds. Close. Yeah, 60 seconds. Close your eyes and talk us around the lap.
Oh, close your eyes. Right. From the start, coming up. Start there. Start up there. Going towards the first corner. Quite a long corner. Goes around a little bit of a straight. There's a left kink. Into a quite tight right. Bring a little straight and then left hairpin, back up again, and then another left kink, back onto our part of the circuit. And it's the quite long straight, and then the left, right round, and right, bring it back onto the straight. And then where we are right now on the straight, and the right-hander, into the left, and another right, and then left onto a really long straight. And it goes right there, down, and it just goes left, right, back around onto another straight. I feel like I've missed a massive gap there, haven't I? Yeah.
There is a somewhat of a large, yeah, it looks a bit like a sleigh.
Yeah. Or a tractor.
A tractor, yeah, I see that. To be fair, also, steam train, so that's a billow of smoke coming out the...
Yeah. I see that, yeah, it's like a train.
In all fairness, you can kind of see where you were thinking a minute.
Yeah.
It's not the worst we've had.
Right.
Do you want to see some of the previous ones?
Yeah, let's have a look.
All right, so we just, do you want to hold them and just go through the pages for me? So this was Chris Stevens, commentator.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so go on back. There was this one, whatever that is.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Done a few laps there.
Yeah, he said he'd done 100 plus laps of the GP layout.
Right.
It doesn't look like it personally.
Yeah,
But
I've never driven the track, so that's quite good.
yours is, I think, closer than that one. Okay, if we
Yeah.
go another one back. People didn't know the GP layouts. This is an attempt at the national.
Oh, right. I mean, that's quite close, to be honest.
Somewhat.
Somewhat, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Just looks like a big cloud.
That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah.
If we go another one again, Ian, commentator.
That's quite good, to be honest.
Yeah, he did really well.
Yeah, that's really good.
And then the next one is Laura, our camera operator.
Hold on. That's quite good as well.
Bear in mind, obviously, we did it in the comfort of the commentary box, so
Yeah.
it's. And then my excuse of an attempt is the next page as well.
Should we see what you've
Yeah,
done? then?
Go for it.
Well, yeah, that's quite good, to be honest.
It's
sort of
iffy.
It's better than mine. I'll give you that.
In all fairness, I was sat down though. You're stood up, so
Yeah.
I'll give you that one.
Yeah, it's quite good.
All right. Well, cheers. Thank you very much for taking part, and yeah, so we look forward to seeing you in the race then.
Yeah. Thanks.
Cheers, thank you very much. All right, see you later. Right, perfect. So we've got a fair few drawings in here, and I've spotted two drivers actually, right next to each other. So if we can just come in, gents, because I did steal both of you. If you just want to come out, but still you as well. Come on, if I can take you both for a second. Come on, let's come outside. No, I spotted you. You're quite tall. So. All right, so if we just sit over here. So if you both could introduce yourself and talk about the cars that you're racing. So start with you.
I'm Colin Flanagan on Suzuki Swift Sport Challenge, new for this year, and seems cost effective, so we thought we'd give it a go.
Jonathan Packer, first season obviously in this because it's new. Previously done Club Enduro and road sports quite a lot for the last 3-4 years. Yeah, the car's great, really enjoying it so far. And this is the first race, which I'm a little bit... I've been promoted from P5 to P4 because there's been a bit of reshuffling at the front. But yeah, we're on the second row, so I'm pretty confident we might do all right.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed, obviously, we could possibly have a chat with you at the end of the race if you do quite well. So talk to us, obviously, about the championship then. Obviously, brand new for this year. What appealed to you about this championship?
To be totally honest with you, cost. It's really cheap. You can get a car for about £1,000. The kit, with all of the poly bushes, like they do an upgraded kit, that's about £5,500. So all in all, you can build a car for probably £8,000. Tyres are cheap. I think they're about £95 a corner. Brake pads and discs are really cheap. It's a one-make series, so level playing field. They've kind of separated the drivers, so there's novice prizes for the guys that obviously will be further back, and the more advanced or drivers will be at the front, and they've got their own kind of category, so there's no one's really taking each other's prizes in that respect. The tracks are good, all the circuits are really good. Yeah, let's go to Spa next year.
It's a bit of a leap. Well, let's talk obviously about the car builds then. How did you build your car yourself?
I did, yes.
Yeah. How long did it take you?
A lot longer than 8 hours. Or 6 hours.
He was still doing it last night.
You actually?
I started it in December. I haven't been able to put as much time into it early on as I needed to because of work commitments. And basically we gave it a shakedown on Tuesday night, so it's virgin runners today really.
So the first time you drove it was Tuesday?
Yeah, with just a few laps of Bedford just to make sure that it didn't overheat and that it did what it was supposed to do in sort of some resemblance of a race car. But qualifying wasn't fantastic. The setups all over the place. I haven't driven anything in anger for 10, 12 years, so I'm not sure my genitals are quite as big as they used to be either.
Talk to us about your previous racing experience. What did you do beforehand?
For years I did one of your championships, Alpha Championship, when it was still part of the BRSCC. Won it in 2001. Did Auto Italia before that. Won that 2 years on the trot. Won the class in that 2 years on the trot. Went to Fun Cup. Did a couple of years in Fun Cup with Connell Racing, but more as a spanner man than a driver. Foolishly bought a Lotus.
I've been there.
And yeah, that sort of took the heart and soul out of racing for me, I'm afraid.
Lots of trouble, usually serious.
Serious. I think it finished one race here. That 90% of was under the safety car.
Right.
It was rather challenging.
See, obviously you've taken part in quite a few different championships. How does the Swift compare to those?
Ask me later on this afternoon. And I'll give you an honest answer.
Fair enough. Okay, how about you?
So far so good, to be honest. It's tight at the top. If you have a look at the qualifying times, everyone's pretty close. How's it compared to other championships? One make championships that I've done, I did Caterham R300 Super Lights, 2008 or 2009. The biggest thing that stands out between that and this is budget, again. Those cars were £35,000 back then, and now I think they run on sequential boxes and slick tyres, so they're even more to race. Lots of big pro teams in that, and this is very cost controlled. So if you come and test on the Friday, your quickest 2 laps in qualifying are deducted, so testing is frowned upon. There's certain data loggers you're allowed to run, cheaper ones.
It's called a lap timer, isn't it?
Lap timer, same thing. So I'm getting all techie. The lap timer, yeah. So we run an AIM Solo, which I think they're like 300 quid.
Oh, it's not a DL2.
That's the Solo 2. It's the cheap one. And that's it really. And obviously, there's a mechanic on hand next door. So if you do need anything that goes wrong, the mechanic's there. They're on hand and they're free of charge for the weekend. The package for the whole season is £2,500. That's really cheap. So yeah, it should be good fun. I've still kept my car for Club Enduro, and I do plan to come back later on in the season and do some stuff, but that's just having some gearbox work at the minute. So I'm hoping I can do all of this and some of that. So yeah.
Right, well, it sounds really good then. So just before we let you two go, we're having a bit of a challenge with some of the drivers. All right, how well do you two know the Grand Prix layout of Silverstone?
Pretty well.
So-so. I wouldn't like to commit to it on a day like today.
Okay, well, what we're doing is we're doing blind drawing of the layout. Okay.
I thought you were just going to point to a random corner.
No, we're not naming it, no. I couldn't even tell you whether it was right or wrong. All right, so if we, yes, we've had
I know the gravel traps really well.
we've had a couple of interesting drawings already so far.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
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 That looks like spaghetti.
Do you reckon you can do better?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I reckon,
All right.
yeah,
So if you just flick...
he's at the wrong track.
Yeah, it's Snetterton.
I can do Snetterton.
There's the 200.
It's a paperclip. Snetterton's a paperclip.
If we just flick to a free page, there you go. Right, so you've got about a minute. Close your eyes.
Yeah.
And, yeah, and talk us through the lap.
Right, so first corner you've got Cops, which is a fast right-hander. Don't brake in these cars because they're slow enough. Down here you've got Maggots and Beckett's, and then back onto the Hanger Straight. Down the bottom, I've gone off the page, shit. It's a big track, Hang on, let me find the paper again, there we go. Then you've got Stowe, round Stowe, and then you come back and I think you've got Abbey and Vale, possibly, if you've got a bigger piece of paper. Then you go down the new international pits. Then you've got the first corner, maybe Lewis Hamilton corner, I don't know. I already know this looks a mess. Then you've got a right-hander, a left-hander, a right, double back on yourself, down the Wellington Straight, Luffield, all that complex, and back round. That's pretty good.
It's not too bad, really, all things considered.
That's a good gravel trap. I've been in that one, upside down.
What about this one here?
That's actually Stowe, the village. Yeah, there you go.
Pleased with it?
No, actually, that's a good track. I'd race that. Happily race that.
Well, maybe we'll try and get somebody to develop it then. And just before we go, do you want to have a go?
No.
No, not at all?
I've been gravel at Cops. I've been the gravel at Cops.
He knows the gravel traps.
All right, well, fair enough. Well, thank you very much for partaking. And yeah, we'll look forward to seeing you both out, obviously, in the race. If you're in the top 4, we hope to see you fighting at the front.
Might get a pot. Let's go for it, yeah.
Absolutely. Well, good luck for the race then, guys. Cheers, thank you very much. All right, and I think, I'm being told in my ear, I think we're about ready to go racing. The cars are starting to head out. The safety car has just driven past me. So, coming up next, or straight away I should say, are the Suzuki Swifts. So, before we get into that though, there's an ad break. So, we'll be back in just a second.
Yokohama. Yokohama.
So, welcome back to Silverstone, where we shortly will have the inaugural race for the Absolute Alignment Swift Sport Challenge. Cars will soon be released from the assembly. I think some drivers may still be making their way over there now. If they can find the way, hopefully they're not relying on the track maps that they created in their mind and put on paper with Kieran Mogg over the lunch break. Should be a fantastic debut for this category though. 29 cars we had out in qualifying. 16 of those were novice drivers as well, so it should be an absolutely fascinating race with a lot of newcomers and some experienced hands that we heard from as well, the likes of Adam Blair, Jonathan Packer we heard from during those interviews. You're looking forward to this now as well, Chris?
I absolutely am. The 750 Motor Club is the home of affordable motorsport, but in 2025 we're taking that to a whole new level with this entry-level formula. Minimal competitive costs, extremely limited modifications to these Mark 1 1.6 litre Suzuki Swift Sports machines, prepared by Tekiwa as well. We've got standard engines, fixed geometries, Davanti tyres as well. No data loggers, fewer individual test days, and we have our partners at Absolute Alignment on hand in the paddock with the necessary tools and know-how to help newcomers run their own cars as well. So it's an incredibly accessible form of motorsport, and this championship already breaking records because it is the fastest selling single make race cage in the 50-year history of Safety Devices, the manufacturer that provides the roll cages for these cars.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great way to grow from nothing to a grid of nearly 30 cars in the space of about 9 months since these first cars debuted here at Silverstone on the international circuit as part of the hot hatch grid. Last August, to have such a huge number of cars on the grid. It's really captured the imagination of both newcomers and experienced campaigners alike, and it's really good. We've got family teams out there, fathers and sons, that kind of thing. We've got people new to motorsport, as I say, some experienced, and all attracted by the drivability of these cars. Only a 1.6 engine, not particularly powerful, and it's a very tight, concise list of control parts that are needed to build up the Swift from 2006 to 2010 into a racing machine. We've seen a few of the cars out in recent months in hot hatch races. We saw them at the Birkett Relay last October as well. But this is the first time there's going to be a full single make dedicated grid for the Swift Sport Challenge. We had qualifying this morning. Adam Blair was actually fastest, although he won't be on pole position. As you can see now, the cars coming out onto the grid, and that's because he was given a 5-place penalty, grid penalty, for maybe some little slightly erratic driving during the course of the qualifying session. So he had a visit to the clerk of the course this morning, and that has meant that he's been bumped back to row 3 of the grid. We'll be watching out not only for the overall battles, but also for the battles within the novice class as well, where there's 3 drivers quite close together. Connor Craven, Aaron Mullen and Shay Brennan all qualified very close to one another. I think it's worth saying that the top 27 cars, the couple that were a little bit slow at the back, but the top 27 separated by 5.5 seconds. That's really tight. Let's have a look at how the grid lines up now then. It's Louis Woodward then on pole position in the number 87 car. Besides him is number 88, Jake Boydell. On the second row of the grid, it's going to be number 10, Ray Collier, and number 5, Jonathan Packer. Third row is 25, James Saggers, and Adam Blair in number 11. On the fourth row, it's the first of the rookies. The 1-2-3 car of Connor Craven even has Aaron Mullen alongside, and it's Shay Brennan and the very experienced Graham Coombs on row 5 in 8 and 66. On row 6 of the grid, it's 191 Nick Peters, besides 18 Thomas Littlechild. Row 7 is 19 Matthew Weymouth again, and 40 Graham King. On the 8th row, it's 93 Guy Povey and 398 Lee Forster. On the 9th row, 16 is Joshua Copeland and 77 Tom Simons. On the 10th row, it's 38 and 89, that's Elliot Tanner and Archie Carter. The 11th row, 43 and 31, Victoria Babb and Maddie Griffiths. And all-female row 11. Row 12 of the grid is 198 even, Connor Forster and 33 Colin Flanagan. The 13th row, 9 and 73, being Gary Stanford and Luke Jones. The 14th row has Michael Sanford in 99 and Shane Tweedy in treble 5. And Izzy Woolley, number 72, is on her own on row 15 of the grid. And I should imagine, Chris, there's a few quite nervous people out there on the grid to start their first ever race.
16 novices on the grid, and what's fantastic as well, what I like about this, we do have the mix of experienced racers. So Jonathan Packer there on the left hand side of the second row, you might remember him from Club Enduro, was in the Capture Motorsport VW Golf last year, was our pole sitter, coming from the 116 trophy as well. But we've got much more high profile drivers out there. Adam Blair was one of those drivers to take part in the hot hatch races at Donington alongside Ray Collier, Lee and Connor Forster, Josh Copeland and Maddie Griffiths. Adam there is a former British F3 racer, James Saggers as well, ex-British GT driver in the RPM Dodge Viper. Who else have we got? There's some really good names out there. But on the other end of that, you've got the flurry of people doing their first ever motor race. So Connor Forster is out there with Lee Forster as well. So Connor, a double autograss champion, but now in his first season of circuit racing. Issy Woolley, we mentioned there. She's one of the ones taking advantage of the team challenge, where 2 drivers can share the cost of the car and alternate between rounds. So she's sharing that with her father, Jonathan. She passed her ARDS test just 12 days after her 16th birthday, and she's lining up at the back of the grid here for this one as well. And speaking of the drivers we got, it's great to see so many young women coming up through for this one as well.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's great that this has really encouraged newcomers into motorsport. This is the reason the 750 Motor Club created this, to encourage new people, maybe from different areas of sport, young people in particular, into motor racing with the 750 Motor Club. Very much aware that the membership of the 750 Motor Club has a certain demographic, and it's always important to keep refreshing that. And the fact that it's bringing in children of people that already race with the 750 Motor Club or elsewhere is very encouraging indeed. So we've got the green flag now waved at the back of the grid. So on pole position, it's the black number 87 car of Louis Woodward, who we know from the 116 trophy, amongst other things, and 88 Jake Boydell in the white and blue and yellow car. Second row is number 10 Ray Collier, the white and orange and black car, and the wonderfully liveried Jonathan Packer car with the stripes down at number 5 there. The third row is 25 James Saggers in the all red car, and Adam Blair, who qualified fastest on the outside of row 3 as the lights go out and the Swift Sport Challenge gets underway for the first time in its history. Off they all go, down towards Copse Corner for the first time. Who's it going to be then that's at the head of the field as they arrive? It looks like it's Louis Woodward in the 87 car from pole position. Jonathan Packer's made a decent start as well. Looked like he was at least briefly up to second place as they turn their way through Copse Corner. Might well lose that though though, as they head down towards Maggots and Beckett's for the first time. We'll pick them up there in a second, and indeed he has lost it to, is that Ray Collier? I think it is Ray Collier, who then runs wide, so he gives the place back again. He might give a couple of places back in actual fact, but certainly a good start there from Louis Woodward, the number 87 car in the lead of the race.
Yeah, Ray Collier in that Davanti Tyres race team machine, number 10, teammate to Adam Blair. They certainly seem to be some of the more well-prepared teams out there, and that was Adam Blair getting right onto the back of Jonathan Packer, braking for Brooklands, and so from sixth on the grid, Adam Blair already up into third, putting an awful lot of pressure on the former Club Enduro racer out to the front of the field. But it's the former 116 sprint and trophy racer Louis Woodward who leads at the end of the first lap in that black number 87 machine. Great stuff out there. It looked like a slightly sluggish start for Shay Brennan off the line, another driver who's making her racing debut. You might remember her from the VRS Winter Sim Championship that we run here at the 750 Motor Club as well. But there is that Davanti Race Tyres team number 11, which is pressuring Jonathan Packer for second position as they come through Maggots, but they're not letting the race leader go away at all.
Around the right-hander they go then, and it is Louis Woodward in the lead of the race then, from Jonathan Packer in second, Adam Blair in third. The pack really covered the top 25 by only 9 seconds at the end of lap 1, so really tight racing. They're still in a huge pack of cars as they head down the Wellington Straight for the what are we on? Second lap of this Swift Sport Challenge race. The first one is that 6 cars, just breaking away a little bit now from the car in 7th place, but that does look like it means that the 821 car of Aaron Mullen has latched himself onto the leading group, the novice driver. So they're heading off round through Woodcote Corner for the second time, and at the end of lap 2 the gap is 0.194 seconds. Fastest lap though has gone to Packer, 1:16.487.
Yeah, and he just jinked out to the inside at Copse Corner. Don't know if that was more in defence, because here comes Adam Blair around the outside. That's side by side for second position with Jonathan Packer in that blue, red and white machine. He'll have the inside line when they get to the right-hander at Beckett's. There's going to be a long way round for Adam Blair. And that was the race leader kicking up a little bit of grass as well. So that's Paco who's been able to maintain second place. Jake Boydell still just repelling the advantage of Ray Collier, and then Aaron Mullen as well, who is our top novice racer out there at the moment in the 821 machine.
Down towards Woodcote they go again. That's Ray Collier trying to make a move up on the inside, and he has just about done it, I think. Yes, he has got ahead of the 88 car there of Boydell. And then you've got the 821 of Aaron Mullen right in behind as well, the 22-year-old from Leeds, done some autograss racing in the past. And it's built by the team at the Queenswood Service Centre, that particular car that's running up inside the top 6. So he's comfortably with the best of the novices. Connor Craven is second, and the 191 car of Nick Peters is third best of those drivers.
Back through Copse Corner then. Top 3 just starting to break away ever so slightly with about a second's advantage over Ray Collier, thanks to that little bit of a squabble with Jake Boydell going through Brooklands. We'll see if he can close down that gap. There's the 25 machine of James Saggers, the ex-British GT racer. They're in 7th position as it stands, just ahead of Matthew Weymouth, that is. Another team challenge car that he's sharing with his son, Alfie, who is also in his first season of racing, so we'll see him out later in the season. This is for the lead, though, with Jonathan Packer closing in. He's opened up the door for Adam Blair to try and go through on the inside. Hasn't quite managed to make that one stick, though. Jonathan Packer trying to attack and defend at the same time, and the more they squabble, the more Ray Collier is going to close up on them as well.
Yeah, because Adam Blair there in third place was fastest in qualifying by about a quarter of a second, but had to start the race back on the outside of row 3 because of some indiscretions during the course of the qualifying session.
And Adam was the best of the runners who went out in a hot hatch race at Donington Park earlier in the year. The ex-British F3 racer, as we mentioned, that was all the way back in 2001. More recently, you might have seen him in the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup and the Audi TT Cup as well, and now switching his focus over to the Swift Sport Challenge.
And his teammate Ray Colley's got the best lap of the race now, 1:16.39, so he took about 1500ths of a second out of the cars in front of him on the previous lap. So Ray Colley, who's done a lot of the tyre testing for the Swift Sport Challenge, the Absolute Alignment Swift Sport Challenge, he's doing well here.
A tyre engineer at Tread Limited, and that's why he's been doing a lot of the development there.
Absolutely right. He's ahead of Jake Boydell in 5th. Aaron Mullen still the best of the novices in 6th. Nick Peters now has moved up to 2nd place within the novice class, I noticed. So it's Conor Craven that's dropped back a couple of positions in recent laps, as we are watching some side-by-side action going on there involving Thomas Littlechild, who's down in around about 13th position at the moment, and he has besides him the number 66 car, which is that of Graham Coombs, long-time production saloon racer, World Hire 24-hour racer as well, and he's racing against some drivers with much less experience than himself here.
Dutch supercar champion as well, did British GT alongside Jake Hill, the British touring car champion as well. So yeah, vastly experienced racer there in that 66 machine in 13th position. As we've got some debris on the road, and that looks like it could be at Brooklands. That's side by side with Ray Collier, and Jake Boydell trying to get that 4th position back from the Davanti Tyres team car, but Boydell losing out on the exit of Beckett, and so has to sit behind there for a little bit longer. Louis Woodward has pulled the pin, hasn't he? He's absolutely flown away now at the front of the field.
He had the best lap of the race on the last lap of 1:16.38. Now, and of course, this is establishing a lap record because it's the first season for these cars, first time of racing in competitive action on the Silverstone National Circuit. There's waved yellow flags approaching Woodcote. I think the car that we're missing is the number 16 car of Joshua Copeland, so that's a great shame for Joshua, the 31-year-old from Saltash, an air conditioning engineer in his first season of racing. It looks like he's come to a stop somewhere out on the circuit.
There's nothing obvious we can see from our TV picture, so it must just be in our blind spot, sadly, because there was a green flag being waved down the start and finish straight. There we can see it, and yep, it is that number 16 car, Josh Copeland, that's just being pushed back into a safer position.
There's a pub quiz question for years to come. Who was the first retirement from an Absolute Alignment Swift Sport Challenge race? Bit obscure, maybe. There's the 821 car of Aaron Mullen. He's got Matthew Weymouth right behind him, who's just got the fastest lap of the race as well. Matthew Weymouth has all of a sudden got a fire lit underneath him, and he is closing in on the leading group, but there's yellow flags at Brooklands. Now, whether that's because of that recovery work that was going on with the Marshalls trackside, I suspect it probably is. So everyone should fall back into line there, but it is Weymouth that did get ahead amongst of all of that, so he's now gone into the top 6.
So that was well timed, but that 821 car just in the middle of that trio now, because who's that behind? Is that Nick Peters in the 121 car, so a fellow novice?
Yeah, you've got the two novice leaders together now.
Yes, and I'm hugely impressed by their pace, because there's much more experienced guys right in front of them, and they're only 4 seconds away from the leader, is a race winner in the 116s.
Fastest lap swapped around again. Ray Colley has picked up now, 1:16.331. So
another lap record.
Indeed, but it just goes to show how competitive it is. Looking at the best lap times, the top. Certainly the top 8 or 9 are all within in the 116s, and a few more further back as well. So that's really, really competitive that they're so close on lap times in racing conditions.
that round. Beckett's once again, and Aaron Mullen now coming under pressure from his class rival. There's the big black X with the yellow background on the back of the cars there. 16 of these cars have got on them in this race. And do you know what? They've all been so well behaved as well. We were expecting people to be flying off the road potentially, but no, they've done extremely well. And just collecting that little bit of debris down at Brooklands was Aaron Mullen in his first attempt to take the lead of the novice category on the inside of Brooklands. And Nick Peters, sorry, that was the other way around, wasn't it? It was Nick Peters who picked it up. Aaron Mullen retakes the spot on the inside. Now, is that side by side, or is that lap traffic they're coming to? Yeah, it looks like they are getting through some lap traffic.
Adam Blair's got second, though, and he's got the place away from Jonathan Packer now for P2. Gap, he's still about a second to Louis Woodward in the lead of the race. So we need to keep an eye on the battle for the lead, but there's good scraps going on further down the order as well. We're watching that between the Aaron Mullen and Nick Peters as well, weren't we? There is Mullen in the that's Peters, sorry, in the 191 car, 40-year-old from Dorking. He's a builder, done quite a bit of oval racing, and he's in a Mark Freeman race preparation produced and prepared machine. Blue flag's now waving. That's because some of the slower drivers are now being caught by the race leaders. Louis Woodward still out in front here. And as they're getting through the traffic, you could see Adam Blair getting past one of the back markers.
Was that Ray Collier as well? Yeah, I was saying Ray Collier's on the back of Jonathan Packer. It looked like he was going for a move down into Brooklands. Of course, Jake Boydell and Matt Weymouth right there as well. So Packer under a little bit of pressure. As a class winner in the Club Enduro last year aboard his VW Golf from Capture Motorsport.
I reckon we're 3 laps away from the end of this race now, and Packer, Woodward's lead even has gone out to 1.8 seconds. So I think amid the traffic, he's really gained a little bit from Adam Blair, who's got some damage to the front of that car.
Yeah, so I think he's made contact with someone or something firmer than the front of his car, and you can only assume that is from some having to do some lappery. But look at the Packers in a Devante tyre sandwich here with Collier trying to get on the inside going around Brooklands.
Sounds a bit chewy to me. It's Jonathan Packer that is in the middle, and he is trying to break his way clear of these two Devante tyre cars. He needs to get past Adam Blair in order to do so. He's pulled out to the right-hand side of the second, so he's not been in the slipstream there. He's tucked back in behind now, not able to make a move into Brooklands corner. So you've got really the top 6 cars, well, actually the second to 6th cars really circulating together, because you can't really count Louis Woodward because he's well out in front now. Looks like he's probably got this inaugural Swift Sport Challenge race in the bag, but we can't speak too soon. So it's Blair, Packer, Collier, Boydell and Weymouth that are in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th group. Peters and Mullen still doing battle for the novice class win as well, and that's sort of equal importance really with so many newcomers on the grid.
Absolutely. So 2 laps to go then, and Adam Blair leads that battle for 2nd place over the line, and Jonathan Packer, Ray Collier, Jake Boydell, Matt Weymouth right in the fight. The novice battles sort of spread out a little bit because Nick Peters got 5 seconds over Aaron Mullen now. This is Ray Collier under pressure from behind. That is the 88 of Jake Boydell trying to go through. They ran out a little bit wide, and that has allowed Collier to get straight back underneath him. But that one little exchange there has cost them several car lengths to Jonathan Packer behind. So he can start to put the pressure on Adam Blair just a little bit more. Here comes Matt Weymouth as well in the black car with the orange stripe on it around the outside at Brooklands, going for 5th position, runs out wide, hits that debris in the middle of the racetrack as well, and so he has to settle in behind.
Absolutely right. So we're about to go on to the final lap of the race here in the Absolute Alignment Swift Sport Challenge. And it's Louis Woodward leading. Adam Blair's got to be a bit careful, though. He's already been shown the black and white driving standards flag for exceeding track limits, so he can't afford to do that again. He has narrowed the gap by about 3 or 4 tenths of a second on that lap to Louis Woodward, but it is still 1.6 seconds as the number 87 car turns its way through Copse for the final time. It is then in 2nd place Blair, and he too has a bit of a gap now back to Packer in 3rd place. So it looks like the top 2 probably settled, barring any penalties.
Some changes further down the pack as the timing screen updated itself, but there's Louis Woodward, 1.6 seconds out in front, and it looks like he is going to be the first ever victor of the Absolute Alignment Swift Sports Challenge. And Adam Blair's looking much more comfortable in second place now. That maybe there was a mistake from Jonathan Packer in those previous few corners, because he's under big pressure from Collier and Boydell behind.
Yeah, but here comes Louis Woodward then into Brooklands for the final time. He's quite experienced now. He's racing the 116 Trophy, the 120 Coupes. We saw him out in the Armed Forces Race Challenge as well, up at Croft a few weeks ago. He's turning his way through the right-hander at Luffield, starts to accelerate up towards Woodcote Corner and the finish line to take the checkered flag. And it's Louis Woodward then that is going to win the inaugural Absolute Alignment Swift Sport Challenge race. Is flashing the lights as he goes over the line. He's taken the win. Adam Blair is second, 1.7 seconds behind. Jonathan Packer completes the inaugural podium. The first novice win goes to number 191, Nick Peters. So he takes the checkered flag as top novice from the 8 car in the end of Shea Brennan, getting that place away from Aaron Mullen on the final lap. And completing the top 10 is James Saggers. But what a fantastic start to the Swift Sport Challenge that was. It was a pretty good clean race. A little bit of damage we could see on one or two cars, but I think the vast majority of cars made it to the checkered flag, which was fantastic to see.
Yeah, the damaged one was one of the most experienced drivers out there. So, yeah, that was incredibly clean racing and fantastic stuff. Great start to the Swift Sport Challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. So final few cars just taking the checkered flag. We will have a look at the results in just a moment. The confirmation there that it's Louis Woodward, number 12, that took the win in car 87, sorry, number 87 after 12 laps. He was 1.7 seconds clear of number 11, Adam Blair. Third, number 5, Jonathan Packer. Fourth was number 10, Ray Collier. Fifth was 88, Jake Boydell. And sixth was number 19, Matthew Weymouth. We then move on to the first of the novices. That was 191, Nick Peters, who was quite a comfortable winner, actually, in that class in the end, by more than 6 seconds over number 8, Shea Brennan. Then it was 821, Aaron Mullen in 9th place. 25, James Saggers completing the top 10. Then a couple more novices, Connor Craven and Lee Forster. Graham Coombs 13th, Thomas Littlechild 14th. On to the next page, we have in 15th place Maddie Griffiths, great drive from her, ahead of Victoria Babb. Tom Simon 17th, then Guy Povey, Graham King and Connor Forster completing the top 20. With, I think, 25 finishes out of 29 starts, so really good reliability as well from the Swift Sport Challenge cars in their inaugural race. So we've got the leading drivers heading down the pit lane now. Kieran Mogg is going to be outside. He's no doubt got some very excited drivers who we'll be talking to in a minute, Chris.
Absolutely. And so there is Louis Woodward after that great victory. Was under pressure for an awful lot of it. And of course, these cars are back out again for a second race later on this afternoon. And an exchange there with Adam Blair, the second place finisher and now lap record holder of the Swift Sports Challenge, 1:16.085.
Absolutely.
Oh, there's a well done there.
And there's Kieran. He is ready and waiting to talk to our top 3 down in pit lane.
Can't hear him at all. Hello. All right, so we're going to quickly chat with our winner, Louis Woodward, the first ever Swift Sport race winner. That was had a bit of a gap then.
I did, yeah. The guys obviously behind were quick. They started coming at the start, but got into a bit of a rhythm, got my head down, and yeah, just had to tick off the minutes as they rolled by. But yeah, really enjoyed it. It was good.
Obviously, you've raced in a fair few different categories. How does this one compare to those from before?
I really enjoy it. You know, obviously it's a little car, but we did 116 Trophy before. The difference with this is weight with driver. Obviously I'm 6'4", so you know, sometimes at a little disadvantage, but I wanted to give it a go front wheel drive and thought something different for this year. But yeah, so far so good.
Absolutely. Obviously got one race later on as well. Yeah. How are you thinking about that one?
Same again, really. Yeah, just repeat and see if we can get our heads down and get away at the start. So yeah, it's all new. Obviously, you know, new car, new tyres. You know, standing starts. It's all a bit different to what I'm used to. So yeah, we're enjoying it and we're learning, and it's really good.
Well, congratulations on the inaugural win. We'll have a quick chat with our second place, Adam Blair. Now, Adam, we spoke obviously during the lunch break, and you said that you were feeling very confident in the car. You look like quite comfortable out there.
Yeah, it was tricky. We seemed to be a little bit down on power compared to the first two cars. And unfortunately, Jonathan had something that you can see on the windscreen here coming out of his engine, or out of his exhaust, and I got ABS lockout and crashed into him. So I apologise for that, but it was not obviously intentional. Wasn't actually even trying to overtake at the time. But yeah, so yeah, we need to kind of work out where we're lacking in power a little bit, and we should be hopefully knocking on the door a bit more.
Yeah, so do you reckon you can take the fight for the win later on?
Unlikely, to be honest. I think there's obviously some issues, probably an engine sensor or something like that. It's just we're quicker in the corners in that race. We were reasonably quicker in the corners, but yeah, as soon as we got to the straight, it was just kind of we were getting gapped, so we were always too far back. So, but yeah, you never know.
You got the fastest lap though.
Yeah. I mean, the car itself is great. It's just a bit down on power. Yeah. So we'll sort it out.
All right, well, congratulations, and we look forward to seeing it later.
Thanks very much.
Cheers, thank you very much. Speaking of our third place, Jonathan Packer, obviously we spoke during the lunch break as well. You were pretty confident, feeling pretty comfortable. Looks all right out there.
For a little tin trophy, weren't we? So, yeah, got one. I was in the running for P2, but, yeah, Adam got past. I think I took more hits than the Spice Girls in that race, but, yeah, it was all good. Yeah, good race. Yeah, nothing to report, really. Cars in one bit, a few little battle scars, but we did what we came to do, which is get a podium and get a trophy and hopefully rack up some points, because obviously it's a championship, so points mean prizes.
What do you reckon for the race later on? Do you reckon you can maybe take one better?
I'd like to think so. However, the black car had the guy that got P1, I don't know his name, but he had some really good pace. He had some really, really good pace. I crept up on him a few places, but not enough momentum to lunge. And I don't want to crash into people. That's the last thing you want to do. So I just sat and I was sensible. Yeah, that's it. I was sensible.
All about keeping it and bringing it back home. Well, congratulations on P3.
Excellent, thank you.
Cheers, thank you very much. We'll speak with Nick Peters. Nick, you are the first novice winner, and you had to earn it as well.
I did, yeah. Starting in 11th. I mean, I don't know where I came overall. Was it 6th or 7th? 7th, yeah. So I just tried to work my way through the pack, really. But I caught up with the top 6 guys, and it was just hard to make ground on them, just because the cars are so equal. So overall, very happy, to be honest.
Do you reckon you can do a little bit better in the race later on?
I'd hope so. I mean, quali I got 3rd place, but I got put back because I practiced on Friday. But yeah, overall, hope taking to the next race, really, and improve from there.
All right, look forward to seeing it. Congratulations.
Lovely. Cheers. Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you very much. All right, so as you probably just heard, the cars are out on circuit, because coming up next we have the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship.
Time for round 3 of the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship at a warm and sunny Silverstone. You can see the drivers using the doors as a makeshift fan on the front of the grid, Shay Kavanagh and Jake Renshaw. Let's have a look at the grid then. It is Kavanagh on pole position in number 93 besides number 90, Jake Renshaw. Second row of the grid is 211, that's Joseph McMullen, and 15 is the car of Lewis Barker. On the third row of the grid, we've got 52 Lewis Ellis, besides 42 Trafford King, who's just doing this race, and he was the fastest of the Class B cars. We saw him out in the Type R Trophy yesterday. Row 4, 4 Alex Foden and 20 Gordon McMillan. Row 5 is 151 Andy Stevens and 83 John Nabella. Row 6, 29 Matthew Hale and 28 Lee Warren. The 7th row, 13 Stuart Kennedy and 78 Matt Warren. The 8th row of the grid has the Class C pole position car, number 1 Joshua Hilton, and 226 is beside him Lee Rickard. On the 9th row, 291 Zach Burnell and 116 Matthew Morgan. The 10th row, 300 Joshua Bavin and 91 John Davis. Row 11 is 17 Will Bartup and 30 William Hornsey. On the 12th row, 197 Craig Turner and 54 Peter Boast. Row 13, 39 Andrew Ward and 152 Tom Curtin. The 14th row, 148 Wayne Shackelford and 75 Mason Bickers, with at the back of the grid number 12 Warren Andrews on row 15. That's the way the grid lines up championship-wise coming into this weekend. Well, the championship leader isn't taking part. That's Dan Sylvester. He has 32 points. Alex Foden, though, who's next up, and the Class B leader is here, though. He has 31 points and lines up second on the grid for Class B today. And third in the championship coming into this weekend level are the 2 drivers from Class C, Will Bartup and Joshua Hilton, who are second and first, respectively, within Class C on the grid today. And a reminder that it's 3 classes, as we were saying. Class A for cars of up to 200 brake horsepower per tonne. Class B for cars of up to 175, and Class C for cars of up to 145 brake horsepower per tonne. But otherwise, fairly open set of regulations. There's some changes this season to allow in even more modern tin tops, but with having to work to a slightly lower power to weight ratio within each class, and they all run on Motorsport UK List 1A, B or C treaded tyres. So Chris, alongside me in the commentary box, this a race to look forward to with a rich variety of hot hashes, but the Civic Type R numerically dominant.
Yes, and it's a cracking looking thing as well. We were talking about this in the Type R Trophy yesterday, but there's a slightly bigger variety of them as well, because some of them are the standard Civics and some of them are the Type Rs. But certainly a very popular machine, especially up at the front of the field. So the car that reigning champion Shea Kavanagh on pole position is using, looking for his first win of the season. Going into this weekend's second in the championship.
So off the final couple of corners they come to take up their position on the grid. It's going to be a 50-minute race, 2 50-minute races today for these cars. The opening meeting of the season was at Donington Park, where it was a victory overall for Dan Sylvester in both races. Kavanagh had a couple of seconds and Lewis Barker had a couple of thirds. Alex Foden won Class B in both races, but it was Will Bartup who won the first of the races in Class C, which was a turn up for the books, because Joshua Hilton, the overall champion, coming from Class C, as it always has done for the past few years, often in the hands of David Drinkwater, but it was another compact driver, BMW compact driver, Joshua Hilton, that took the honours last season and looking to reprise his title. So drivers on the front of the grid again are flapping their doors to let some more air into the cockpits. They can only do that for a certain amount of time though, because the last cars are forming up on the grid at the back. Very shortly we'll get the green flag waved. There it goes. And 15 minutes of racing for the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship are about to get underway. Let's go out. Not a particularly quick start from Jake Renshaw from the outside of the front of the grid. Better start made from pole position by Shea Kavanagh as they head off up towards Copse Corner for the first time. A myriad of Type Rs out at the front of the field, but there are, as you can see, various different shapes. Some tyres squealing further towards the back of the field, we can hear. But it did look like it was Kavanagh, I think, that was leading. The red fast-starting BMW is that of Gordon McMillan, and he now is possibly after a bit of contact, shoved wide. He's got a big tank slapper on. And you know what? I don't think it was. Is it Shea Kavanagh in the lead as they head up? It is Shea Kavanagh as they head up the Wellington Straight for the first time. He's got a decent advantage, in fact, over the rest of them as they turn their way towards Brooklands for the first time.
Yeah, it looks like Lewis Barker in second position in that black and green number 15 machine, and then Jake Renshaw in third after that slightly sluggish getaway, but only losing the one position as it stands. Spin though for the number 54 C-Class BMW Compact of Peter Boast down at the last couple of corners, but he pitches it round and gets it pointing in the right direction again. And so At the end of the first lap, it's about 3/4 of a second the advantage for Kavanagh over Barker. Gordon Macmillan leads in Class B despite that moment out of Beckett, so has managed to take the Class B lead away from Trafford King, who leads Alex Fodden, John Labella and Andy Stevens, most of whom we saw out in the Takeba Type R Trophy yesterday. And then Class C still is Josh Hilton in 17th position overall.
Out of Beckett's and down the Wellington Straight they go. You can see the Class A Ford KA with the wing on the back. That's Lee Warren in the number 28 car, the driver from Birmingham. Nice to have some variety within Class A.
John Labella skating off the road down at Brooklands and just about managed to keep it on some asphalt. Thankfully there's a bit of runoff down there, but of course now he's got Andy Stevens and Stuart Kennedy in that number 13 Volkswagen Corrado all over the back of him.
And great to see the Corrado out there, classic car from the 90s, the Corrado, one of the older cars on the grid.
But it looks fantastic, doesn't it?
Yeah, spectacular, doesn't it? It's one a bit further back down the order. He came across the line there in 11th position, though Kavanagh led by 9/10 of a second at the end of lap 1, but it was Jake Renshaw in 3rd place that got the fastest lap on the first flying lap of the race. Here's Gordon Macmillan in the number 20 car. And there's Alex Foden, who's leading the Class B Championship coming into this weekend. He's 3rd in class at the moment. He's behind Trafford King, so he needs to try and get past Trafford. And also Gordon Macmillan a bit further up the road. A lock up there from Jake Renshaw, that is, who's lost out now to the 211 car of Jonathan McMullen.
So that's a change for 3rd position, and Renshaw, after struggling off the line, now starting to slip backwards. This is great from Gordon Macmillan as well, because he's got a Class A car behind him, and Lewis Ellis, the ex-motocross racer, who has stepped up to Class A for this year. But it's nice he's got that little buffer between himself and his class rivals, because there's a flurry of them behind there. There goes that battle for 3rd position with Joseph Macmillan now in 3rd position ahead of Jake Renshaw. They make their way around Beckett's and then or Maggots and then into Beckett's, and let's see if Renshaw can try and recover one of those places. He kicks up a little bit of dirt and dust at the apex of the right-hander. You see they are starting to fall away a little bit from the leading pair. That is the Class A car of Lewis Ellis that's just blasted past Gordon Macmillan, and so a change for 5th position overall, but not in anything in terms of the classes.
Yeah, and as with the 750 Motor Club categories, the points are scored based on class finishing position rather than overall finishing position, which means that it's a drive from any class that can win the championship. Just checking in on Class C. Yes, it is Joshua Hilton leading that, but that's the problem. Is that for Kavanagh? Is that the race leader?
Can't be, it's a Class A car. It is!
It is. It's Lewis Barker that's come across the line in the lead of the race, and it's just ground to a halt, it would seem, up there at Luffield Corner. He's trying to probably get the car fired up again, but not seemingly having any luck.
That's not fluid. You can see on the racetrack there, that line going around the corner that has just sort of followed the path of the 93. But that's actually
it is.
I think that's actually the painted for the long lap penalty for the MotoGP rather than fluid.
Could be right.
So that now means that Lewis Barker, his Honda Civic now leads after finishing 3rd in both races last time out. Now leads the field with Joseph Macmillan up into 2nd position in the 211 car, closely followed by Jake Renshaw. He still has that fastest lap of the race so far.
Yeah, so Joe McMullen, he's been racing the Type R Trophy in the past, but I think he's upgraded his car here to go into Class A. In the, as you can see, the marshals on the side of the circuit just ready to try and do something with the recovery of the Shea Kavanagh car, and to help with that we are going to have the safety car brought out onto the circuit, so the race being neutralised, and with that car actually on the circuit there at Luffield, not a lot of choice I don't think, but for the safety car to be called by the officials.
No, because it has to go through the grass in order to get it to the nearest access roads. That's slightly unfortunate place to have a breakdown. What a bizarre moment. It just lost all life. But this is the first appearance of the day for the VW Golf safety car.
It is. We've done well, haven't we, to get through, 7 races we've had already? This is race 8.
with the 16 novices in the Swift Sport Challenge as well.
Yeah, so first time out for the Golf, which is making its debut this weekend as well. So yeah, cars will all form up behind the safety car while the Shea Kavanagh car, that's the erstwhile race leader, is recovered. So it does make for an interesting restart. Run down on the order, it's 15 Lewis Barker then that's leading, 211 Joseph McMullen is second. Third, number 90, Jake Renshaw. He's got the best lap of the race so far at 106.397. Fourth is 52, Lewis Ellis. Those are all Class A drivers. Then it's a bevy of Class B drivers. Gordon McMillan, number 20, is fifth. 42, Trafford King is sixth. Alex Foden, number 4, is seventh. John Nobella, number 83, is eighth. Stuart Kennedy, number 13, is ninth. And Andy Stevens, who we also saw yesterday in the Type R Trophy, is 10th in 151. Class C is being led in 16th place overall by Joshua Hilton. He has a couple of cars between himself and Will Bartup, who's second within that class, and Will Hornsey, number 30, is third of the Class C cars with 7 3/4 minutes of the race still to go, but behind the safety car at the moment.
I was chatting yesterday with Lee Bailey and Andrew Raybould, who are the safety car drivers, and I didn't realise they actually, at Brands Hatch, obviously there was quite a bit made up. Well, actually I'll tell that in a minute, because we've suddenly gone green flag racing again. There was not much warning given there by the safety car, was there? So we're back green again. And getting the whole shot was Joseph McMillan, and so Lewis Barker struggling on the restart there, and we have a new race leader once again, and it's Joseph McMillan in the 211 car. Lewis Barker down into second position. There is the Class B battle with McMillan leading King, leading Fodden, leading Labella, leading Kennedy.
So yeah, green flags all the way around the lap as this race gets very quickly back underway. Only the one lap behind the safety car then, and it's a good lead that Joseph McMullen has built up here ahead of Lewis Barker, who was possibly, like us, caught napping a little bit by that restart. Jake Renshaw is right there in third. They've got quite a gap over. It looks like it's that Gordon McMillan now that's back into fourth. Yes, it is. So he's moved ahead of Lewis Ellis, and it looks like Trafford King going through as well in the sort of turquoise-coloured Type R. So here's the leader over the line, and it's McMullen to the good by half a second at this point.
And Trafford King managed to get past Lewis Ellis as well, although I think Ellis is going to do something about that. No, slots back in behind the Tequila Type R Trophy racer. There's the top three making their way towards Maggots, and then round the right-hander at Beckett's, and we're onto the back straight. Lewis Barker, I'm sure, will be a bit miffed at himself about that. About that restart. That is the Class C Mini Cooper, which must have had a spin on that lap, because we've only been green again for a lap and a half.
Yeah, that's Mason Bickers, isn't it? The 75 car, I think.
Yeah, so down into Brooklands once again. And a slightly wide moment there for the race leader, Joseph McMullen. But Lewis Barker was not close enough to do anything about that. Look at the green trim on his wheels as well. That looks fantastic as it goes around. That didn't look too fantastic when he dipped a wheel into the gravel on the exit of Luffield, though. That's given Jake Renshaw a lovely run, but still can't find the inside line when they get onto the start-finish straight. What it has done is given our race leader a little bit of a reprieve.
Yeah, certainly has. He's got 7/10 in hand now over the next couple. Interested to see what's going on in the battle behind, though, for Class B, because Gordon McMillan's got Trafford King, and he's about the same margin, 7/10 behind him, so we'll keep an eye on that. Bit of a lock up there from Jake Renshaw in third. There's the battle for the Class B lead, and it's McMillan that goes wide there, as he did on the opening lap, so Trafford King's going to pull alongside him here. It's the Honda against the BMW, and also involved there is Lewis Ellis as well in the number 52 car from Class A. He's going to try and make it 3 wide. He should have a bit more power down the straights to try and get past both of them. He's also grabbed the inside line for Brooklands as well, but no, he's lacking speed at the end of the straight. The two Class B leaders are still side by side, and it's McMillan, who's started racing with stock catch many years ago. He remains out in front at the moment in Class B.
And trying to get around the outside, Lewis Ellis on Trafford King, and as you say, has a bit more power down the straights, but was very cautious with his braking down into Brooklands. Leaders go by. There's the Class B leader in the red BMW Compact, number 20 in 4th position, ahead of Lewis Ellis, the Class A car, splitting Macmillan from his class rivals behind King, and Fodden are the ones disputing the podium places. Fodden, of course, the championship leader after winning both races at Donington. His first season of hot hatch racing.
So here's Gordon McMillan then in that number 20 car, still leading in Class B, the driver from Wiltshire. Been racing for 26 years now. Self-built and prepared cars. It's a 2.8 litre engine in that. Works on it with his son Rudy, who also races himself sometimes on occasion. But he's got here Lewis Ellis right behind him. A Class A car, and he's managing to keep it at bay. Again, a little bit sideways there was Gordon McMillan coming into the corner. G-Mac, as it says on the windows on the side of the car. Managing to keep Ellis at bay here. Trafford King and Alex Foden also in there as well. Just checking on Class C, yeah, it is still Joshua Hilton leading it in Class C as we're probably now going on to the final 3 laps.
Yeah, not long to go now in this race, just 3 minutes. Those 4 cars barrel over the start-finish straight. And it was a tentative turn into Cobbs for Macmillan. Trying to make sure that he didn't chop the nose of Lewis Ellis, who I think might finally now have the place. Nope. It's still the Class B car with the line that again runs wide, and that was not just curb, that was an awful lot of grass. That was effectively rally crossing from Lewis Ellis down at Beckett's. But now he can use that extra power of his Civic to get down, start and finish straight. Well, still level pegging actually, and the Class B Compact seems to be a little bit better on the brakes as well. So Ellis really quite struggling here to get around the Class B leader.
Meanwhile, it's in the lead of the race. McMillan's gap to Barker's come down.
Oh, gravel. There's gravel being kicked up. That must have been from one of the top 3, Ian.
Pick up who that is as they come up the line. Yeah, it's Renshaw now behind McMillan, so it is Barker that has dropped back. The 15 cars dropped back to 3rd place behind Jake Renshaw now. So it's McMillan, Renshaw and Barker. I was just saying that Barker was closing the gap to McMillan, but now he's had a little moment there through the gravel, and that has given Jake Renshaw the chance to move up into P2 behind the driver that we can see on screen now. Those of you watching on the live stream, the 211 car of Joe McMullen. He has then taken the lead of the race, the driver from Bromsgrove in Worcestershire. He now has the advantage over Jake Renshaw, number 90 in 2nd. The Nottingham man, 18 years of age, Jake Renshaw, from Nottingham, 6th form student. Has raced in the Junior Saloon Car Championship previously. I think mostly focusing on the Civic Cup this year, but having an outing this weekend in the Hot Hatch Championship. Jake Renshaw, number 90.
Sorry, 6th form student currently.
Yeah.
These
Are
kids.
you feeling old?
Yeah, well, no, I was thinking about how I never would have been able to do something like that. I'm not a refined enough human being at that age to be able to do something like this.
Yeah. Oh, he's doing really well as well, isn't he? Because he's only 0.3 of a second behind the leader as they go on to the last lap. He's got the fastest lap to his name as well. Can he pull a win out of the back here, maybe?
And potentially he's suddenly got an awful lot of pace, hasn't he? So the man who struggled so much off the line and was trying to recover places ended up losing a couple more as well. But suddenly he has got oodles of pace, and it was about 7/10 quicker last time around than the race leader for Jake Renshaw, and closing up that gap very nicely indeed. And we we're on the final lap now, aren't we? So clock's ticking down, and that's a wide moment for the race leader from Matt Mullen. Surely that's going to give Renshaw the open door. He walks through and takes the lead with 1 corner to go.
Yeah, there's no coming back here, I don't think, for Joseph McMullen. So Renshaw took advantage there. Maybe it was the pressure that he was piling on Joseph McMullen caused McMullen to go wide. So they're coming up to the line now. There's a slower car ahead of them with a checker flag. Is going to go out, and it is going to be Jake Renshaw that has the first win of his hot hatch career by just under half a second in the end, from Joseph McMullen in 2nd. Lewis Barker, number 15, in 3rd place. 4th place looks like that's going to go the way of Lewis Ellis, because what's happened to Gordon McMillan on the final lap? He is yet to come through. So the red BMW has gone missing, it would seem. I can't see it coming through there at the end of the race. Yeah, 10th across the line. So Gordon McMillan, it was a 118 that final lap compared to 108 he had been doing. Must have had a little spin somewhere.
Must have, yeah. So of course that's given the Class B B win to Trafford King ahead of Alex Fodden and John Labella. So huge turnaround in Class B.
And Josh Hilton, there he is, the number 1 BMW Compact, the white, green and black car. He's just come through to win in Class C as well. Just hearing it definitely was a spin for Gordon McMillan, as we thought it must be with that long lap time, and he threw away a Class B win there.
Just as McMullen threw away the overall win there as well. A very dramatic last lap in the first race of the day for the hot hatches.
Certainly was. Only seemingly Joshua Hilton managing to keep his head to take the Class C victory there. Confirmation then of a win for number 90, Jake Renshaw. 13 laps completed in his Honda Civic Type R. He beat Joseph McMillan 211 by 0.499 seconds. Third, number 15, Lewis Barker, another 0.499 seconds behind, because he was 0.998 seconds behind Joe McMillan. Fourth, number 52, Lewis Ellis. Trafford King it was that came through, number 42, to take 5th overall and win Class B. Alex Foden, number 4, was 6th. John Abella, number 83, was 7th. Stuart Kennedy in the Corrado was 8th, number 13. Lee Warren in the Ford K was 9th. And Gordon McMillan completed the top 10 despite that spin. Then it was Andy Stevens, Matthew Hale, Lee Rickard and Matt Warren. With further back, you can see in 16th place overall, number 1, Josh Hilton, the reigning champion, winning Class C. Second in that class was number 17, Will Bartup in the Citroen Saxo. And third was number 30, William Hornsey in the Peugeot 106 Rally. And we lost 2 cars there. We lost that Mason Bickers Mini and the Shea Kavanagh Honda from the lead of the race as well. So there is Jake Renshaw then into pit lane. He's got Trafford King, the Class B winner, besides him. We should also have Joshua Hilton as well to talk to before much longer. But Jake getting his helmet off and balaclava off, and we are ready now to go down to Kieran Mogg, and he is going to speak to very happy Jake Renshaw.
See here, Jake Renshaw coming out of that race, just about managed to clinch the win, having a quick chat with one of his engineers, I believe it is. And what an amazing race once again from the hot hatches. We'll just see if we can jump in and have a chat with Jake once he's stood having a quick chat. But they're just a bit busy at the moment. So if I can just, sorry, Jake, can I just jump in? Jake, that was amazing.
Thank you. Yeah, it feels great to get my first win. So it's my first win in cars. So yeah, it's a great feeling. Made it a bit hard for myself, but got there in the end. So really happy with it.
Yeah, just about, obviously quite a tough fight at the front there, but just managed to come out ahead.
Yeah, definitely. It was quite a close battle between the 3 of us at the front, but the second place went wide on the penultimate corner. So I managed to get up the inside, and that was it. Got the win.
Well, congratulations on the win. First ever car win as well, so yeah, big congratulations for that.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you very much. We'll move on to our Class B winner, Trafford King. Trafford obviously had an okay day yesterday, and had an okay day today up until the very last lap when it was very good.
Yeah, well, I want to apologise for saying I'm not racing today. It was a last minute thing last night. We signed on just to do a little bit of testing, really. But yeah, really good. I enjoyed, well, quality was good, race was good, like pace was there-ish. I was having to sort of defend a little bit, and then we got mixed up in a little bit of a pack, but yeah, it was good race.
Yeah, obviously it was a massive pack, obviously, that you were involved in. Talk about how difficult it was for the traffic management and everything in there.
I think the main thing is with the difference of cars, because obviously you've got the BM that's a little bit faster on a straight line, but then his corner speed's off a little bit. Then you had Lewis in the Class A car, so then you've got a little mixture there. The Clio had so much like mid-corner grip. I was just looking, I could just see eyes, and that was it. So yeah, it was good. Like it was really good.
Well, nice to end the day, obviously, with a Class B win as well.
Yeah, beautiful.
Congratulations, cheers. Well, move over here to, let's get out of the way of these, sorry. Move over here to Joshua Hilton, the Class C winner. Josh, in the middle of the pack, how was that for you?
That was hot. Very.
And talk about how difficult it was. Obviously, we just heard Trafford talking about the difference between the cars. Obviously, BMW, fair bit of pace in that on the straight lines. Talk about how difficult it was against the front-wheel drives.
Well, to me, I'm struggling to turn out of the bend, whereas these boys are struggling to turn in and out. So it's just a little bit better getting traction coming out, whereas, again, these guys just seem to spin up. So it's good.
Well, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you very much. All right, so we'll head back up to comms for the next race.
Well, we had a couple of BMWs there, prominent in the hot hatch race, but we've got a full grid of them now in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Their first of 2 races this afternoon. It's going to be a 20-minute race. It's their 3rd and 4th rounds of the championship today. The season got underway at Brands Hatch, where the points lead was taken jointly by David Heisman and William Lake, who were both successful in their respective classes. Dan Smith is just a point behind those two, and then Paul Cook is 4th on 24 points coming into this weekend's racing. And a reminder that there's 4 different classes to watch out for here. You've got the M1, the most powerful BMWs, then the M2, which are not quite as powerful. You've got the Class 6 for the 6-cylinder cars, and the Cup class for the compact 325 TIs, built to a very tight set of regulations. But actually ahead of all of those today is an invitation class car for number 40, Jazz Sapra. So he's lining up on pole position there in his BMW F80 M3. Let's have a look at the rest of the grid. So besides Sapra in number 40 is the number 43 car of Stephen Schweikart. Second row of the grid has 26 Paul Cook, besides 25 Ben Pearson, the M235i. Third row is number 9 Jason Rees in the E92 M3, and Charlie Dark in another M235i 135. Row 4 of the grid is number 76 Stuart Pywell, besides number 7 John Brown. Then on row 5 it's number 96 David Morris, the first of the Class M2 cars, against number 37 Cavan Granger. Row 6 is 69 Aidan Vilcou, he's beside the best of the Class 6 cars, Chris Blakey. Row 7 of the grid is 31 Paul Laramie and 35 Colin Whitmore. Then on row 8 it's 20 David Asperton and Raheem Ballou in number 55. The 9th row, 75 Craig Emerson, has Max Bunting in the 177 car next to him. Then row number 10 is 888 Andrew Phillips and 79 Sergei Maniv. William Lake in number 4 is on the inside of row 11 next to 17 Andrew Pywell. Then it's Jamie Sturgis in number 87 and 6 Sam Walton next to him on the 12th row. The 13th row is 44 Ben Haynes and Gareth Thomas in number 68, with Ernie Graham number 61 at the back of the field. So 27 cars we should have then for this BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Big old grid, impressive range of cars, beautifully presented and turned out. Should be in for a fascinating race, Chris.
We certainly should be, and that F80 on pole position is a really striking looking thing, isn't it? So very curious to see the pace of Sapra, but also in terms of the cars that are going to be scoring points. Of course, Steve Schweikart, we have to think about him. He was the reigning Class 6 champion and double champion, in fact, and then overall champion previous year as well. But third overall at both races in Brands Hatch, now in the M1 category with his 43 machine. And he's got some close competition in there as well with Paul Cook, who took both of the wins outright at Brands Hatch. And then the 25 alongside him of Ben Pearson, who was second in both races at Brands Hatch. Then, of course, we've got to throw into the class battles as well. The Cup cars, the 6 class cars, and the M2s out there as well as they start their formation lap.
Yeah, so green flag lap for them to get some heat into the tyres as they go off on their green flag lap then. Fascinating race in prospect, great variety of cars that we have in this BMW Car Club Racing Championship. The Cup class cars at the back, the most accessible, great way to get involved in rear-wheel drive racing for the first time, and there's, I think, only a small number of them today. We don't have all of the drivers that were taking part at Brands Hatch, that's for certain. So we've just got the 3 of them, Sam Walton, Gareth Thomas and Ernie Graham, out there today. David Heisman, as I say, he was the championship leader coming into this weekend, but I don't think he's here, is he, in actual fact, for this meeting? And I don't think William Lake is. Oh, no, he is there, isn't he? But only 6th in Class 6 today in his E46 Compact in the ex-Stephen Schweikart car. I think we just caught a glimpse of it on the live stream, so qualifying didn't go quite to plan from his point of view.
Reigning overall champion, of course, like many of the other 750 Motor Club Championships. Class points going towards the overall standings. Adapting to that new car, of course. Knowing Will Lake's speed, I'm sure it won't be long before he's up and running. And of course, double class winner at Brands as well. So we know he's got the speed.
Yeah, we'll see if he can make up some ground during the course of this race. 20-minute race, as I say, for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, which was launched. It had its first race at Castle Combe back in, I think it was 2018. A series of races that year. It was a championship the following year from 2019 onwards. Neil MacDonald is the driving force behind it, and the BMW Car Club will be putting on their big BMW Live event at Alton Park at the end of this month on the 31st. It's another 750 Motor Club event, and you'll be able to see that with us on Alpha Live as well. So Jas Sapra it is on pole position in the number 40 car, black and blue on the right of shot. It's the white and blue of Stephen Schweikart next to him in 43.
It looks like Charlie Dark is already indicating his intentions in that 6th position spot of where he's going to be going when they get off the line, which is maybe not something all BMW drivers would normally do.
No, absolutely not. So we've got the cars ready for the off then. Should be a fascinating race. There's the green flag at the back. Of course, there's different class battles to enjoy, as well as the overall prize here as the lights go. Not a particularly good start from Jas Sapra. Great start from Ben Pearson from the second row of the grid in the M235i. He was a double race winner at Thruxton last year, and I think he's got into the lead of the race by the looks of it as they headed through Copse Corner for the first time. And yeah, it is Pearson in that black fronted car that has the lead. Jas Sapra is in second place as they come down to Copse for the first time. And I think, is that Paul Cook in third place as they turn their way through. Out of Beckett's they go. You can see there's Will Lake in the number 4 car. He races within class 6, see if he can make up some positions. But a cracking start there from Ben Pearson, Chris.
Absolutely launched off the line, didn't he, to take the lead away from 4th to 1st. And then a little bit of squabbling further back with the 135 car of Charlie Dark, seemingly banging wheels with Stephen Schweikart, who it looked like he had a decent start, but has sort of fallen down the order a little bit on this opening lap. He's lost touch with the leading trio. Here they come over the line. Then Pearson leads Sapra over the line by just 0.2 of a second, with Paul Cook in 3rd, Schweikart 4th, Charlie Dark in 5th, and then Jason Rees and John Brown and Stuart Pywell. And then David Morris it is leading the
M2
cars.
Change of lead. Sapra up on the inside of Ben Pearson at Beckett's corner. He has gone through, and it might be that Pearson loses 2 positions here because Paul Cook in Mike Eustace's car, he goes through to take second place. So Ben Pearson loses 2 positions there in the space of 1 corner. Oh, and there's been an off there. There's a bit of coming together. That's number 9. That's Jason Rees. He's obviously got into the back of somebody there. You can see the front bumper was very badly deranged. We didn't see what happened, but there's certainly been some contact there, I would think, down at Beckett's.
Definitely another car was involved in that. That was in the runoff area down there. So we'll try and pick up who that was. But Pearson is still going with Sapra for the overall lead of the race, and it's side by side for 3rd behind, with Schweikart trying to get on the inside of Ben Pearson, who's got the outside line for Copse, and Schweikart pulls one on the inside and takes 3rd position away from our earlier race leader. Now they're going into the yellow flag zone of Maggots.
Yeah, and that's with that car of Jason Rees having pulled off the 92 M3. Not seen where it's actually ended up, if it's still there on the edge of the circuit. It's out of camera shot now. It has been pushed off to the left-hand side now, so I think it's out of harm's way. So didn't really see what the cause of all of that was in the end. Anyway, working lap 3 of this race now, and that's Stephen Schweikart up to 3rd place. He needs to try and get his foot down to close in on the top 2. Jas Sapra and Paul Cook getting away here from the rest of the field. There's John Brown in his distinctive yellow BMW M3 that used to win in the M3 Cup, and that was a part of the 750 Motor Club package. And then further back you can see David Morris going through, our Class M2 leader in 7th place overall. And here's a battle that involves, I think that's Sir Colin Whitmore involved there. Yes, it is, in the number 35 car, very experienced BMW campaigner, and he's doing battle with the number 31 car, which is that of Paul Laramie.
Yep, so that is 12th position overall, and an interclass battle as well, with Whitmore in the M1 car going past Laramie in the Class 6 machine. Laramie currently second in that category, but quite a ways away from the number 27 of Chris Blakey that leads that class in 10th position overall.
And that is for the Class B M2 lead. That's a change there. Morris and Cavan Granger were side by side going around the corner. It's Morris that's got back ahead. It was Grange that arrived towards Beckett's in the lead, I think, but he'd lost out again to Morris, who was ahead at the start of the lap. Morris there in the number 96 car, the E46 M3, the driver from Harpenden. As the small advantage there over Cavan Granger from Woking. Ooh, he's pushing on.
Yeah, he certainly is. There was second in both races in class at both races for Cavan Granger.
Putting 2 and 2 together to make 5 possibly. Was the other car involved down there at Beckett's possibly the 135 car of Charlie Dark, because that N has come into the pit lane at the end of the following lap. So I wonder if he had some contact there with Jason Rees. They might have been in a similar part of the circuit.
Yes, I think you're just about right, because Jason Rees was just behind Charlie Dark on the racetrack. So I would put 2 and 2 together there and get at least 4.5.
Okay, right, you're even more positive than I am then. Okay, so here's the Class M2 battle still raging on. Cavan Granger in second, chasing after David Morris. There's a gap back then to Aidan Vilku, third in that class in the number 69 car, the 25-year-old electrical engineer from Willenhall. He's not in this shot. He's just not close enough to these two to be in it at the moment. Granger trying to get up on the inside into Luffield, but not close enough really to say a move there.
Sapras suddenly lost 2 places with Schweikart and Pearson going through, so he's come across the line in 4th position overall in that invitational car. While we were watching the Class B or the M2 lead battle.
103.367 is the best lap of the race now for Paul Cook. The lap record for this category is a 101.42, so still some way outside Brad Sheehan's lap record in this class.
Yeah, and there was Granger trying to find the inside line going into Copse Corner, but has since fallen back a little bit. Of course, you've got Vilko as well, with the 6th class leader in the 27 just behind them, Chris Blakey. So that is 7th down to 10th position overall.
Okay, so here's Schweikart coming through in 2nd position now, ahead of Ben Pearson. Just Sapper's into the pits. So that's a very smart invitation class car. The F80 has made it into the pit lane, unfortunately. There's our race leader, Paul Cook. You can see the ME Auto Services car, ME for Mike Eustace. This is the car he also raced at Brands Hatch last time out. We've sometimes seen Mike drive that car himself. But Paul Cook here now with a 3.5 second lead over Stephen Schweikart in 2nd position, and Ben Pearson in 3rd. Ben, who made that fantastic start, but just unable to maintain that early pace that he showed. Cook, who's been campaigning in the BMW Car Club Championship for a long time. He did the M3 Cup as well. He was an MR2 Championship front runner too. Paul Cook had some wins in that category over the years. So been around the 750 Motor Club paddock for quite a while. Now, here we can see the battle a bit further back. That's the treble 8 car, I think, of Andrew Phillips, just ahead of number 79, Sergei Miniv. And those two battling for 15th and 16th positions.
Yeah, 15th and 16th, but also for the last spot on the podium in the 6th category. So the 79 of Sergei Miniv trying to close down, but also you've got the 177 M2 class car there of Max Bunting in addition to that as well.
Yeah, and then just behind them you've got Will Lake in the ex-Stephen Schweikart car. We've got Lake and Emerson in 18th and 19th. We're just missing a Palmer to sort of complete the trio there. Charles Sapir, he's sort of tumbling down our time speed in the pits, of course. So we're now into the 8th lap of this BMW Car Club Racing Championship race. We're watching this battle. It's outside the top 10, but so there's always good scraps to be had all the way down the field in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Sergei Meniv there in his 325 Ti, based in Wisbech. One of the Class 6 cars. He's currently running 4th in class. Phillips is 3rd in Class 6. Class 6 leader Chris Blakey is further up the road.
So turning through Brooklands once again is still that Triple Eight car of Andrew Phillips that leads this train of cars. 3rd position of the Class 6 cars, but managed to get 2nd in both races at Brands. The former Legends and American Cup car racer.
Yeah, done some GP midgets as well, hasn't he? So very much familiar with the short ovals. 44-year-old from Cheshire.
Yeah, loves his American style machinery, doesn't he?
Absolutely, which begs the question, what is he doing on a BMW Car Club grid?
Well, I did wonder this. It's the least American thing I've seen all week.
Anyway, looking at the Cup class, that's being led by Gareth Thomas. We've not really talked too much about that. He's in 20th place over number 68 from the 61 car of Ernie Graham, and it's Sam Walton 3rd in that. I think Sam was the fastest car in qualifying as well in the Cup class, so he's just at the back of that group of Cup class cars at the moment. I was watching number 44 turn his way through. That's Ben Haynes in the number 19 car, and he's now being passed by Stephen Schweikart, so lapped by Stephen Schweikart and indeed Ben Pearson as well.
Yep, so traffic's going to start to play a part in this, and Pearson looks to have closed the gap a little bit to Schweikart on not only the previous lap by 0.3 of a second, but also on this lap as well, because he's now right with the 2023 champion, that M1 car that he's moved up to for this year. And Pearson in the 25 machine, trying to match the results that he got in the opening meeting of the season at Brands Hatch as well. With just over 9 minutes to go then, and what was it over the line? It was just under 0.7 of a second between Schweikart and Pearson.
That's right. So best lap of the race with Paul Cook for 103.367. There is Lake. Oh, now that's a bit smoky. That's the Phillips car, isn't it? That's smoking away.
Yeah, and it's not from the rear of the car. It's from the front left corner, and so that screams of bodywork rubbing up against tyre face, and he's really struggling to keep it on the road now as well. And I wouldn't be at all surprised, or unless he's spinning on his own fluid there. Because now he's really started to slow down, but it really did look like it was coming out of the front left corner. I'm not entirely familiar with the anatomy of that car, but yeah, there was definitely smoke coming out the front end.
Yeah, so he's pulled off onto the grass. So that's a great shame for the treble 8 car of Andy Phillips. So he's dropped out of a promising position in Class 6. There is the 61 car. That's Ernie Graham. So he is running 2nd in the Cup class at the moment in the 325 Ti's. Just behind him is number 6, which is Sam Walton, so he's 3rd within that class. Going through the yellow flag zone, of course, where the Phillips car has just pulled off. There's John Brown again in the number 7 car. Ironically, it's yellow, but he's the Glaswegian driver, and he's come back down to race in the championship this year. Gas engineer, started racing 10 years ago, has had a bit of time out. A bit originally built this car, say, for the M3 Cup himself.
Definitely not the LMP3 racer, John Brown.
Correct. Unless he's also a gas engineer in Glasgow.
I don't believe so. I think he's American, actually, so hard to distinguish the two, obviously.
And so there is John. He's running in 5th position at the moment, 5th of the M1 class cars as well. He's quite a way clear of David Morris, who's the next car through. and the best of the M2 class car, still with a 1.1 second advantage over Cavan Granger.
Andrew Phillips' car, we just saw there getting the attention of the marshals and being pushed into a safer location.
Yeah, well, thanks to the marshals for all of the tremendous work that they're doing this weekend to help keep this race meeting running pretty smoothly so far. It's an invaluable contribution that you make, and we're very appreciative of it.
Will Lake has come into pit lane, the number 4 Class 6 car that was a double winner in class at Brands Hatch. So, yeah, not sure what that's about. Was running about 4th or 5th in class at the time, but he's pulled into pit lane.
Yeah, so that's a bit of a shock for the man that was jointly leading the championship coming into this weekend, and he would have had a chance to extend an advantage with David Heisman not taking part this weekend. So I suspect it's going to be Paul Cook that's going to move into the championship lead after this race, assuming he brings the car home. We've still got 6 minutes to go. It's quite a long race, this 20-minute race for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. There's Paul Laramie, number 31. He's second within Class 6. Just behind him on the road is the 55 car of Raheem Ballou. That's actually a Class M1 car, more powerful, but Raheem still pedaling it quite hard there, albeit not quite with some of the other M1 class cars today.
And 6.8 seconds to the good now is race leader Paul Cook over Steve Schweikart. There's that number 26 machine that is leading the way and going for his 3rd victory of the season as it stands.
Yeah, he's been pretty dominant as it's turned out this season so far. See if how long he can keep this up for. That's the little roadster that he's gone past now, David Asperton in the Z3, number 20. He's running in 11th place, so Paul Cook's nearly up into lapping the top 10 drivers here, such as his pace superiority. If I compare his lap times to David Asperton, it's a 1:03.3 best for Paul Cook, a 1:07.9 the best for David Asperton. So he's lapping 4.5 seconds a lap faster. So, yep, over the course of 14 laps, you will make a lap on him.
He makes his way into Brooklands once again. And traffic management, always a key part in these sorts of races, where try not to lose too much time, but also don't throw the whole race away by having a silly bit of contact. Much rather lose a second in a bit of traffic than 60 seconds having a spin and trying to recover and whatnot. But of course the pace of the cars he's lapping is increasing as he gets further up the road.
That's right, so 3 3/4 minutes remaining now. Down to Beckett's goes the 96 car of David Morris, still in the lead of Class M2. Still not with a very big lead over Cavan Granger. Granger's seemingly been able to do nothing about him, but he's certainly not let Morris get away. The gap between them at the start of the lap was about 0.8 of a second. Aidan Vilcourt, another 1.9 seconds back in 3rd position. That's the 27 car. That's our Class 6 leader, Chris Blakey. We've not seen a lot of him during the course of this race. He's 5 seconds or so ahead of anybody else, and near 6 seconds ahead of his nearest class rival. So it's been a dominant performance, this from Chris Blakey in number 27, the driver from Lincoln in his E46 330 CI car.
Yeah, they're in 10th position as it stands. Change for 8th overall with Colin Whitmore in the 35 machine, going ahead of Aidan Vilco. So that is the car in 3rd position in M2 that he's just passed. There's an M1 car going ahead. Whitmore that actually wasn't on the entry list for this weekend initially, was he? It's a late entry for Whitmore, and currently 8th overall. Yeah, Cavan Granger just in front of him seems doomed to finish second in every race, as he did in Brands.
So here is Schweikart then, or Swack as he is known, 49-year-olds from Spalding. There you can see Chris Blakey, our Class 6 leader, just behind Aidan Vilcourt. And so that is for position. It's for 9th position overall.
Yeah, just had a really wide moment, did Vilku. Coming out of Brooklands. It's going to get very tight when they come down the straight, but yeah, Vilku just surviving that moment.
So he's done that. Only a minute and a half to go, so probably a couple of laps to go now in this race for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Lost, obviously, Jason Rees and Charlie Dark very early, and then Jas Sapra and Andy Phillips also into retirement, but still we have 21 cars circulating here.
John Brown's just gone ahead of Stuart Pywell as well, so that number 7 yellow machine that we were looking at earlier moving ahead of Pywell for 4th position, not only overall but also in the M1 category.
And Pywell's actually just headed down the pit lane. I've just spotted him outside of our commentary box window. So Pywell out of the race. So it's another retirement, I'm afraid. Into the last minute of the race now. Paul Cook it is that continues to lead. There he is, just gone on to his final lap then. So it's going to make it a 19-lap race for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Bit more lappery, I think, for him to do before the race is over.
It's the result of this race that sets the grid for race 2, and so that means we're going to have some very rapid cars coming up through the order a little bit later on, with
potentially,
provided they are healthy cars for the start of the race. But you've got basically all M1 cars really, and of course the invitational car of Sapra as well, but of course that'll also make life a little bit easier for Paul Cook at the front of the field as well. 12 seconds to the good.
Yeah, absolutely right. So he's turning his way through Luffield for the final time. The clock has already counted down to 0, so Paul Cook is going to make it a hat-trick of wins at the start of the 2025 BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Heading through Woodcote Corner now. There he goes, over the line, takes the checkered flag. So Paul Cook is victorious at Silverstone in round 3 of the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, and a convincing victory it has proved as well. Stephen Schweikart it will be that will come through in second. We've had our M2 class battle come across the line. David Morris ahead of Cavan Granger, so that battle has been resolved. Schweikart and Pearson now come through to complete the overall podium. Class 6 winner Chris Blakey has come through in the number 27 car, and our Cup winner Gareth Thomas has also come across the line as well. So all 4 of our class winners have taken the checkered flag, but Paul Cook really dominant there. 14.5 seconds is eventual victory margin, and it's a shame that we did have some quick cars, as you were saying, Chris, falling by the wayside.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing them come up through the pack in race 2, but Cook was pushing all the way to the checkered flag, because his last lap of the race was the best lap of the race, 103.175.
Yeah, certainly didn't give up, did he? So Paul Cook, number 26, took the win. 19 laps of racing in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. He defeated number 43, Stephen Schweikart, by 14.580 seconds. Third was number 25, Ben Pearson. Fourth was number 7, John Brown. Then the Class 2 M2 winner was number 96, David Morris. In 5th place overall from number 37, Cavan Granger. 7th was number 35, Colin Whitmore. 8th, number 69, Aidan Vilku. 9th was our Class 6 winner, number 27, Chris Blakey. And rounding out the top 10 was number 20, David Aspen, ahead of Paul Laramie, Raheem Ballou, Max Bunting and Sergei Miniv. Further back, we had in 15th position the car of Craig Emerson. Stuart Pywell was 16th, Ben Haynes 17th, Gareth Thomas 18th, and winning the Cup class ahead of Sam Walton and Ernie Graham. So that's the first race of the day for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. They're going to conclude our action this weekend. They're the last race on the programme today, so they'll be back out again early in the evening. There's Paul Cook. He's parked up already in the number 1 slot after his 3rd win of the season in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Should be very pleased with that. We'll hear from him in just a moment, and also from our Class M2 winner David Morris, who I can see is in behind as well. Looks like we've also got Gareth Thomas there too. But I think we can probably now go down to hear from Kieran Mogg. He's in the pit lane, ready to speak to Paul Cook.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm down here with Paul Cook. Paul, you had a bit of a dominance in that one.
I didn't know how far the gap was, to be honest. Start was good for the first time in this car. This car's on loan by Mike Eustace, ME Auto Services, fantastic guy. Hello to your mum, Mike. Yeah, it's sort of, I knew the heavier cars wouldn't probably last the pace. I wasn't that fussed when I was third into the first couple of corners, but yeah, the race was history, really.
You were 14 seconds ahead of P2, so yeah, obviously very comfortable with the car on the track. Is this one of your favourite venues?
It's not the best, no, it's not the best, not the most challenging, but nevertheless, it's still good fun when you got good competition around you as well, so yeah, very enjoyable.
Good, well congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Cheers. Right, we'll move on to the M2 class winner, which is David Morris. So if we can just jump in here, as they're all congratulating each other. David, you're right in the pack there. How was that?
Hard work, and I'm very sweaty. It's not very nice, but it is nice. Yeah. But yeah, it was all good. I had Cavan in the burgundy and white one really giving me some hell, which was great fun. And fair play, it was all fair and all good. So yeah, no complaints.
Good, good. And obviously it ended with a win as well. You can't ask more than that.
Not really, no. At my age, no.
Good, well, congratulations. Then.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thanks. We'll move on to Chris Blakey, which is over there. So we'll grab Chris first, if we can. Sorry. Yes, so class win. How was that out there?
Warm. Very, 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 very warm, as you can tell by my sweaty forehead. It got real hot real quick. I thought should make it about halfway through, but when I first looked at the clock, like my countdown clock, I had like 15 minutes left. It was a long race. So, but yeah, great start from Paul. Paul's a lightning starter. I had to get past him at the start, and kept him behind me and just kept him building the gap, and it was perfect. Perfect race. So.
Can I have some more then?
Not a little cooler, maybe. It's a little bit cooler for me and the car, but hey, we're here. Yeah, it was great fun though.
Good, well, congratulations.
Brilliant, thank you.
Cheers, thanks. We'll move on to Gareth Thomas, also class winner. Busy?
Very, yeah, it was towards the end of the race, you know, being at the back end of the grid, you know, all the M1 cars coming through, which I think helped me in a way. The other two was tussling together, and once everyone else started getting in the mix, it was just helping me get that big break, you know.
And talk to us about the disparity in pace between obviously your car and some of the upper classes. How difficult is it to manage that space on the track?
It's, I mean, ultimately, the rule is, I mean, we will keep our racing line and they've got to get round us because, you know, if we make some sudden movement they're not sure of, then, you know, it can cause a big problem. But the straights is just, if we can look far back enough, the straights, just let that's the time when they've got to go past, you know, more than anything. Because the corners, it's frustrating because when you join them in the corner, follow them through, you can carry the same pace. It's just that straight line that you've got to let them go by more than anything. Yeah.
Still class win, so congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yeah, back to winning ways. I appreciate that. Yeah, all good.
Absolutely. Cheers. Thank you very much. All right, so that wraps up the BMWs, and coming up next is the Yokohama Locust Championship.
Yokohama. Yokohama.
So, second race of the weekend for the Yokohama Low Cost Championship. They had their first race yesterday. That was won by Daniel Garrett from Sean Brame and Lewis Ward, who maintains the lead in the championship after that race over Garrett and Brame, who are second and third in the points now after that race yesterday. The grid for this race is taken from the second fastest times in qualifying. So it's actually going to be another pole position for Daniel Garrett, but the drivers around him yesterday, they are going to be starting 4th and 7th, Sean Brame and Lewis Ward. Let's have a look at the full grid. So Garrett is the reigning champion on pole position, number 19, besides number 90, Tortola. Second row of the grid, 52, is Alan Harmon. He was rapid yesterday, but unfortunately a non-finish involved in an incident on the first lap. He's got number 8 Sean Brame next to him. Row 3, 55 Brad Horsnell and 99 Ryan Garrett, Daniel's brother. On the 4th row of the grid it's number 4 Lewis Ward and number 5 Lee M. 5th row of the grid will be 73 Rob Apsey and 82 Paul Cook. Row 6 of the grid is going to be Jack Linus in number 13 and Glenn Griffiths in 31. Row 7, 29 Jeff Peake and 57 Daniel Russell. On the 8th row, it'll be 46 Barry Stewart and 88 Christopher Summers, with on row 9 Alex Artis in 72 and Rory Mallinson, the teenager, in 18. 10th row of the grid, 22 Greg Smith and 66 Luke Stokes. The 11th row, 27 Mark Rue and 54 Jake Sturt. 12th row, Andy Perkins in 77 and Steve Brown 37. On the 13th row, it's 28 David Berry and 7 Isaac Spires. Row 14 is 56 Niall Gagan and 47 Tim Panstone Smith. The 15th row, 34 Trevor Funge and 41 Nettie Malpas. And number 11 Jack Artis on the final row of the grid. So 31 cars we should have. I suspect there may be a few gaps on the grid. Various drivers who suffered dramas yesterday. There was quite a high rate of attrition in the first race of the weekend.
And quite prolific drivers as well that were leading certain groups of cars. Jeff Peake comes to mind, of course. Yep. He was leading that sort of second train of cars behind the top group, but ended up retiring with a mechanical. But Daniel Garrett going for back-to-back victories. He didn't have it all his own way yesterday, despite what his qualifying pace might have suggested. I think the guys behind need to work together a little bit in order to seriously mount the challenge there.
So last few rows of cars just being shepherded into position, yes. So it's now been one win this season for Lewis Ward. That came at Donington Park. 2 for Daniel Garrett, who won at Donington and again yesterday. Lewis Ward has also had a second and a third. Other podium finishers have gone to Sean Brame. He had second yesterday. To Ryan Garrett, he had a third place at Donington. To Jeff Peake, also third at Donington. And Ian Hardy, who was second at Donington Park as well. So it's 68 points for Lewis Ward, 52 for Daniel Garrett and 47 for Sean Brame coming into this race. Looks like we're almost ready for the off. The marshal's just moving out of the way. And then this 15-minute race for the Yokohama Low Cost Championship can get underway. There is the green flag waved at the back. So on the right-hand side of the shot, the black car with the red roll cage is number 19, Daniel Garrett. Next to him, the black and white car of number 90, Tortola, who yesterday finished eventually in 8th position. Second row is the similar car of Alan Harmon, then it's Sean Brame in the red and green car as the lights go out and the race gets underway. Field storms off down towards Copse Corner for the opening lap, and it is looking like it's Daniel Garrett that's in the lead of the race, possibly from Alan Harmon next to him in second place. And I think for Tortola in third position as they head down towards Maggots and Beckett. Sean Brame is certainly in fourth. Then it's Ryan Garrett in fifth. Paul Clark in the green car is trying to make a bit of a move on the inside line, and it was Lewis Ward trying to make a move on the outside line, which didn't really come to anything.
Lewis Ward going very, very wide. That black car with the blue roll cage on it. Championship leader, of course, so not an ideal start to this race. It's a bit mired in the pack, and he's got cars chasing him down the start-finish straight. But we've had a change for the lead already with Alan Harmon from fourth position on the grid. That's similar livery to Daniel Garrett, but he leads the pole sitter now going into Brooklands. It's Sean Brame in third position now ahead of Tortola, and then the all red car of Ryan Garrett, the 99 machine, ahead of Paul Clark.
Coming up towards the end of the first lap then in this Yokohama Low Cost Championship race. Over the line they go, and it is Harmon then leading by 73 thousandths for second from Daniel Garrett. Brame third, Tuller fourth, Ryan Garrett in fifth, and Paul Clark in sixth. 1.4 seconds covering those six as they went across the line that time. But it's still a big leading group of more than 10 cars, I think, really. Take a little while to sort this out. This is the kind of racing we like at Silverstone. A big pack of slipstreaming low costs can be absolutely spectacular. Oh, that's Sean Brown. There was contact, wasn't there?
Yeah, contact with the left rear corner of Daniel Garrett, and that was as Tortola was trying to come around the outside of the pair of them as well, and luckily they've just been able to survive that moment. I thought for a moment that Garrett was going to be pitched into a spin, but they managed to get away with it. Brame's now taking Tortola back on the inside, big look up, and that time they're not going to survive the contact. Around goes the 52 of Alan Harmon.
And he's been, there's another one spinning in sympathy on the way into the corner. Couldn't quite see the number on that car, but they've both got game. But Harmon it was that was off there. Oh, it's Brame is off. He's out of the race. He's got a broken front corner on the car, I think.
Yeah, I think the front right probably took a hit when he made contact there with Harmon, and so, well, he got away with it once, did not get away with it a second time, and that has given Daniel Garrett clear sky in the front of the field, 1.5 seconds clear of his older brother Ryan now.
Yeah, it's Daniel leading, Ryan second, Paul Clark is in third place in the green and yellow car. Fourth place is Tortola, fifth is Lewis Ward, sixth is Jack Linus. But look at that lead for Dan Garrett. It might be tough for the pack to close that gap, I'm afraid. Well, not from Dan's point of view, but from everyone else's. And as a spectacle, looks like Dan Garrett's in a good position here, but Ryan has now got another job of trying to keep everyone else behind him. You can see the yellow light panel flashing there, so they need to get themselves back into line. There's a car heading down pit road. It's the 18 car of Rory Mallinson, who's not had a happy weekend. He was a retirement from yesterday's race as well, I seem to remember. He's out of the race again today.
So battle for second position resumes when they hit the green flag zone. It's led by Ryan Garrett in that red number 99 car, and then the green and yellow machine of Paul Clark in third, the black and white number 90 of Tortola, and then Lewis Ward, who is practically inside of Tortola's machine, pushing it down the start and finish straight in fifth position, but doesn't do anything with that. Remember, there's a tactical racing here. You don't always show your cards. I think they've realised they need to work together to close the gap to Dan Garrett. It's not really working at the moment because he pulled out another 0.3 of a second on that previous lap, and so Lewis Ward's decided, I've had enough. I'm going to start carving my way through the pack and around the outside of Tortola to take fourth position away around the outside of Beckett's.
Yeah, so there you can see this sort of snake forming. They follow one another like a snake down the straight. It's Daniel Garrett leading. I think that gap might have come down a bit actually over Ryan Garrett and Paul Clark, and now Lewis Ward. It certainly has come down, hasn't it, from 1.8 seconds at the start of the lap. So we might have a race on here for the lead. There's the number 90 car of Tortola. You can see he's got a camera mounted on the roll cage. I'm sure that'll be getting some excellent footage that you'll be able to watch back after the race.
Paul Clark's got a good run out of Luffield for second position on Ryan Garrett. We're about to see what the lead gap is going to be, because we do think it has come down since the start of the lap. Yeah, by 1.6 seconds, and Ryan Garrett's right with his brother now, Daniel Garrett, as they head into Copse Corner. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, it's about 11 of them in this lead train of cars. It was only 3.2 seconds that separated the top 11 when they went over the timing line. The two brothers leading the field, as they did briefly yesterday, but with an awful lot of pressure from behind.
Interestingly, the top two were the only two not to improve their lap times of anyone in the top 10 on that last lap. It was a notably slow lap from Daniel Garrett. So I don't know if he had a problem or if he made a mistake, or if he was just letting his brother catch up and wanted to make a race of it, who knows?
A 1:12.9 best lap from Daniel Garrett versus 1:15.7 last time around. But that's Lewis Ward on the inside of Paul Clark into Brooklands. That's third place now for the championship leader in that number 4 black and blue machine. He's now going to set his sight on the Garrett brothers.
Yeah, absolutely right, and they're well in striking distance, I would suggest. This pack of 10 or 11 cars making its way through Luffield and Woodcote Corner. This is the completion of lap number 5. Over the line they go again, and the gap is still around about 0.2 of a second, but this time it's Daniel Garrett that does the best lap of the race, a 1:11.932. So from a 1:15 to a 1:11, quite an inconsistency in his lap time, shall we say. Ryan also did a personal best, as did Lewis Ward in third place, and he's about 8 tenths behind the top two here as they make their way down to Maggots and Beckett's. Daniel Garrett ahead of Ryan, side by side a bit further back. That is Jack Linus coming through, I think.
Yep, but Rob Apsey's come with him though, so they're disputing 4th and 5th at the moment, and Apsey's made up 2 places since the start of the lap, which is particularly good going on Tortola and Paul Clark. They are also side by side with Apsey on the inside of Linus for 4th, Toller on the inside of Clark for 6th as well, I believe. Holding the inside line is Jack Linus when they go through Luffield. Still Tuller and Clark giving it hammer and tongs just behind them as well, with Clark, the green and yellow car, on the inside. And once again, Rob Apsey with a good run out of Luffield, so surely they'll go side by side. But top 3 pulling a little bit of a gap. Lewis Ward's closed up. It's 3/4 of a second between the top 3 now, with Apsey leading a sort of second group of cars now over Jack Linus with Tortola, and then Paul Clark, and then Glyn Griffiths just behind them.
Yeah, that next group, the second group of 8 cars, is separated by only 2.3 seconds, but there's a distinct gap now opening up between the top 3 and the rest. Rob Apsey, the accountant from Brighton, at the head of this group, though, ahead of Ian Linus, Jack Linus even, the number 13 car, 29-year-old design engineer from Chelmsford in his 3rd season of racing.
Lee M, I think, trying to take advantage of a little sideways moment for Glyn Griffiths, but up at the front of the field, it's a brotherly swap because Ryan Garrett's on the inside, but that has allowed Lewis Ward to go through as well. So Daniel Garrett, the erstwhile race leader, has yielded that top spot for now and settled into 3rd position. Something tells me that that is a slightly tactical manoeuvre.
May well be, because we've still got 6.5 minutes to go in this race, and you don't necessarily want to be leading this race going on to the final lap or even into the final few corners. If you're close enough to mount an attack, then you can certainly do that.
And traffic is going to play a part as well, as we're 3 wide on the start and finish straight for the lead of the race, heading towards Copse Corner. So it's Daniel Garrett on the inside line, his brother Ryan in the middle, and Lewis Ward on the outside. And that is how they emerge, with Daniel leading, Ryan leading Lewis Ward, trying to round out that back marker as well as they come through. But on the exit of the corner, it is Ryan Garrett who continues gets back through, and Lewis Ward goes back through as well. And so for all the swapping they did at Copse, they're back in the same order they started the lap in as they come out of Beckett's, although Daniel Garrett is challenging Lewis Ward back on the outside and just about squeezed through on the edge of the racetrack to get back into 2nd place.
Yeah, so these 3 having made a break, 2 seconds or so clear of the rest. Lewis Ward, who's got the fastest lap of the race now, 1:12.747, nearly as quick as Sean Braham's lap from yesterday. But he's dropped back to 3rd behind Daniel Garrett. Oh, and a spin for number 31. That's Glyn Griffiths.
From 8th position, so he was right in the thick of that second group that were disputing 4th position. And someone was bound to come a cropper eventually in that one, weren't they? 5 minutes to go then, and once again it's another swap at the front of the field with Daniel Garrett now leading as they go into Copse Corner. Lewis Ward had a look on the inside of the elder Garrett, but didn't manage to find a way through. And their squabbling is just starting to bring back that second train of cars led by Rob Apsey. The gap came down by about 0.6 of a second last time round.
Yeah, certainly a big chunk taken out of the lead group. Apsey trying to take Jack Linus and Tortola with him as well. So the Garrett's back out in front. Ryan now ahead of Daniel. So Daniel ahead of Ryan once again. And then Lewis Ward trying to get ahead of Ryan this time. Up the inside into Brooklands. Doesn't quite get the overlap, so has to stay behind for the moment at least. But yeah, Rob Apsey looks a bit closer than he was. It was 1.3 seconds, 3rd to 4th. We'll see if that's still the same at the end of this lap, or if the battling for 2nd and 3rd has brought the next group closer to the leaders again. Probably now got 4 laps to go in this race, I would suggest. It's going to be tight, but I think it'll be 4 laps to make it a 13-lap race. The different lines being taken by drivers down the start and finish straight. It's Daniel Garrett that comes out in front as they turn into Copse, with quite a decent advantage actually over Ryan, and then Lewis Ward in 3rd. The gap went out again from 3rd to 4th, up to 1.9 seconds, despite Well, Jack Linus has done a personal best lap now and got ahead of Rob Apsey for fourth.
Yeah, it was 7/10 that Daniel Garrett managed to pull on that last lap, but Lewis Ward now into second position as side by side for fourth, with Rob Apsey retaking Jack Linus on the inside at Beckett's. Tortolo and that black and white machine waiting in the wings as well, catching the toe from the two cars in front of him, as Ryan Garrett looks to retake second from Lewis Ward at the end of the back straight into Brooklands, but it is the championship leader ahead just about. Had a little bit of a wiggle though, so Garrett pulls up alongside, but the track comes to Lewis Ward as he's got the inside line for Luffield. This is music to the ears of Daniel Garrett, who I'm sure is going to continue to pull away.
Yeah, with the 3 laps to go now, I reckon, something like that, as they cross the line this time. And it's Daniel Garrett with a lead of a second here, 1.033 all of a sudden, over Lewis Ward and Ryan Garrett. Rob Apsey another 2 seconds behind Ryan Garrett in fourth position, so there's a definite gap between those two. So can Daniel Garrett just cement this gap this time, or is it going to be rescinded once again? Here's Rob Apsey and Jack Linus side by side for fourth position. Linus is demoted there in number 13 by Rob Apsey before the cars arrive at Beckett's. So Apsey number 73 goes back through ahead of the 13 car, but it may well be that Linus can get the cut back on the exit of the corner. Also in there is Tortulla, Liam, Paul Clark, and I think Brad Horstel's got ahead of Clark for 8th place since the beginning of this lap. Here are the 2 leaders.
So Lewis Ward got very close to the rear of Ryan Garrett's car, and the 99's gone wide into Brooklands. There's roll reversal from the previous lap, with Garrett now on the inside line going through the right-hander. Ward's got to go the long way round, which is easier said than done, and it looks like we're going to have 2 laps to go now, and so they've worked out where they have the advantage, where they can make the moves. They've got to start doing them and doing them at the right time. Side by side for second position, Lewis Ward, championship leader in that number 4 car on the outside, but backs out of that one. Ryan Garrett's able to take up the racing line.
Certainly is. So 2 laps to go, just under that now, in this Yokohama low-cost championship race, being led by Daniel Garrett, who's looking for his 3rd victory of the season here. Will Ryan, or indeed Lewis Ward, the championship leader, have anything to say about that? Lewis Ward's been more consistent so far this season than Daniel, hence his lead of the championship. But Ward in 3rd place isn't really close enough to do anything about them. It's Linus 4th, Apsey 5th, and I think Liam in 6th positions. That group headed off up the Wellington Straight. Now Ward here, surely in the big tow given away by these low costs, not well known for their aerodynamicism, the low cost chassis.
Yeah, he's hanging back.
He's hanging back. He's going to save that for the next lap. I think he's realised that Daniel Garrett's probably out of reach now, isn't he? So yeah, let's just focus on the 1 car in front of me, the red one, and that is Ryan Garrett.
Yeah, absolutely. So he knows that the win is gone at this point, so if he can get 2nd place away from Ryan Garrett once again, just as he was last time round. We start the final lap of the race. It's Ward on the outside line, that train of cars for 4th position as well, led by Jack Linus over the line, with Lee M now in 5th position ahead of Rob Apsey and Bradley Hornsnell ahead of Tortola. Paul Clark at the back of that queue as well. That's definitely going to be one to keep an eye on, but we keep our focus on the battle for 2nd position, because Ryan Garrett is still leading Lewis Ward going into Beckett's. Around the outside comes Liam in that number 5 black and gold machine as well on Rob Apsey, so he's actually lost a place there to the number 73 machine. But keep your eye on the black and blue machine of Lewis Ward. He's been backing out of moves over the last 3 laps, and now on the inside manages to take 2nd place away from Ryan Garrett. Does he get it stopped? He's run very, very wide. That allows Garrett to go straight back through.
Well, it was well planned, wasn't it? As Paul Clark spins at Brooklands Corner, he'll get that car turned around. But yeah, it was well planned by Lewis Ward, but then he was, just too deep into the corner, and it's Ryan Garrett saying thank you very much and squeezing back through on the inside. So Daniel Garrett takes the win then, his 3rd of the season by 2.5 seconds, a margin that flatters him somewhat, I think. Ryan Garrett 2nd, Lewis Ward 3rd, Jack Linus. I mean, look at that, an absolute blanket finish between those 3. Jack Linus, Rob Apsey and Liam were separated by about 0.16 seconds in the end for 5th, 4th, 5th and 6th, and Bradley Hornsnell 7th, Paul Clark 8th, Daniel Russell 9th, and Tortola completing the top 10, so he dropped back a little bit as that race went on, eventually finishing just inside the top 10. But again, a very competitive race for the Yokohama Low Cost Championship. Final few cars just about to come through to take the checkered flag. We lost, I think, 3 in that race. Sean Prame we saw retire with some damage, and a couple to the pit lanes as well, Rory Mallinson and the 66 car of Luke Stokes as well. But here are those that did finish. Number 19, Daniel Garrett, the winner at the end of 13 laps. He won by 2.5 seconds from number 99, his brother, Ryan Garrett. Third was number 4, Lewis Ward. Fourth, number 13, Jack Linus. In fifth position, number 73, Rob Apsey. Sixth was number 5, Lee M. Then seventh, Brad Hortley, 55. Paul Clark, number 82, was 8th. Daniel Russell, 57, was 9th. And Tortola rounded out the top 10 ahead of Jack Artist, Glyn Griffith after a spin, Jake Sturt and Alan Harmon, who was in the lead in the very early stages of the race. Almost forgotten about that, it seems so long ago. 15th was Mark Rue, then Barry Stewart, Steve Brown, Dave Berry, Niall Gagan and Christopher Summers, rounding out the top 20 at the end of an excellent weekend's racing for the low costs. Always produce great action around here at Silverstone, and they can also be relied to produce great slipstreaming action at Mallory Park as well, and that's the venue for the next round of the championship in about a month's time. So do join us at Mallory for that one. Still got, I think, 5 races to come this afternoon as the top 3 make their way into the pit lane. There is 19, Daniel Garrett, our race winner. To his right, our left, is number 99, his brother Ryan Garrett. And then at the back, it's the number 4 car of Lewis Ward.
Was the double number 1 fingers there for Daniel Garrett. Obviously back-to-back victories in the Yokohama Low Cost Championship, and they have they've worked very well together.
Come here, mate. Come here.
Love that. The brothers, first and second. Oh, it was a little bit awkward. Called him Lee.
Anyway, let's head down. Kieran Mogg will hopefully get all the names right when he speaks to the top 3.
Thank you very much.
Well, we're down here with the top 3. And Daniel, I'll let you get out of the car, but you look absolutely ecstatic about that.
Yeah, 1 and 2 with me. Well, I can't call him my little brother because he's older than me, but he's my little brother really. And it's our first proper podium together. We've put a hell of a lot into it, and it's paid off. Yeah, I'm very happy.
So obviously he just missed out on the podium yesterday, he did, but you got on the podium, you both got on the podium today. What a weekend.
Yeah, fantastic. You know, Alan taking the lead, helped him along a little way, and he had so much pace, you know, and I think there were so many cars that could have led that, but just, yeah, all 3 of us, yeah, couldn't come better.
Yeah, you look absolutely ecstatic with that, so congratulations obviously on that.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. We'll move on to your brother then. So Ryan Garrett, your first podium with your brother.
Yeah, brilliant.
1-2.
Proper.
Amazing result.
Yeah. I'm absolutely chuffed with that. It was race of my life. It was absolutely brilliant. Well done to Lewis and Dan. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Speechless, really.
Bit of redemption from yesterday.
Definitely, yeah. I think it was a bit annoying. I think the results would have been slightly different. I think we'd have been sat in the same positions, but hey ho, racing's racing and accidents happen and whatnot, so.
Obviously at the end of the race there, I saw you jump out the car and obviously go and hug him. Is there no sibling rivalry there?
Not at all. If we were coming to that very last corner, 100% I'd have tried to outbrake him, as he would have exactly done the same to me. I do have a feeling he may have slowed down on the 3rd or 4th lap to try and have a bit more of a race, but there is no keeping up with him. He's an absolute missile. He's the champion for a reason.
Yeah. Well, congratulations on the podium. Glad to see you up here.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. We'll move on to 3rd place, Lewis Ward. Lewis, again, obviously you were right in that battle then. That was full on.
Yeah, it was, yeah. Up against the 2 Garretts. Great fun, yeah. Swapped places so many times, especially me and Ryan. Neither of us quite had the pace to stick with Dan today.
Do you reckon you could possibly keep with him for the next one?
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, it's Silverstone. This is Dan Garrett's track, really. He's always been very quick around here. We'll go to Mallory next. Bit more technical than here, not a lot, but I think we can. Yeah.
Well, looking forward to it. Congratulations on the podium.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I just want to say thank you to my sponsors as well, Premier Wheels, Hayden Electrical, all my friends and family that have come to watch, especially my wife, putting up with me with a newborn baby while I'm working on the car. So, yeah, thanks, Ellie.
Cheers, thank you very much. All right, so that wraps it up for the Locust for the weekend. And coming up next, we have the MX-5s. Third and final race of the weekend for the Massimo Tyres 5 Club MX5 Cup. Chris Stevens has been rubbing his hands with excitement ahead of this race. And why is that, Chris? Tell us.
Because race 2 this morning was probably the best 750 Motor Club race I've ever seen in my life. And now we've got a top 6 reverse grid race as well. I mean, if you needed any more fireworks.
No, I don't think we did, to be absolutely honest with you.
Well, we've got them.
Jordan Johnson it was that took the win this morning from Simon Ward Cancel. Tom Holland was third. Ben Smart had his best result yet. He was pipped at the post, wasn't he, by Tom Holland for third place. Smart took fourth. Ben Short fifth, yesterday's race winner. And Michael Pearce sixth. Not quite sure exactly on how the points look now, but with Oak Richardson well back in 13th in the race this morning, it's certainly the case that Michael Pearce and Thomas Holland will have closed the gap on him, if not even gone past him, potentially, in that race. It's all going to be very tight between them anyway.
Absolutely, yeah. We've seen so much drama between these guys already. There was a little bit of contact in race 1 yesterday, a little bit more this morning as well. That has definitely shaken things up a little bit, and Oak Richardson coming up to 13th in the end, so I'm expecting him to make forward progress. He's got to try and get into that lead train. We don't know how many cars it's going to be this time, but it was about 10 this morning, so as long as he latches onto them.
Yeah, absolutely. And Chris has mentioned it is a partial reverse grid. Let's have a look at how it lines up. So the reversal came at P6. So it is on pole position, the man that was 6th in race 1, number 70, Michael Pearce, besides number 71, Ben Short. He's not usually on the front row after a grid reversal, is he? Row 2 of the grid is 46, Ben Smiles, and 74, Thomas Holland. Row 3 is number 92, number 4, Simon Ward Cancel, and number 92, Jordan Johnson. Row 4 is 95, Andy Bailey, and number 9, Ian Tomlinson, who came from the back of the grid in the earlier race. A great drive from him. 5th was 40, Ben Hansey, and 168 is Alton Shabai. Row 6 is 21, Matthew Pennefather Neal, and 64, Scott Lawrence. On the 7th row of the grid, it's 17, Oak Richardson, and 72, Matthew Short. The 8th row is 43, Bradley Gaunt, and 99, Martin Vernon. The 9th row, 113, James McCann, and 68, Stephen Robinson. The 10th row, 41, Alexandra Quatch-T, and 29, Mary Barnard. On row 11 of the grid, it's going to be 96, Sam Moody, beside 97, Jack Lawrence. 90, Andrew Robinson, and 191, Philip Barrett on row 12. 13th row is 5, Griff Glenn, Whip Cook, and 129, Paul Barnard. Row 14, Stephen Rees in 53, and Richard Beale in 11. Row 15, 31, Neil Burrows, and 75, Jeremy Rivers Fletcher. The 16th row, Aidan Wardley in 592, and Paul Lightburn, number 10. It's 60, Trevor Jenkins in treble 6, Nigel Holland on the 17th. The 18th is 26, Izzy Burrows, and 63, Stuart Dowson. Ahead of those that were non-finishers in the earlier race, 13, Scott Leach, 44, Matt Hallam on row 19, 78, Charlie Brisket, 128, Sam Gorman on row 20. So that's the way the grid lines up, Chris, and yeah, I mean, still forming up, allowing the excitement, the tension to build even more.
Capacity grid of 40 cars, and I was so looking forward to this one to see how this one plays out. Ben Short, who took the race 1 win yesterday, starting on the front row of the grid, but yeah, very unusual to see him on the front row for a reverse grid race. He's not been having it all his own way like he normally would do so far this weekend. Not contesting the full season, we don't believe. He tends to sort of rock up for his BS Motorsport team and decide, do I want to race this weekend? Yeah, yeah, I think I will go and have a crack at it. But you can see his customers lining up on the second row of the grid there. Ben Smiles, who was so close to his first podium in race 2 this morning, just dipping a wheel on the gravel out of Luffield on the last lap that denied him. But a great battle with Tom Holland as well, who had contact in race 1. So that was a nice little bit of redemption for him to sneak onto that podium.
Absolutely right. So it's Michael Pearce in the green car that's on pole. I say he was second coming into this morning's race and will have closed the gap to Oak Richardson because he was 6th earlier on to Richardson's 13th. Ben Short, needing a little introduction, 5-time champion in the 5 Club. He is next up in the white car with the red roll cage and red checkered flag stripe. Then a similar livery but darker colours of the stripe for Ben Smiles next up on the inside of row 2. He's in number 46, and then it's Thomas Holland in the sort of inverse livery to Ben Short in 74 on the outside of row 2. Then it's Simon Walker-Hansel, who admitted he was a bit more aggressive today than he was yesterday in this morning's race, and Jordan Johnson, our race 1 winner. First victory for him for a while, having won the championship a couple of years ago. I think we're almost ready for the off then. This big grid of MX5s gets underway, and it's a good start by Ben Short from pole position. Is he going to have the lead down to the first corner? I suspect he might do over Pearce. It does indeed. Then it's Ben Smiles in 3rd, Thomas Holland in 4th as they turn their way through Copse for the first time. Off they go down towards Maggots and Beckett's. Let's see if it's Ben Short still with the advantage. Yes, it is. Pearce, though, has not let him get away. He's in 2nd. Not entirely the most controlled approach to the corner from Pearce. He might lose out a place there to Smiles. That was Richardson, I think, going wide as well over the dust on the exit of Beckett's as well. Scott Leach is also someone who needs to make up ground. He started 37th. He's already made up quite a lot of places, as it looks like it's, Pearce still just in 2nd, but it's very close and he locks up.
Yeah, so got really close to the back of Ben Short's car. That really wide entry seemed to work very nicely for him on the exit. He had some great speed down the straight to try and repel Ben Smiles. Around the outside comes Simon Walker-Hansel, the pole sitter from race 1. He's trying to take 3rd position away from Ben Smiles. He might have just done it around the outside on the exit of Luffield. A couple of cars kicking up some gravel. There was one who definitely went through the gravel as well. It was one of the darker cars. We'll try and pick up who that was. But it's Ben Short who leads at the end of the first lap, ahead of Michael Pearce. Simon Walker-Hansel in 3rd position ahead of Ben Smiles, but Tom Holland trying to get up on the inside of Ian Tomlinson as well. They're side by side going through Copse Corner. They've got Jordan Johnson for close company as well. It's another fantastic train of cars making their way towards Maggots.
Certainly is. Fantastic start to this race. There's up the inside, there goes Simon Walker-Hansel. He's got 3rd place away from Ben Smiles there. There's Tomlinson in 5th now. Thomas Holland's been shuffled back quite a long way here to about 10th, I think, on this lap. He started the lap in 5th position.
And who's just gone ahead of him? Is that Oak Richardson who's just gone ahead of him as well? So he's very quickly latched himself into this train of cars. Yeah, it was. You can just see the blue livery with the yellow star familiar for Oak Richardson. There's a big moment here for Simon Walker-Hansel, who had a bit of a swapper going through Brooklands in that 3rd placed car, just trying to keep Ben Smiles at bay. There is Tom Holland, that 74 car, in a 3 wide moment in the middle of Luffield. Very brave indeed, and he ends up taking the gravel this time on the exit of the corner.
So lap 2 completed of what probably is going to be a 13-lap race, and Ben Short's come out of that with a lead of more than a second. That's looking ominous for everybody else. Will he do a Dan Garrett and let everyone else catch up? Probably not. But we've got the next 4 with a blanket you could throw over them. Pearce, Walker-Hansel, Smiles and Tomlinson, not necessarily now in that order. And Oak Richardson is trying to forge his way into this group as well. Jordan Johnson is also there. It's Simon Walker-Hansel that's going to be 2nd through Beckett's, then Tomlinson 3rd, and then Pearce and Smiles level pegging 4th. Both of them leaving the door open for Jordan Johnson to come from the inside, though.
Great stuff again, and great driving from Tomlinson so far this weekend. He's had to have a big recovery drive already so far today, and now he's sort of reaping the benefits of it a little bit as he looks on the inside of Simon Walker-Hansel, who locks up again going into Brooklands. So there was a Tomlinson-sized gap on the inside that the number 9 machine went through. Got the wrong line through Luffield now, so has to go all the way around the outside. Everybody else in 5th position at the moment, but that train being led by Michael Pearce through the gravel gravel. Again goes Ben Smiles. That's the second time today he's had a trip through that gravel trap, although this one was a little bit more severe for him, as Tomlinson's just edged ahead of Simon Walker-Hansel into second place. This lot now nearly 2.5 seconds behind race leader Ben Short. Through on the inside, Michael Pearce, the reverse grip pole sitter in the green number 40, the number 70 machine on the inside at Copse Corner, and I think he's about emerged in second place.
He is just about going to do that, and Tomlinson's lost positions. He started the lap in second. He's going to be down to 5th or 6th by the time they go through Beckett's, because it's Pearson, then Walker-Hansel, then Richardson ahead of him. Tomlinson's off on the run-off area there, but he's sort of level pegging with his nearest rival. He made up 30 places in the earlier race, did Ian Tomlinson. He had made up 6 in this race, but he's lost at least 3 of those now, as it's Walker-Hansel looking up the inside of Michael Pearce, this time into Brooklands Corner. Can he go through? Pearce is certainly very, very wide. I think he's going to have to concede the position here to Simon Walker-Hansel and also to Oak Richardson. He's had a sensational drive from 13th position and is now up to 3rd, isn't he?
Contact between Andy Bailey and Jordan Johnson in their dispute over 6th position in the middle of Luffield as well, but they both got away with that one. It was Bailey's front left corner into the right rear corner of Jordan Johnson as they rounded the right-hander. Walker-Hansel leads Richardson, leads Pearce, leads Tomlinson over the line, but only 4 tenths or so between them when they went over the timing line. Absolutely incredible stuff, and they are in the same order out of Copse that they came into it. You can see they've got about 8 tenths of a second over that next train of cars being led by Jordan Johnson, although Tom Holland's trying to do something about that.
Yeah, absolutely right. So there they go. Short's lead nearly 3 seconds now, but then the next 3 seconds covers everyone back to 14th. Second to 14th.
Unbelievable.
Absolutely crazy stuff. Here comes Ian Tomlinson trying to regain some of that lost ground. Back up the inside of Michael Pearce he goes. This for 4th place. Is he going to get this done? Pearce is, no, he's going to stay there on the inside line, I think. Having said that, Tomlinson's sticking on him all the way around the outside. Ben Smiles has dropped into a battle with Ben Hansey. So that's about 9th and 10th or something like that. He's disputing now. He dropped out of the top 10, hadn't he, Ben Smiles, after a promising early start to the race. And it's followed a similar pattern to the race at Brands Hatch, or the race weekend at Brands Hatch. Mary Barnard, as you can see on the screen now, has got a 10-second penalty for a false start. So number 29, Mary Barnard, who is running in what position?
Whoa. Sorry, we've got one off into the gravel at Copse and may have ended up making the barriers there as well. And I fear that was Ben Smiles. It was certainly one of the white cars. No, it's a Ben Hansey, actually. Ben Smiles has actually got a big dent in the front of his car. I saw it coming through. But yeah, Ben Hansey getting away with a big, big moment. That was a high-speed off he just had.
Yeah, absolutely. Mary Barnard, I don't think... Oh, there she's 19th. You can see on screen now, so she's getting a 10-second penalty to be added to her time. Right, it's Simon Walker-Hansel there in second. It is Oak Richardson in third, Ian Tomlinson in fourth. 5th is Michael Pearce. They're all playing very much second fiddle to Ben Short, although the gap did come down by 3 tenths of a second on the previous lap. There's still 7 3/4 minutes to go, so we're not even halfway through this race. It feels like quite a lot has happened.
Yeah, it certainly has. Tom Holland and Jordan Johnson have joined the back of that second place battle as well, so it's 7 going for that at the moment as Tom Holland does the fastest lap of the race, 1:12.5 out there. Just latching onto the back of Michael Pearce as well.
Faster than Ian Tomlinson's lap this morning, which is a 1:12.621 as well. So Thomas Holland not hanging about here as he's trying to get back into contention for a sort of podium finish, which is not beyond the realms of possibility. Rest of the field streaming their way through. Big field. We've got, I think, most of the 40 cars still circulating, certainly. Vast majority of them. There have been 1 or 2 that have fallen by the wayside, but as usual, pretty good reliability with these cars. There goes Ben Short through shot. Here's 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, with Pearce ahead of Thomas Hollands at the back of the group, and then a little bit further back, Jordan Johnson.
But they've calmed down a little bit, and I almost wonder if they are trying to do something about Ben Short's advantage. It did come down by 3 tenths of a second last time around, although 2.2 seconds is quite the adversary to overcome, especially with just 6 minutes remaining in the race. This is looking a bit more like the Ben Short of old at the moment, isn't it? Which we haven't seen all weekend, really. But Oak Richardson practically pushing Simon Walker-Hansel up the start and finish straight. There in third position, who was leading the championship. Had a very good weekend at Brands Hatch with 2 wins and a podium in the reverse grid race. Obviously came away with second in yesterday's race 1, but disaster sort of struck in this morning's race, and there was nearly disaster again for him there as he took an awful lot of dirt and dust over the curbing, and a little bit more going through Beckett's in hot pursuit of second placed Walker-Hansel.
Yeah, absolutely right. Down the Wellington straight into the braking area for Brooklands they go. In front of the BRDC grandstand there. There'll be a few people spectating from there, I shouldn't wonder, this afternoon. You can see there's a smattering of spectators in the grandstand. It's a great place to watch from, especially at the Walter Hayes Trophy. It's the great atmosphere you get in there. Here's a battle. That's Ben Smiles and Matthew Pennefather-Neal, I think, doing battle for 8th and 9th position, possibly. Scott Leach is in that group as well. He's currently 13th at the moment. Again, having dropped back earlier on.
So 5 minutes to go then in this race, and still Richardson's not really showing his nose, but they really have brought the gap down to the lead. They've halved it, in fact. It's 1.3 seconds to Ben Short now, who well, it says he did a 13.4 last time around, but the gap now just 1.3 seconds. There's Ben Smiles, big dent on the front of his car. That's not a very smiley car at all at the moment, but he's trying to work his way back inside the top 7. He's leading Matthew Pennefather-Neal at the moment, isn't he? That 21 machine. So there is a bit of a gap to the cars in front of him. Transponder issue for Trevor Jenkins. If you see his name fluttering about the timing screen, don't worry about it too terribly much. Luckily, that's not one of the front-running cars. That would have been a bit of a nightmare, especially with how close some of these cars are. It would need... back in the old days, you'd need the old photo finish technology, wouldn't you? So they go back across the timing line now, and the lead gap now half a second. Simon Walker-Hansel and Oak Richardson are working so well together. They brought down that gap. That was over 2 seconds. They took another 3/4 of a second out of Ben Short last time around. It's just half a second with 3.5 minutes to go. This is on.
It certainly is. There's a back marker ahead I can see as well.
Look, it's there.
The 3 of them are right together as they work lap 10 of what's probably going to be 13, and now Walker-Hansel's got an overlap very nearly on Ben Short as they head up the Wellington straight. Ducks back into the tow here. Top 3 away from Michael Pearce and Thomas Hollands and Jordan Johnson, who are 4th, 5th and 6th. Is there going to be a move into Brooklands? No, there's not. Not amongst the first 3 anyway. So it's Ben Short, number 71. He was leading by the best part of 3 seconds not so very long ago. Now leading by less than a car length from Simon Walker-Hansel in 2nd, Oak Richardson in 3rd. Looks like Thomas Holland's got his way up into 4th position as well, I could see in the background of shot there. So coming across the line with 10 laps gone and about 3 laps to go.
Now it's just 0.4 of a second that separate the top 3 with 2.5 minutes remaining in this race. Still the great battle for 4th happening, but let's keep our eyes on the leaders because Simon Walker-Hansel is starting to line up Ben Short for a manoeuvre. He's got to be careful with Oak Richardson. They've worked so well together to try and get up to the back of Ben Short. They can't throw it away now. 5-second track limits penalty for Ben Smiles, but here comes Simon Walker-Hansel on the inside at Beckett. He takes the lead of the race away, and Richardson's trying to follow him through on the inside as well. Side by side, absolutely level pegging, door handle to door handle between Ben Short, who kicks up some dirt on the exit of the corner. Oak Richardson on driver's right, and he has to tuck back in behind Ben Short, who had the better momentum, maybe catching a little bit of that slipstream from Simon Walker-Hansel as well. We have a new race leader. It is Simon Walker-Hansel, who runs a little bit wide into Brooklands, and that is great news for Ben Short as he sniffs an opportunity.
Absolutely right. So 2 laps to go, we reckon, at the end of this one. Which one of these 3 is going to win the race? I suspect it will be one of them because they're now quite a long way clear of the rest of them. The gap back to Tom Holland's group is now Just waiting to see that flick up. About 4 seconds, I think. Yeah, or 2.4 seconds. Looked longer.
Felt like longer, didn't it?
It did. As they turn their way through Copse then. It's Warcancel leading, Short second, Richardson third. This is where strategy really does come into play now as we go into the last lap and a half or so of this race. Where do you want to position your car going into the last lap and into the complex down the Wellington Straight for the final time? It's about going to be about not making the moves for the next half a lap to a lap, I would think.
Look at those 3 cars in front as well. They're likely to play a part in this as well. So we've got 2 individual 3-car battles, one for all the podium spots, one for 4th through 6. Here comes Ben Short trying to retake the lead of the race into Brooklands on the inside. Can Oak Richardson follow him through as well? He tried to follow Simon Walker-Hansel through earlier. That didn't quite work out for him. So again, he has to settle in behind and sit in 3rd position for just a little bit longer. But 1 lap remains and Ben Short has retaken the lead of the race. Has Walker-Hansel or Richardson got anything left in the tank?
Time will tell then. Over the line they go. They've got those back marks and it's Ben Short by 0.2 of a second from Walker-Hansel. 0.3 further back is Richardson in 3rd place.
Yeah, those are the back markers in front of the leaders. It's that second queue. There they are, coming out of Copse Corner.
Yeah, certainly are, and they're going to get them, I think, by the time they get to Beckett's, which is not necessarily going to be the best place to catch them, I don't think. It's Walker-Hansel and Short were side by side. They're going off the inside of the back marking number 26 car, which is that of Izzy Burrows. Ben Short is still there as well in 3rd. 2 more back markers to try and get past which side they're going to go. There's almost some contact there. And Richardson and Ben Short now, a door handle to door handle.
He was banging doors either side of him. First of all with the back marker and then with Ben Short. So Short's gone through. He's lunging on the inside into Brooklands. There's barely the gap for an MX-5 to go through there, but he's just about managed to take the lead. And Richardson has a huge swapper as well in 3rd position. And unless Simon Walker-Hansel can get the exit of a lifetime, this should be Ben Short's.
It should be, but it's a decent exit. Is it good enough? I don't think it quite is. It's going to be Ben Short, I think, to take a second victory of the weekend. Waiting for them to come over the line, which they do now. And it's Ben Short by 0.152 seconds from Simon Walker-Hansel. A similar gap back to Oak Richardson in 3rd, Thomas Holland 4th, Ian Tomlinson 5th, Michael Pearce in 6th position. But Ben Short really did thread the eye of the needle into Brooklands that time, didn't he? The final time when it really mattered to get the victory, and those back markers did play a part, I think, Chris, as they came through the final few corners of that race.
Yeah, absolutely. Richardson went from banging doors on the left-hand side with the back marker, then to rubbing panels with Ben Short on his right-hand side as they made their way down the back straight. But look at that, 0.317 of a second between the top 3 at the checkered flag. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, superb race. A win then for number 71, Ben Short, at the end of 13 laps of racing. Number 4, Simon Walker-Hansel in 2nd, 0.152 seconds behind. In 3rd place, number 17 was Oak Richardson. 4th, number 74, Thomas Holland. 5th was 9, Ian Tomlinson. Michael Pearce, number 17, took 6th. Jordan Johnson, who was a winner this morning, number 92, took 7th place, ahead of number 13, Scott Leach. Zoltan Shabai, number 168, was 9th. Ahead of Matthew Pennefather-Neal in 10th place, number 21. And Matthew Short, Matthew Hallam, Ben Smiles with that 5-second penalty added to his time. That cost him about 4 or 5 positions in the end. And then 14th was Scott Lawrence. And then Bradley Gaunt 15th, Martin Vernon 16th, Alexandra Quatchty 17th, and Stephen Robinson, Ben Hansey and Sam Moody rounded out the top 20 in the 5 Club MX5 Cup. So it remains to be seen who's going to be leading the championship after that. I suspect Oak Richardson, because he was the best of the sort of leading championship contenders in that race, in 3rd place, may have just about kept the lead of the championship as they go to the next meeting. That is going to be at Castle Combe. That's at the end of June. It's going to be a busy day because there's 3 races all in one day at Castle Combe for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. It's not one we're going to be live streaming, unfortunately, but we'll see the MX5s again later on in the season. So we still have a few races to come this afternoon. We've got the MR2s up next, then the Absolute Alignment Swift Sport Challenge, the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship, and the BMW Car Club Racing Championship to complete the day's 25, or the weekend's 25 races, the 15 that we will have had today.
Yeah, still plenty more to come. Second race for Swift Sport. Very much looking forward to that. And of course, Rogue Motorsport Toyota MR2 Championship coming up next. Big dramas in the championship this morning in that one. We'll get into that a little bit later on, as for now we are just celebrating the excellent performance seen in the Massimo Tyres 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. And so Ben Short was saying yesterday that he was a bit older and chubbier. Was that the word he used?
That was definitely his word.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, not his. And dealing with the heat. Let's see how he coped with the heat today. He's with Kieran.
Well, the MX-5s once again delivered, and we're here obviously with the winner, Ben Short. You really, really had to work for that one.
Yeah, I mean, yes, I did, yes. The start of the race did go my way, and the middle section did as well. But a couple of good drivers there, Simon and Oak, and I think they worked out that if they worked together, they could close the gap. I was hoping that they would just continue to fight because it was going my way. But yeah, and then a nice little scrap at the end, really. What was it, 3 laps? 3 laps of scrapping with a couple of back markers thrown in for a bit of randomness.
Talk to us about that dive down the inside for the win at the end there.
Right, so yeah, there was no last lap board, but I was pretty confident that we must be there or thereabouts because we normally only catch the lap traffic a lap or so before the end. And the lap traffic, I went out really wide, cut underneath them, whereas Simon and Oak went down the inside of them and got a bit of a run down the straight, and then yeah, on the brakes, slithered it in, I suppose would be the best way to put it. But it's nice to have the weight out the back of the car and it be a bit more planted.
100%. Well, congratulations for ending the weekend in such spectacular fashion.
Thanks very much, and thank you to all the team who have worked really hard this weekend. Cheers, guys.
Perfect. Thank you very much. We'll move to Simon. Just couldn't quite make it then, but it's very, very close.
That was mega. Any 3 of us could have won that, and I was waiting for the last lap board, and when I saw he was coming, do I fully defend? I thought I don't want to be in the lead on the last lap, so if I let one of them pass, I didn't want to let Oak through as well because then it would be more difficult. But second would have been perfect on the last lap, and there was no last lap board, so we got the checkered. But I enjoyed it. I'm in the championship. I don't think Ben is, so really it's Oak ran a clean race, and I guess that's important for points. And I've enjoyed the weekend.
And obviously you guys ended up working together to catch Ben as well. Was the communication between the two of you to decide that?
Yeah, I was giving him plenty of waves, and once I realised he was going to work with me, then it became easier because I didn't have to defend, and we soon reeled Ben in. Ben looked to be struggling with his handling or whatever this weekend. He's really, it's been really close racing, which is nice to see, and it's great to be able to race the guy and have a good week. Everyone's enjoyed the weekend. It's been great.
100%. Well, congratulations on second.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you. Oak, we obviously didn't quite manage to catch up with you earlier on because you had a bit of an iffy race, let's put it that way, but obviously get back on the podium today for the third race. Talk to us about the disparity between the second race and the third race.
Well, this race I didn't get taken out, so that was a disparity. So yeah, last race started 13th, well, finished 13th, started 13th. First few laps were pretty good, got through, and I could see that Ben had already disappeared down the road. And with a circuit like this, if someone's got a gap and you've got no slipstream to them, you have to work together to get them. And that's what I did with Simon. I could have gone past him so many times in many of those laps, but he'd have just come straight back past me. So there's no point doing that. And we caught Ben. As those two boys said, there was no last lap board, which is a shame. But we caught back markers down the bottom there, and that kind of skewered every chance I had. I sort of ended up in the wrong place there. But yeah, no, it was good fun. It's nice to finish on the podium last race after such a poor previous race.
100%. It's a bit of sort of damage reduction trying to get back up, especially in the points for the championship as well between you and Simon.
Me and who? I mean Simon. Yeah. Sorry, I don't think Simon's doing the championship. So no, I think he's only doing like 2 or 3 rounds. So, and I don't know if Ben's doing the whole lot either. So hopefully that means good things for me.
Yeah. So, fingers crossed. Well, congratulations on the podium.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you very much. All right, so that wraps it up for the MX-5s for the weekend, but we've still got a few races still to go. Coming up next, we have the Rogue Motorsport Toyota MR2 Championship.
Yes, from one set of Japanese roadsters to another. Second and final race of the weekend for the MR2 Championship. And early on today, it was a win for Andrew Ruthven, a rare win for one of the Mark II cars. The grid for this race has been set by the fastest lap timers for race 1, so it has on pole position Jim Mew, number 78, and besides him, number 84, Neil Stratton. Row 2 is turner Andrew Baranowski and 11, Adam Lockwood. The third row, 53, Scott Edbrook, and 82 is Andrew Ruthven. On the fourth row, it's 17, Maxine Nichols, and 65, Vera Aldridge. Row 5, 12, Aaron Laverty, and 9, Tim Heron. On the sixth row, 97, Jonathan O'Neill, and 79, Jonathan Grimes. Row 7, 5, Ian Ledbetter, and 15, Gavin Aldworth. On the 8th row, it's 64, Benjamin Gallagher, and Jason Crosty in 83. Row 9 has 16, Daniel Farmer, besides number 99, Oliver Aldworth. Sean Traynor, championship leader coming into this weekend. Number 27, back on the inside of row 10, besides number 76, Martin Auger. Row 11, 30, Andy Williams, and 87, Neil Horan. Row 12, 8, Eddie O'Kane, and 51, Andrew Strange. The 13th row, Tim O'Brien in 72, and Joseph Jones in 94. Jason Crow is on the inside of row 14 in car number 88, besides 47, Richard Dales. The 15th row, 35, Richard Brown, and 20, Patrick Stoner, with Martin Collins, number 3, possibly at the back of the grid. But yes, it was a win earlier on today for Andrew Ruthven in the Mark II. He's going to go from 6th on the grid for this one. Jim Mew, who's on pole position here as he was for the first race, was only 5th, but he did get the all-important fastest lap, Chris.
Yes, so the race 1 lap time set in the grid for this one, and that's why Sean Traynor is all the way down in 19th position. He had a spin and some contact on the opening lap, and so he had a damaged car basically for the entire race, which not only meant he couldn't make the progress back through the field he wanted to, but it's also hampered his grid spot for this one as well. But Jim Mew getting the double pole position for this weekend. Neil Stratton alongside him in 84. He was part of that big battle for the lead earlier on. But watch out again for Andrew Ruthven, because although the lap times didn't suggest it, the power in that Mark II car served him very well in race 2.
Green flag is waved at the back of the grid then, 15 minutes ahead of us for the Rogue Motorsport Toyota MR2 Championship. Silver and blue for Jim Mew, yellow and black for Neil Stratton. Then on the inside of the second row of the grid, it's the sort of black and bluey green to Andrew Baranowski, and the white and silver car, or silver and red car I should say, of Adam Lockwood on row 2. We've got to watch out for Sean Traynor coming through from row 10 of the grid. As the lights go out, the race gets underway. Even start from the 2 at the front. Keeping an eye out for Sean Traynor there. He's on the right hand side of the picture, just making up 1 or 2 places already, but it's Jim Mew from Neil Stratton and Adam Lockwood as they turn their way through. You can see the Mark II is in 4th place of Andrew Ruthven, different silhouette there, and that's a car with a bit more power, so we'll see if that's got the poke down the straights to try and find a way past this trio of roadsters that are ahead of him. It's Mew and Stratton level pegging with Lockwood for 2nd place, then Ruthven, then Baranowski, I think, and Scott Edbrook in 6th at the moment. And the next group of cars coming through, there was sort of a distinct gap, wasn't there, between the 2 packs, but I think Sean Traynor managed to get himself into the first of those groups. Side by side for 2nd place into Brooklands, it's Lockwood down the inside of Stratton.
Yeah, and there was very nearly a repeat of what happened in race 1 as Lockwood had to gather up some oversteer there. Luckily, Stratton was well aware of the moment that Lockwood was having, so some real heads-up driving on the opening lap. They both survived that little scare, and it is Lockwood, the 2023 champion, who makes his way through into 2nd place, sets his sight now on Jim Mew as they come to complete the first lap. That was Andrew Ruthven going little wider onto the curb than you would normally see, but just 0.8 of a second between the top 4 as they came over the timing line. Baranowski not too far behind them either, and Lockwood going for a move on Jim Mew now for the lead of the race as they go into Maggers and Beckett's. He's lining him up. He's got the inside line for the upcoming right-hander, and Mew's kind of forced to leave a car's width on the inside there. So he has some momentum down the start and finish straight now with that outside run, and he should have the inside line when they get down to Brooklands as well. And so this is the first attempt, but now we go 3 wide with Jim Mew down the middle, and Stratton trying to go through on the inside. and amazingly, they're all in the same order that they came into the corner in. But Stratton's trying to retake second place. He's going to go the long way round at Luffield. Easier said than done, and he'll likely get a little bit of curbing on the exit of the corner and settles back in behind Lockwood.
On the first lap, Sean Traynor made up 8 places to be 11th. He's made up several more positions on this lap as well. Over the line, though, goes Jim Mew from Adam Lockwood and Neil Stratton. Side by side between Baranowski and Ruthven for 4th and 5th. And Traynor's made up 2 more places to go 9th at the end of that lap. He's deposed Maxine Nichols, who's down to 10th. She was delighted to get her first top 10 finish in race 1, her best result yet. And she's in the thick of the action again here. The first 3 with a slight break over Andrew Ruthven and Andrew Baranowski. But it is still Lockwood that has got into the front, and he's ahead at the moment. There's Sean Traynor. He's just behind Veer Aldridge now in the number 65 car, and also Tim Heron in the number 9 Roadster.
And the fastest lap of the race for Traynor as well. Now this is going to be a bit of a test because the 2 Class B cars in front of him theoretically have a bit more power. And so how's he going to deal with this one? Oh, unbelievable from Sean Traynor. Round the outside of one car on the braking, slices down the middle of the 2 of them and gets the other one on the inside. That needs to be studied in racing schools. That was supreme.
He's gone 2 seconds faster in this race than he did in the early one, which shows that there was a problem probably after that first lap incident. Some damage to the car maybe in that first lap off at Brooklands Corner. It's change of order at the end of the lap. Then Lockwood ahead of Mew. 0.4 of a second now the gap. Trader's done another best lap of the race, a 1:10.593 to go up to 7th place on that last lap. But it's Lockwood, Mew, Stratton and Ruthven the order as they headed through Copse Corner that time. Stratton and Mew alongside one another. Stratton in the 84 car is on the outside line. The driver from High Peak is going to get second though. He's got past Mew. In the number 78 car, the Portsmouth Garage East is down to 3rd position. Andy Ruthven is the next driver that's going to try and hunt him down.
We saw this in race 1, didn't we? Jim Mew sort of fell into the pack a little bit and still came away with a half-decent result. We're sort of seeing a similar thing here. But look at Sean Traynor. He's on the back of this queue now there in 7th position. So it's Scott Edbrook, the next car up the road for him. Well, not up the road, directly in front of him as they exit Luffield. But it's 7 cars separated by less than 3.5 seconds, I'd say. Now let's see what it is when they go over the timing line. Lockwood's starting to pull clear. I'm sure he's well aware of the fact that Traynor's going to be coming through the pack and maybe has shades of that Alton Park race that I mentioned in race 1 where he won the championship after Traynor was trying to come back through the field after stalling off the line, and so he's trying to make hay while the sun is shining. 1.1 seconds ahead of Neil Stratton as Sean Traynor was able to dispatch of Edbrook and getting to 6th position as Ruthven now has a look at Jim Mew for a spot on the podium.
Yeah, they are making their way through. You've got Baranowski, and it looks like Traynor has got ahead of Edbrook already on this lap as well. So, I mean, you can't even rule Sean Traynor out of a win here. There's still 9.5 minutes to go. 3.2 seconds behind the lead he was at the start of the lap. The question is, can they reel in Lockwood? Because he had a 1.2 second lead at the start of the lap. Stratton now more secure in second as Jim Mew is now focusing much more on his mirrors, isn't he, to try and keep Andy Ruthven behind him, but also now Andy Baranowski and Sean Traynor as well. And Traynor tries to squeeze through on the inside of Baranowski there, who was on the podium in race 1. They're all going to be overlapping. It wouldn't surprise me as they cut the timing line if Traynor is ahead. Let's have a look if he is. Yes, he is, by 0.07 of a second ahead of Baranowski now. So he's up to 5th.
Side by side into Copse as well, so consolidates the position as they go through the right-hander. But I tell you, Jim Mew, Ruthven, they could all do Adam Lockwood a huge favour in this race if they manage to keep Sean Traynor at bay for a little bit longer. But this does just have shades of Alton Park all over again, where Traynor's storming up through the order and Lockwood's out there leading. The pace is very similar at the front of the field, and the problem he's got is that Stratton is also in sort of clean air, so he's not going to be squabbling with other cars at the moment and losing pace because of that. Traynor to the outside of Jim Mew now, and that's another one picked off for the 5-time series champion going into Brooklands, and so that should be 4th position now with Ruthven up into 3rd as well. Oh no, wait, hang on a minute. Where's Jim Mew fallen down to?
That's a good question. We'll pick it up in a minute. They're coming through. It was third on the previous lap, but it's Lockwood, Stratton and Mew in third, and then Ruthven in fourth, Trainer fifth is the order at the end of
So that must have been,
six.
apologies, that must have been Baranowski having a look back at Sean Trainer, but it was definitely had to redo that move into Brooklands.
Yeah, that's. I think that's what's happened there. Trainer making another attempt here on Andy Ruthven. It's the 10th anniversary this year of his first championship win, Sean Trainer. That was in one of the Mark II cars, like Ruthven is driving, and he won 4 of his championships in 15, 17, 18 and 19 in one of the 1990s cars. And then he switched across to the road. It took a few years really to get into a position where he was quite as happy with it as he had been in the Mark II, but then did win the championship in 2024. And he's going to get a move here on Ruthven, isn't he? Yeah, Ruthven pressured into a mistake, it felt like there. And Trainer goes up to 4th position, and Baranowski's followed him.
Yeah, right around the outside of Luffield as well. So that's a cracking move from Baranowski as well, and opportunistic as well to go through into 5th position. Trainer up to 4th now. Next car up the road, Jim Mew. And Adam Lockwood is maybe going to be seeing Sean in his mirrors a little bit now and thinking, please hold him up as long as possible. He's still got 1.3 seconds over Neil Stratton in 2nd position, but Trainer from, what was it, 16th, no, 19th on the grid, is now staring down the back of a podium finish in this race.
So into Beckett's they go then. It's Trainer there, up to 4th position, still with the fastest lap of 1:10.089. Best lap in the early race was a 1:10.290 for Jim Mew, so he's gone faster than that. That's for certain. And that's a very good lap time indeed. The record there is a 1:10.02, so only a few hundredths away from his own lap record there, Sean Trainer. A bit sloppy into Brooklands that time. That's cost him a bit of time, I think, to Jim Mew. Back into the clutches he goes of Andy Baranowski. Ruthven, who is still going to pick up a class win here by the looks of it, although he's not going to get the overall win as it is earlier on. Bit of a contrasting race from 1st in race 1 back to 6th in race 2. What's his pace like compared to earlier when he's done a 1:10.938? So he's actually gone faster in this race than he did in the earlier race, and still is 6th.
I think the door sort of opened up for Ruthven in race 1, really, and then once he was ahead, it was very difficult for other people to pass him.
Exactly.
I think that's had a bit more of a factor in this one, whereas these guys can use their cornering speed to pull away a little bit and negate the advantage that Ruthven has in a straight line. So that record, I think that's the Class B lap record, isn't it? I think the ultimate one for MR2 is at 1:09.76 from Aaron Cook.
Quite correct.
Here's another move, though, for Sean Trainer, trying to take 3rd position away from Jim Mew. He's on the inside on the exit of Beckett's, but will have the wrong line going into Brooklands. That hasn't stopped him at any point so far this weekend, I don't think. This time, Jim Mew, I think that's the first time anybody's been able to defend a Sean Trainer move down at Brooklands so far.
Seems that way, doesn't it? It's been really, really feisty through there. In danger of leaving the door open there for Andy Baranowski.
But he's trying to swing the car out of Luffield and get some really good momentum down the straight.
Yeah, let's see if that does pay into his hands and he can get up into a top 3 position here. It doesn't feel like he's close enough at this point to make a move into Copse Corner. Meanwhile, Adam Lockwood now has extended by another 0.6 of a second. He's done a PB. It's now nearly 2 seconds, virtually 2 seconds now, Adam Lockwood's lead. So he is looking good for what would be his first race win of the season.
And so actually Baranowski was coming back at Sean Trainer there, and this might be a spot that Trainer loses as both he and Jim Mew go a little wide. So Baranowski's upsetting the rhythm here for Sean Trainer a little bit. I don't think he'll have the legs on the straight to compete with Trainer. He had that slightly better exit, and he's got a tow from Jim Mew. We're seeing that Trainer can already slice and dice between cars. Here he goes to the outside again, but it's wide for the number 27 machine. Now Baranowski's already had one invitation to go on the inside. He's had another one here, absolutely level pegging as they go through Luffield. They lean on each other a little bit. Baranowski has a slide, gathers it up very nicely indeed.
He does, yes, but has just lost that momentum there. So it's going to be Trainer that's solidifying that 4th place at the moment. They go over the line, 10 laps completed, probably 3 more laps to go in this race, all being well. Lockwood's lead reduced a bit that time because Neil Stratton did a PB, a 1:10.566 now for him. And he's got the gap down to 1.7 seconds in this race. There's Jim Mew, number 78, the man from Portsmouth, with Sean Traynor, another Hampshire pace driver, 27, challenging him there, and not able to make anything of it. Oh, and stopped on the circuit there, but between Brooklands and Lufford is number 20. That's Patrick Stoner, but he's got going, fortunately, because otherwise that could have been a difficult situation with the leaders approaching.
Yeah, I think that might have just been a spin there for Stoner, and so no interruption of the race leaders there, thankfully. 2 minutes left on the clock, and it's still Traynor trying to find his way through onto a podium place here, and Adam Lockwood and Neil Stratton are thanking Jim Mew very much at the end of this one, I would have thought, with the amount he's been able to keep Traynor at bay. So Lockwood comes over the line, completes lap number 11 in this race. Stratton now just 1 second behind, took another 0.7 of a second out of Lockwood's lead on that previous lap. Jim Mew another 1.5 seconds back, with Sean Traynor all over the back of him, and Baranowski still there in a attacking position still if Traynor is to make a mistake, and I thought that was going to be a lunge on the inside there for Sean Traynor, who takes a bit of grass through Beckett's as well. That hasn't worked out too terribly well for him. Here comes Baranowski.
Indeed he is, and with Baranowski to the right hand side of the circuit, he's going to get halfway alongside Sean Traynor. Needs to be fully alongside, I think, to try and pass the pass master. Deep into the corner goes Mew. That means Traynor's going to be mirror to mirror with him pretty much as they go around Luffield Corner. They'll do not to exchange mirrors, I think, there. And Baranowski sort of sliding around in their wake. It is Mew that is still going to hold on to that third position just as they now go on to their final lap. Lockwood it is leading Stratton by 0.6 now, because it's come down by another 0.4 that lap.
Yeah, so don't count out Stratton here for his first win in the Rogue Motorsport Toyota MR2 Championship. Don't count out Traynor for a spot on the podium either, because that moment from Mew shows that he's really under pressure, and Traynor's going to keep forcing him into those mistakes. But there is race leader Adam Lockwood. He's got to try and repel a charging Neil Stratton here in that yellow number 84 machine as well. Traynor's through into third position. He did that on the exit of Copse on the way into Maggot. So Jim Mew has been dispatched from the podium placings. Baranowski fancies a run at fourth position as well. Here are the leaders coming into Brooklands for the final time, and it doesn't look like Stratton is in a position to really mount a challenge. It's just on Lockwood to not make a mistake, which he's done ever so slightly wide through Brooklands. If he just keeps it neat and tidy, he should beat Stratton to the line.
Should do. I think he probably is going to. Through Luffield he goes, just Woodcut Corner to go. He's got a couple of lengths in hand over Neil Stratton, so it's going to be the man from Portsmouth that is going to win the race here. Up to the line he comes and takes the checker flag to win by 0.2 of a second. It came him down on another 0.4, and it's Sean Traynor that does get third place in the end, making that move on the exit of Copse Corner on the last lap. So from 19th on the grid to third place for Sean Traynor, the man that was leading the championship coming into this weekend. He gets it of Jim Mew, Andy Baranowski, Scott Edbrook is 6th. Ruthven, Andy Ruthven is 7th, winning Class B. For the Mark IIs from Tim Heron. Maxine Nichols, another great top 10 result for her in 9th place. She'll be so happy with that. And Via Aldridge rounding out the top 10 in car number 65. Another great race. It was, Adam Lockwood had it in control for a long time, but it is in doubt in the last lap or so.
Yeah, even on that last lap, it was another 0.4 that Lockwood had his advantage eaten into by Stratton, but they'll be buying Jim Mew a beer, I think, at the end of that one, because he did them a big favour keeping Traynor at bay. So it's Adam Lockwood then ahead of Neil Stratton by 0.2 of a second. Sean Traynor completing the podium on that final lap ahead of Jim Mew. Andrew Baranowski in 5th position ahead of Scott Edbrook. Andrew Ruthven, not the overall win in this one, but another Class B victory ahead of Tim Heron. Maxine Nichols, another top 10 as Ian mentioned, and Via Aldridge completing the Class B podium and the top 10 ahead of Aaron Laverty, Benjamin Gallagher and Ian Leadbitter, with Jonathan Grimes completing the top 14. Gavin Aldworth, and then Jason Crossley, Richard Dales and Andy Williams, with Andrew Strange and Daniel Farmer completing the top 20, Ed O'Kane, Jonathan O'Neill, Martin Algett, Tim O'Brien, Jason Crow, and then Richard Brown and Oliver Aldworth in 27th, and then Neil Hurren, Joseph Jones and Patrick Stoner, and we did get all 30 cars over the line for the checkered flag as well. That's the second time that's happened today.
Absolutely, great result from the MR2s, demonstrating the tremendous reliability of the Japanese cars, the Toyotas. So it's an all roadster podium this time. Adam Lockwood successful, taking the checkered flag by 0.2 of a second. Neil Stratton second, but I think Sean Traynor, that'll feel a bit like a win for him, having come from 19th on the grid onto the podium, as the MR2 Championship will move on to Snetterton for races 5 and 6. Let's go down to Kieran Mogg in pit lane.
See the embracing between Adam Lockwood, Neil Stratton and Sean Traynor there. All three of them doing exemplary then in that last race. But we'll try and jump in with Adam Lockwood. Just wants to finish chatting. Can I just see you for a second, Adam? Sorry to pull you away. That was impressive.
Oh, thanks very much. Yeah, that went to plan. Just for a change. Yeah, managed to get past Jim, and don't know if I needed to get past Neil or not, but I managed to get past people early on and just sort of pull away. Slowed up a little bit towards the end because I think they showed me a track limit board, so I thought I'd best make sure I'm on my best behaviour after that. So, but yeah, good race. It's very hot in there though.
You managed to keep a gap back to Neil as well.
Yeah. Last couple of laps he did reel it in a little bit, but yeah, I was sort of taking it a bit more easy there then. So.
Nice way to end the weekend though.
Say that again.
Nice way to end the weekend though.
Yeah, couldn't ask for more really, apart from maybe an outright win in the first race, but you know, that'll do. I'll take it. Absolutely.
Well, congratulations then.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you. We'll speak to Neil Stratton. Second place, couldn't quite catch him.
No, I was catching him towards the end, knowing Adam was probably backing off. But no, it's been a really good race. Had a good fight with Jim in race 1 and race 2. Jim's been driving in a condescending manner all day really, and he's been absolutely spot on. He's had a brilliant race. So it wasn't easy to get past, but I got past around the outside of Beckett's, I think it was. But I couldn't really catch Adam. And then I just catch him at the end. But he did have a black and white flag for track limits, so that may have been why he was backing off a bit. But no, really tough with that. So.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, nice way to win the weekend for you.
Yeah, and it's sun's out. What more could you want?
Exactly.
Apart from a win, but
yeah, fair enough. Yeah. All right. Congratulations though on P2.
Cheers. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Now, not Neil, Sean. Where did you start that race?
19th.
And you finished in 3rd. That is incredible.
Yeah, well, I just had a good qualifying this morning, and then I had a bit of contact with Jim in the first race, which bent me track rod. So it was everything. It was the first time in about 11 years I thought about pulling down the pit lane, and I thought, no, I better try and get a lap in. And to be fair, it probably did me a favour because I think I probably would have been. I think I took about 3 seconds off my lap times through that first race, so it probably brought me up 8 or 9 places, which without them 8 or 9 places, I don't think I'd have got here. And to be fair, Jim, he drove like a demon. I thought I'd almost give up trying to get past him because I thought I'm going to have to chuck up the inside, and I've already had contact with him today. I'm not going to do it. And then he just outbraked himself at the end of the Wellington Straight, so I managed to. But then he come back at me again down the Wellington Straight the next lap. It was like, but he did. To be fair, he deserved to. It's a shame he couldn't have got his first, because I think that would have been his first podium. I think
so. Yeah.
And but he absolutely drove so well. I thought there's no way I can get by without taking a lunge that, you know, I've already had contact. I'm not doing it again. Yeah. So yeah, it was a shame, really. Shame that we couldn't both be on here.
It is a shame, yes, 100%. But I just want to quickly ask you a question that I've been instructed to ask you. There is a superstition that you don't clean your car.
No, not at the racetrack. That's right, yeah. And I came back and found someone cleaning it after qualifying this morning, and to be fair, they never actually came back. It was my mum actually, and she never after the race she never actually came back for about half an hour because she thought. But to be fair, it was all my own doing. It was a silly mistake, and hopefully I learn by it.
Well, there we go. It's clearly worked at the P3 from P19, so congratulations.
Cheers.
Thank you very much. Now, coming up next, the cars are on the grid for the second race of the Absolute Alignment Swift Sport Challenge.
Yes, it's the second ever race for the Swift Sport Challenge. The car's already on the grid. On pole position, it's number 87, Louis Woodward. Besides him is number 11, Adam Blair. Second row is 5, Jonathan Packett, and 10, Ray Collier. Third row, 88, Jake Boydell, and 19, Matthew Weymouth. On row 4, it's 191, Nick Peters, and 8, Shay Brennan. Fifth row, 821, Aaron Mullen, and 25, James Saggers. On the 6th, it's 123, Connor Craven, and 398, Lee Forster. On the 7th, 66, Graham Coombs, and 18, Tom Littlechild. Row 8 is 31, Maddie Griffiths, and 43, Victoria Babb. Tom Simon, 77, and Guy Povey, 93, on the 9th. Row 10 is 40, Graham King, and 198, Connor Forster. Archie Carter in 89 and Luke Jones 73 on the 11th. Row 12, 9, Gary Stanford, and 555, Shane Tweedy. Row 13, 72 is E. Woolley, and 38, Elliot Tanner. Then Michael Sanford 99, Colin Flanagan 33, and 16, Joshua Copeland as the final few cars coming into position. The grid that we've just given you based on the result of race 1. So it was a win earlier on, Chris, for Louis Woodward.
It was Adam Blair coming back from a 5-place grid penalty post-qualifying, so came through from 6th to 2nd, and let's see, in a straight fight between these two cars, who can get the whole shot?
Absolutely right. So we're almost ready for the off. Everyone was pretty well behaved, I thought, in race 1, given the 16 novices that we had out on the grid. I think they all put on a fantastic show. Great credit to themselves, in all honesty. Right, we've had the countdown. We're about to get the red lights going on, I think, and this race getting underway. So it's the black car on pole of Louis Woodward. It's Adam Blair, number 11, next to him. He was the fastest driver in qualifying by about a quarter of a second, and he makes the best start as well. So Adam Blair is going to go into the lead of the race. The 191 car of Nick Peters was a little bit smoky there, I thought, as it pulled off the line, as maybe he got a little bit of wheel spin. But they all head off up to Copse Corner, and it's not Adam Blair in the lead.
Wow.
From the outside of the front row, from pole position, it is Louis Woodward that has managed to drag himself back into the lead, although he wasn't as quick off the line as he might have liked. So he has got the lead. It's Blair in second place, and who's going to be third? I think it's going to be Ray Collier in third position as they turn through, but the top two already getting away a little bit. Jake Boydell in the number 88 car trying to go around the outside of Collier for third position at Beckett's. They head off up the Wellington Straight for the first time in this second ever race for the Absolute Alignment Swift Sport Challenge.
Towards the rear of the field, can see Michael Sanford there, the former Rob Boston Racing engineer, worked with Will Stacey in Club Enduro on their Lotus Elise. He's in the 99 car a little bit further back, but up at the front, Louis Woodward in that black number 87 machine, leading the Devanti Tyres race team car of Adam Blair, who has been pretty much the foreman, the former British F3 racer back in the early 2000s, but the Jake Boydell car, the 88 machine, running very strong as well. He was in the fight for the podium earlier on, but the top two starting to get away as they complete the first lap in this race. About 0.8 of a second clear of Jake Boydell, who has Ray Collier in the second of the Devanti Tyres team cars. Obviously, Blair would quite like to have his teammate as a bit of a rear gunner in this one, in number 10. The tyre engineer who's done a lot of work with Devanti over the years.
Down towards Beckett's for the second time, and it's Louis Woodward, Adam Blair, and then Jake Boydell in third position. Bit of curb being taken, a bit of dust being kicked up by Ray Collier and Jonathan Packer there in the 10 and 5 cars respectively. Matthew Weymouth, the BMW racer, is in 6th place, number 19. He had a good drive through the field earlier on. And Nick Peters, number 191, is the best of the novice drivers at the moment. He won that class earlier on. He's ahead of Aaron Mullen and Shay Brennan, making it 3 novices in 7th, 8th and 9th right together. And the novice drivers, they're acquitting themselves so well against much more experienced drivers like these two that are duking it out for the lead. Louis Woodward and Adam Blair. Blair, the sometime British Formula 3 racer, is up on the inside of number 87. Louis Woodward as they come through Woodcut Corner this time. Are we going to get a change of lead here? Over the line they come, and does the timing screen update itself? Yes, by 5,000ths of a second. No, Woodward actually has it by 5,000ths of a second. I beg your pardon. Woodward Blair and then Boydell, but has it changed by the time they get to Copse?
Yeah, so it looks like Adam Blair's got through on the inside in that number 11 machine and starting already to leave Woodward in his mirrors a little bit. That, of course, is allowing Boydell and co to close in on that battle, but Adam Blair has been the foreman in terms of the pace all weekend, and I believe was the winner of the Suzuki Swift runners in both the hot hatch races that some of these guys did at Donington Park earlier in the year as well. So Blair up to the front. Louis Woodward, has he got any kind of a rebuttal for him as well? It looks like he's got a great toe down the straight. Jonathan Packer trying to go through on Ray Collier as well. Wasn't a great start for Packer, lost 2 places, but I suppose he is used to rolling starts from the club enduro over the last couple of years as opposed to the standing starts we do in the Swift Sport Challenge.
So it's fantastic sight these cars make as they're streaming their way around Brooklands Corner. There's the 31 car, that's Maddie Griffiths, whose father Glyn we saw out in the low-cost race earlier on today. Adam Blair has then got into the lead this time by 0.2 of a second, but Woodward is going to try and fight back on the way down to Copse Corner. They're about 3/4 of a second ahead of Jake Boydell in 3rd and Ray Collier in 4th position. Out of Copse Corner they go and down towards Maggots and Beckett's on the 4th lap. Best lap of the race is a 1:16.035 to Adam Blair, who has lost the lead again to Louis Woodward then as they headed into Maggots and Beckett's that time. Boydell 3rd, then it's Collier, then it's Packer in 5th position. 1:16.085 was Blair's best lap in the first race, so he's already gone faster than that. That's another new lap record for Adam Blair, but he's got to find his way back past Louis Woodward again here.
Yeah, he certainly does. So we've seen the lead change hands a couple of times already in this race as they break down into Brooklands. It's a very tight line and a slightly awkward one for Louis Woodward, and got into the corner a little bit too early. That really compromised his exit. The good news is, though, you immediately swing right into Luffield. It's very hard to make a move around the outside there. So he's got away with that one. But there's a little bit of smoke, though, coming out of the back of Woodward's car. I hope that is not a sign of any kind of ailment, because it looked like something was puffing out of the back of that 87 machine. Here comes Jake Boydell on the outside of Adam Blair for 2nd position going into Copse Corner. That'll be a very brave move to go all the way around the outside, so Adam Blair is able to hang on to that spot just about. Ray Collier waiting in the wings to try and pounce as well. Again pulling out of the slipstream, Jake Boydell in the 88 machine. That's going to give him the correct line when they get into Beckett's, and yes, so when they're on the inside line, change for 2nd place incoming here with Adam Blair trying to brave it out around the outside. That could allow his teammate to come through. Wide goes Blair. We've seen a few drivers do this throughout the day. That's going to give him some momentum down the start and finish straight, but you can clearly see there is smoke coming out of the back of Woodward's car.
Yeah, there's a haze emitting from the back of that, so that's something that the officials will keep an eye on to see if there's anything that they need to do about that, as Adam Blair trying to go around the outside of Jake Boydell. There they were side by side again, the door being left open for Ray Collier. There's a yellow flag now. Someone has spun there. Who was that had spun? Pick up on that in a moment. The 1-2-3 car, I think it was, that had gone around. So that is the car of Connor Craven, who was in 9th position. Leader's going to come through to end lap number 5 then, and Woodward now has a lead of more than a second over Jake Boydell.
Yeah, because of all that squabbling that Boydell and Blair were doing on that previous lap, that has allowed Woodward to pull the pin a little bit. Ray Collier still at the back of that trio of cars. Jonathan Packer not too far away either. So whatever is emitting from the back of Woodward's car, it's not hurting his pace too much because he's still lapping in the low 16s. Pace looks okay for our race 1 winner. And through in 2nd place, Jake Boydell leading the 2 Davanti Tyres cars with Jonathan Packer at the back of that train. And let's see if the former Club Enduro class winner, the Capture Motorsport Volkswagen Golf for him last year, now switching his focus to the Swift Sport Challenge on the back of the Ray Collier number 10 machine, the Cockshoot Cup champion as well, and did the hot hatch races at Donington Park alongside Adam as well.
Leaders then making their way through towards the end of lap 6. Louis Woodward with a reasonably comfortable lead at the moment. Just looking at the situation in the novice class, it's Nick Peters ahead by about 0.8 of a second from Shea Brennan and Lee Forster within that class. And in fact, Peters now ahead of Weymouth for track position as well. He's up to 6th overall, putting a more experienced driver between himself and his nearest novice rival, which remains Shea Brennan, the teenager.
I don't know what Louis Woodward did on that last lap. It was about 0.8 slower than what he would normally be doing, so the lead gap back down to 0.6 of a second, and incentivising Jake Boydell to keep pushing for that place. The 191, the novice Nick Peters there on the back of Jonathan Packer as well, so he's joined that fight. And look, he's one of the guys with the novice cross on his car, and yet he's keeping pace with extremely competitive and experienced drivers.
Yeah, getting ahead of Matthew Weymouth, who's won road sports races in the past. Packer there has got Peters up the inside of him, and contact, and Peters slews to the left and right, and he's lost momentum. He's going to lose the class lead. Weymouth goes back past him. Is he going to lose the class lead to Shea Brennan? Yes, Shea Brennan up on the inside. The apprentice electrician goes through to take the lead of the novice class after that little misjudgment there from Nick Peters.
And a win for the 750 Motor Club VRS Winter Sim Series, powered by Grid Finder drivers as well there. Shea was taking part in that championship over the winter and now takes the lead of the novice class. And I will say that was a bit of a rookie manoeuvre there from Nick Peters, but well saved as well.
Yes, it was. He soon managed to sort of regain control of that and limited the damage. He still came across the line second within that class, and he lives to challenge Shea Brennan again for the class lead.
Graham Coombs has come into the pit lane, sadly, in that 66 machine. So the Dutch supercar champion seemingly with some sort of problem and having to come into the pits. Shea Brennan looking at the back of Matthew Weymouth as well. So the novice class driver on the back of 6th position overall. Matthew Weymouth, another experienced driver in road sports and a winner in the Enduro Kart Championship, and he's one of the drivers taking advantage of the team challenge. He'll be sharing that car with his son Alfie later in the season, his 18-year-old boy in his first season of racing.
Absolutely right. So here's Peters in that 191 car then, the driver from Dorking, a builder, done lots of overall racing, so by no means a newcomer to motorsport altogether, but new to the circuits. And he's going to try and get back ahead of Shea Brennan, the 16-year-old from Goole, who's aiming for the novice championship this year, as are 15 others. But he's certainly in a good position here, as is Peters. He's watching Louis Woodward with Jake Boydell now challenging him for the lead of the race. Adam Blair has dropped back a bit. He's 1.3 seconds behind the two leaders now, and then there's another gap back to his teammate Ray Collis. So it looks like Jake Boydell, who finished the first race in 5th position, he's challenging Louis Woodward for the win here with 4 minutes of the race left to go.
It was another 3.5 of a second that Boydell took out of Woodward on that previous lap, so the gap less than 0.4 of a second now, and Boydell, who was in that podium fight, managing to mount the pressure on our race 1 winner, and Woodward's pace is still not quite what it was, so I wonder if whatever is emitting that smoke is now starting to affect the pace, although that was a rather wide moment.
Louis Woodward, I think, is about to get a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits.
Maybe that is why he's eased up the pace a little bit. So we heard Adam Lockwood talking about this. You just keep a little bit in reserve so that you don't end up taking the 5 seconds. So let's keep an eye out on that.
It's not yet appeared on the timing screen, but I think it possibly might happen very shortly. Over the line they have gone, so really now Louis needs to keep his head down, keep his nose clean, and try and pull away if he can from Jake Boydell, but Boydell showing no signs of letting him do that. They've got a slower car that's ahead of them that they will catch before the end of the race. 2 laps to go after the one that they have just started here, and they've got now a decent cushion back to Blair and Collier in 3rd and 4th.
Traffic in front of them as well. This could play a part. So Woodward trying to get around the 72 machine of Izzy Woolley. She's in her first season of racing, a 16-year-old from Nottingham. Passed her ARDS test just shortly after her 12th birthday, and either side of the youngster, but it is a 5-second time penalty for the race leader. So all Jake Boydell has to do is sit in Woodward's wheel tracks for the next 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, but will he do that? Because he's got Adam Blair seems to be closing back up again, possibly because of the delay caused by that back marker. So Boydell can't afford to rest on his laurels here. I think if he wanted, if he can, try and get past Louis Woodward in any case. And as they come across the line, they were level pegging, and it's Boydell in with his nose in front, but on the outside line as they come down to Copse. And as he done it, he looks a bit skew-whiff. He was a bit out of shape, but Boydell has got the lead on the road as well as with the 5-second penalty. And now Adam Blair has got a track limit time penalty as well, so you can sort of ignore him. You can ignore the 87 car of Woodward as well. And here, Jake Boydell just needs to sit tight, keep his nose clean, and he's got a lap and a half to go and try and win this race.
That was supreme from Jake Boydell. And the thing is, he won't have known that Woodward had a penalty until they came underneath the gantry on the start-finish straight.
And only then if he was paying attention.
And, well, exactly, because he was already alongside him and trying to go around the outside of Copse. That's astonishing. So, second place on the road about to change, with Adam Blair trying to get around the outside of Louis Woodward, the erstwhile race leader. Both of those cars, though, will take 5-second time penalties at the end of the race. So that will promote Ray Collier. Will it promote Shea Brennan, the novice racer?
That's
Depends.
touch and go.
Yeah, that is a bit touch and go, isn't it? That's astonishing. So Shea's already ahead of Matthew Weymouth, the experienced road sport racer we already mentioned. So, well, it's all going to come down to the pace on these last couple of laps, isn't it?
Yeah, we've not had an enormous amount of track limits penalties during the course of this weekend,
No.
which I thought we might do, given the reputation of Silverstone. But it's not been the case. I think drivers have probably kept their noses relatively clean. But not quite in this race. Now, Jake Boydell's leading on the road, but Louis Wood is trying to get back ahead of him as they head down to Beckett's for the final time. There they are, turning their way around the corner.
Well, this is for the lead.
It is for the lead. Yeah, Woodward's dropped behind them, hasn't he? So it's Jake Boydell and Adam Blair heading up the Wellington straight, but Boydell doesn't have a penalty.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully Blair is aware of that. Clearly, Boydell is not, because he's defending. This is the last lap of the race now, and Blair is pushing Boydell through these last couple of corners. Should just be able to... Oh, a barge on the inside! Come on, Adam, don't do that. But it doesn't matter anyway, because he's going to get a 5-second time penalty, so Jake is going to feel a little despondent, but he's going to get a bit of a surprise when he gets to Parc Ferme.
He's going to be the one pulling up in the P1, so on the road is going to be Adam Blair that takes the checkered flag, but Jake Boydell, as that is added in, gets the win. So Jake Boydell wins round 2 of the Absolute Alignment Swift Sport Challenge.
And Shea gets on the overall podium as a result of that as well.
And
Absolutely
they
astonishing.
were messing around, they slowed each other up, and that has dropped them further back. So Collier's second, Shea Brennan third, a novice driver on the overall podium at the first meeting for the Absolute Alignment Sports, the Swift Sport Challenge. Absolutely fantastic. Adam Blair eventually classified 4th, Matthew Weymouth 5th, Lee Foster 6th, Mullen 7th, Saggers 8th, and Woodward in the end back in 9th position.
But I tell you what, as well, because the gap for Blair was 5.015, so I think he got pipped to the line by Boydell by
anyway.
15 thousandths of a second.
Yeah, it actually didn't matter that little rough and tumble through Brooklyn.
Bit more rough, less tumble.
Yeah, exactly. On the final up, here are the results then. It is not... Yes, that is right what it says on the screen. Jake Boydell, 12 laps completed by him in the number 88 car, ahead of number 10, Ray Collier, 1.251 seconds the gap between them. Then third on screen, 8, Shea Brennan winning the novice class as well. Congratulations to him. 4th, number 11, Adam Blair. 5th to number 19, Matthew Weymouth. 6th, 398, Lee Forster, the second of the novice drivers. 7th, number 821, Aaron Mullen, who was on the podium in that class. James Saggers with 8th in 25. Louis Woodward, who won race 1, was 9th in number 87. And Nick Peters, the novice winner from earlier on today, was 10th. Then it was Conor Graven, Victoria Babb, Guy Povey and Connor Forster. Further back to complete the top 20, we had the car of... Graham King, then Tom Simons, Archie Carter, Luke Jones, Gary Stanford and Josh Copeland, who was a non-finisher in race 1. Glad that he managed to get a finish under his belt in race 2. And that is it for today for the Absolute Alignment Swift Sport Challenge. We're looking forward to seeing them out again very soon indeed, Chris.
I'm looking forward to seeing this reaction as well. So Ray Collier, I'm sure he would have got a bit of a surprise pulling up in P2 as well. But I think that is Adam Blair, who's just gone to congratulate him anyway.
Yeah.
So very happy for his teammate, of course.
And there's Shay
Brennan in third position overall as the top novice. That's I love the ability of these youngsters and these novices.
Let's we'll head down in a second to Kieran. Next round of these is at Snetterton. Watch out for that next month. Here's Kieran.
Wow, that was an interesting way to end it. And Jay Boydell, you are visibly just thrilled at that.
Oh, I'm ecstatic, honestly, absolutely ecstatic. I haven't raced since like 2019, so to come out with a win today is amazing. Wow.
I mean, between you and Adam, obviously, you're properly giving it a go there.
Yeah, we definitely had to fight for it for sure. I mean, the wounds on the side from the last lap shows. Do you know what, though? He wouldn't have had a chance of catching me, but I was behind 87, blowing smoke out the back and oil, and I accidentally put my wipers on. So that's what I was doing the last 2 laps of the race looking through.
You can't see a thing.
No. So,
nice way to end it, though.
Very nice. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. No, congratulations. Right, Ray Collier. Second place, a bit unexpected.
I knew I'd got third. The second was a bit of a gift. I could see there was some warnings going out, but it's quite frenetic. They're really, really tight, and it was quite tight between these first 2 cars. And I'd managed my tyres a little bit. If it had been a 20-minute race, I'd have really come to its own. But you know, the Davanti Pro Tourer race, what a weekend! They're not even worn out. Consistent all the way through. Really nice and positive. It's typically an understeery circuit here. But yeah, it was great. I really enjoyed it. I think the 750 Motor Club have got it spot on with this, and everyone's really nice. You know, it's so great to see Shay come in there. We give him a bit of mentoring in the garage, and that's exactly what this is about. So anyone that wants to come and ask our setup between myself and Adam, completely open. We're here as ambassadors. It's great to get a trophy. But yeah, thank you very much, and well done to everybody.
That's a great way to end it. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Shay Brennan, P3 overall, P1 in the rookie class. Congratulations.
I wasn't expecting to be here, to be honest, because you know, qualifying, it's the first 15 minutes. That's all you get for the practice. Never been at this track before. Minimal stuff in this car. So if you told me before this weekend that I'd be getting a podium, it's incredible. So I'm very, very glad. And then, you know, I had a track limits warning, so I was having to keep it very slow through turn 1, or a bit more limited, so I don't get a 5-second penalty. But you know, I managed to get, I think, 4th place. Who had who is now 4th, had car problems, and I managed to just get him like right before the line. So it feels amazing. I'm very glad.
Congratulations. Obviously, a fantastic way to end the weekend for you.
Yeah, I just want to thank my mum, my stepdad, all my friends supporting me, and Lee Tech, who's my main sponsor. So thank you very much, everyone.
Congratulations. All right, so that's it for the Swift Sport Challenge. Coming up next, we have the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship.
So cars already lining up on the grid for this second race of the day for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship classes A to C. And it's Jake Renshaw who had a dramatic win in the earlier race that's lining up on pole position. And he, along with the 211 car, Joe McMullen, entering into the traditional door flapping of only the front row drivers, it seems. No matter who's on the front row, it's only the front row drivers that seem to flap their doors to let the air in on the grid. But it was certainly a dramatic race earlier on, Chris, with Jake grabbing that win right at the end.
Yeah, wide moment for Joseph Macmillan on the final lap of the race going into Brooklands. Opened up the door wide for Jake Renshaw to slip through and nab the victory right at the end of the race. But of course, as you can see, the way the grid works, because we don't have the staggered grids, that's put Macmillan second on the road for this one. It's the result from race one that sets the grid for this one. But it's also given him the inside line for Cops. So six-dimensional chess being played by Joseph Macmillan potentially there.
Yeah, you're giving him credit for a master plan that I'm sure doesn't exist.
I like to give people credit where it's
There's a gap on row 4, I want to say, where Lee Warren's Ford car should have been. That's not there, unfortunately. He did, he was there in 8th, wasn't he, in the opening race, but not there now, it seems.
Well, it's a shame for them. It's we didn't see too much of it in the race one stream, but it looks like it's already fallen apart. But no, that's actually what it's supposed to look like.
And no Trafford King in this race. He was only entered for the first race. Also, although he won Class B earlier on, the Type R Trophy frontrunner has called it a day.
Speaking of Class B, post-race penalty for John Labella, who finished third on the road in that category for track limits. So that promoted Stuart Kennedy to the podium alongside race winner Trafford King and championship leader in that category, Alex Fodden.
Yep, so off they go on their green flag lap. That is not the right grid for this race, so we'll try and find you the correct one in just a minute. It is the 90 car of Jake Renshaw on pole position. Then besides him is the 211 car of Joe McMullen. Second row of the grid is 15 Lewis Barker and 52 Lewis Ellis. On the third row is number 4 Alex Foden and 13 Stuart Kennedy. On row 4, 28 Lee Warren has for company number 20 Gordon McMillan, or we would do if it was there. On row 5 of the grid it's 151 car of Andy Stevens beside 29 Matthew Hale. Row 6 is 83 John Labella and 226 Lee Rickard. On the 7th row, 78 Matt Warren, besides 116 Matthew Morgan. Row 8 is the reigning champion, number 1 Joshua Hilton, besides number 300 Joshua Bavin. 291 is Zach Attack Burnell and 91 John Davis next to him. On the 10th row is 17 Will Bartup, besides 30 William Hornsey. The 11th row, 197 Craig Turner and 152 Tom Curtin. On the 12th row it's 39 Andrew Ward and 54 Peter Boast. Row 13, 148 Wayne Shackelford has 75 Mason Bickers for company. And the final row, if they're there, 93 Shay Kavanagh and 12 Warren Andrews, non-finishers from the earlier race. So the green flag lap almost completed now, Chris.
Yes, and I thought for a moment that the BMW Compact number 20 there of Gordon Macmillan was about to drop it on the formation lap. Had such a aggressive turn-in off the racing line into Brooklands, and the back end came around. But that is some aggressive tyre warming strategy that he is employing. Of course, second in both Donington races last time out, but didn't quite manage to pick up the podium in a race one earlier on.
So up to the grid they come then. It's Jake Renshaw in the number 90 car, the sixth form student from Nottingham in his second season of racing.
Don't remind me.
Well, I'll keep reminding you. Did some junior saloons last season, focusing on the Civic Cup for this year. This is a Ben Sharp Racing prepared car, which is a car newly prepared for this season. He has besides him 211, and that is the Joseph McMullen car. McMullen, who's switched across from the Type R Trophy. We think some upgrade to this car to get it into Class A. Second row of the grid, we've got 15 Lewis Barker, and he, as I say, was third in the earlier race. The top three all within a second in race one, and then it's Lewis Ellis, who's a little bit further back. And really was doing battle with the likes of Trafford King in the earlier race. He's on the outside of row 2. So we're almost ready for the off then. It's a 15-minute race for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship, penultimate race of the day. is very shortly to get underway. Jake Renshaw in the black and white car on the front of the grid. Doesn't make quite such a good start as Joseph McMullen from second on the grid, and can he make advantage of that inside starting position to get into Copse Corner in first place? Yes, he can. So it looks like it's McMullen leading and Renshaw from pole position back down to P2 in this Type R dominated front of the grid. They're wheel to wheel, the two men from the front row. It is going to be McMullen that seals the deal down into Beckett's. G-Max made a good start. Gordon McMillan is massively sideways and out of shape through Beckett's, but he was up to about fourth position as they headed through there, and off they go up the Wellington Straight. There's some smoke in the middle of the pack. Not quite sure what the reason for that is, but McMillan has still got Renshaw alongside him as they turn their way into the left-hander at Brooklands Corner. They are still absolutely together, and now it's Renshaw with the inside line for Luffield Corner, and he's got that done. So Renshaw lost ground at the start, but he's got the lead back by the end of lap 1.
That deserves a golf clap from the BRDC grandstand. Extraordinary stuff off the road. Sheikh Havana's Honda Civic in number 93. That was the car that started on pole position for race 1, wasn't it?
And retired from the lead, so obviously not everything sorted with that car for race 2, although the team will have worked hard to get it back out. So yeah, race 2, lap 2, it's Jake Renshaw leading Joseph McMillan, Lewis Ellis, Lewis Barker, Gordon McMillan leads in Class B, and Joshua Hilton is leading in Class C.
That's a great move again from Jake Renshaw, and Lewis Ellis has usurped Lewis Barker for the last spot on the podium at the moment, both getting around Gordon McMillan as well, but yeah, Lewis Ellis in 52. Leading at the moment, that second train of cars are going into the yellow flag zone, where the number 93 car is it? Yep, Sheikh Havana has parked up at the side of the road. There is the Class B leader, Gordon McMillan. With Alex Foden for close company, and Stuart Kennedy, who was promoted to the podium after a post-race penalty for John Labella.
So making their way through to the end of lap 2 of what's probably going to be a 13-lap race for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. Renshaw pulling out a 1.1 second lead there on the first flying lap of the race. A 0.8 second gap back to Ellis in third position. The 29 car made up a move on that lap. That was Matthew Hale in his Mini Cooper S, so he's now got ahead of Stuart Kennedy for 7th position. As we're watching the two Lewises do battle here, Ellis and Barker. Barker in the black and green number 15 car, Ellis in the red and blue number 52 car.
Barker's finished third in every race so far this season, and obviously Lewis Ellis wants to do something about that and demote him to fourth for this one, clearly. But it's a close battle going into Brooklands. Lewis Ellis, who didn't feature too much in terms of the overall battle in race 1. It was actually the Class B cars he was having to squabble with, but now in this podium fight with Lewis Barker.
Yes, so Lewis Ellis there, 31-year-old from Sheffield, in only his second season of racing, done some motocross before and endurance bike racing as well. It's a Danny Hobson prepared car, this one, as many of the Type Rs that we see on the grid are. Now for the lead, Jake Renshaw's extending that to 1.3 seconds over Joseph McMullen, and the gap from second to third has gone out to 2.4 seconds now, but it's still very tight between Ellis and Barker. And looking into the Class B battle, which we're not seeing on screen at the moment, it's only 4/10 between Gordon McMillan and Alex Foden.
Ellis there going for his first podium finish. That's the lead in Class B with Macmillan. It's tough having a McMullen and a Macmillan in the same race, but Alex Fodden in the Clio, who was a championship leader going into this weekend. Oh, contact for third position as Lewis Barker dived on the inside of Lewis Ellis. They banged doors. Both seem to have gotten away with it, though, so a little wide on the exit goes Barker, and trying to come back around the outside comes Ellis, although that's going to be a very difficult manoeuvre to pull off indeed. So for now, it's Lewis Barker up into third position.
Yeah, absolutely right. So there goes Jake Renshaw, extending his lead now to 1.7 seconds, and it's another 3.4 seconds back to Barker and Ellis, who, in battling, are slowing each other up a little bit. They, in turn, have a sort of 3-second advantage over the McMillan-Foden squabble. Massively out of shape there was Lewis Barker.
I think Lewis Ellis also had his own moment as well. Very odd how they both managed to. And Ellis has got a little bit of rear bodywork damage as well as a result of that contact. This is the Class B battle again with Fodden trying to get around Macmillan, who was the bridesmaid in both races in class the opening meeting at Donington Park, whereas it was Fodden who was taking the honours last time out, but of course second to Trafford King earlier on today. But obviously King not taking part in this race, so Fodden now with Macmillan as a class rival for the lead. Spreading out a little bit at the front now with Lewis Barker trying to pull away from Lewis Ellis. And Barker, well, it looks like he'll continue his third place finishing trend if things stay as they are. 106.2 done by the race leader Jake Renshaw last time around, and so the gap up to nearly 2.9 seconds with just under 9 minutes to go.
Yeah, so Macmillan and Foden disputing the Class B lead. In Class C, it is still Josh Hilton. He's got 1, 2, 3 cars between himself and second place Will Bartup in that class. So Hilton looking good here. He was 3 points behind Alex Foden coming into this weekend in the championship. I think it'll be quite tight after this meeting before the next round of the championship at Snelson, which is a triple header. So that's going to be an important week in the championship calendar, because 3 races at Snelson, it could be a decisive weekend in the hot hatch season. But we're already seeing that some drivers not necessarily doing all of the rounds, and that does mix things up a little bit. It's a question then of trying to see which ones are going to be here consistently, and it looks like Lewis Barker and Lewis Ellis possibly amongst those, so they could be contenders for the Class A championships this season.
Very wide line for Alex Fodden going around Luffield, and something tells me it was more a mistake than experimentation, trying to get some momentum down the start and finish straight, but that didn't work at all for him. You see the string of Class B cars in the timing tower, and still a lot of Civics in that class as well, with the 116 there, Matthew Morgan in the slightly newer Type R. See what I mean about that? The generation after the EP3 just doesn't look as nice, does it? As we were talking about that in the Type R races earlier, as he's chased by a flurry of the older machines, so Lee Rickard and Andy Stevens there as well, and it's the Class A Matt Warren number 78 machine as well. Oh, dive on the inside, and the newer Type R gets a tag, so the sort of younger sibling gets pushed out wide, and I think he was trying to give that place back straight away. Actually, was Lee Rickard there? Or yeah, look, he's pulling over, I think, to sort of apologise for that one.
Yeah, I mean, we know it's not as pretty as the older Type Rs, the EP3s, but there's no need to do that.
Yes, that's what you get.
Anyway, they turn their way out of Woodcote to complete another lap. Jake Renshaw still leading forward by 4.275 seconds now. He's got the best lap of the race, a 106.258, which is faster than he went in race 1 as well. That's the leader. He's 4.2 seconds clear, as I say, from Joe McMullen. So the first 4 now are actually well spread out, which is why we're looking at this battle a bit further back, really, which is for 9th backwards, isn't it? Just looking at the running order.
There's Josh Hilton in the back of this queue in the leading Class C car, picking up a little bit of the grass there on the exit of the corner, but that BMW compact that led him to the overall championship last year in his first campaign, and taking over the Class C championship lead earlier this morning as well, just at the back of this queue. Won't be gaining any points for passing cars that aren't in his class. But I'm sure he'll try and mix it up, much as David Drinkwater did when he was driving that car.
Yes, he's 5-time champion in the hot hatch.
I was thinking about this earlier. We've had so much sort of rotation in a lot of the different championships. All those people who've won multiple titles in recent years are starting to move on a little bit.
It's good that other drivers get the chance, isn't it, to come in and stamp their authority. And it is interesting that it is often or always the Class C driver that does win the Hot Hats Championship overall. Possibly their cars have better reliability than some of the more stressed, more powerful machines. As we watched Matthew Morgan coming through then in that number 116 car, the 43-year-old managing director from Leeds, supported by his kids Max and George, and in his 4th season of racing. He was second in Class B last year. It's an FN2 chassis, K20 engine in that car, and he's being challenged by Lee Rickard, who we saw out yesterday in the Type R Trophy.
Yeah, so attempt number 2 for Lee Rickard here on Matthew Morgan, trying to get the move done without making contact. He did yield the spot going into Copse after that little nudge into Brooklands. So they'll come across the timing line pretty close together. The car behind as well, which is it's not Josh Hilton. Feel like they're missing on the timing screen there. I'll try and pick that up in a little bit.
We've got Matt Warren immediately behind him, I think, in the Class A car. Then it's Joshua Hilton in the white.
Yes, that's the one we're looking for. Matt Warren in the Civic. Yes, slightly more modified Civic than the one in front of him.
Yeah.
So, yeah, trying to show his nose there, but it's still Morgan just ahead.
Leaders just completed lap 10, so 3 laps to go now for Jake Renshaw in the lead of this race, and is now 7 seconds clear of the rest. So while he was big lock up there for Lee Rickard, while Renshaw was sort of locked into the race 1 victory, is controlling race 2 and dominating it, dare I say. So he's clearly gained some confidence from his earlier performance. There's a little Fiesta, and that is the 39 car, is it not, of Andrew Ward, the ST150 for the driver from Nelson up there in Lancashire. Great to see the Fiesta out, and I remember you saying earlier on that you enjoyed watching a more modified than that.
Yeah, it was definitely, it was a Class A car. The first time I watched the Hot Hats Championship, I was watching it from behind you in the commentary box at Alton Park, and I thought, oh, what a cute little thing to have out there in this Club Racing Championship, and it went and absolutely buzzed off the line quicker than anything I'd ever seen.
Absolutely right. So perhaps not quite as quick as that, this particular model, but it's still very well driven indeed by Andrew Ward, the ST150. So not one of the most powerful Fiestas, but nevertheless a good basis, and there's a wide variety of cars that are eligible for this. He's competing in Class C, same class as Joshua Hilton. So you've got the BMW, you've got the Citroen Saxo, you've got the Peugeot 106 and the Fiesta, all capable of front running in that class. More variety in Class C than certainly the top class, Class A, which is very much dominated by the Honda Civics.
Very much so. Blue flags being waved down the start and finish straight for the Fiesta, because here comes the race leader. Oh, looking up. But you're right, this is a completely different race to what we saw earlier, where it was Matt Mullen who was the one in control right up until the last lap. But Renshaw has got this locked down at the moment in that number 90 machine, absolutely flying out there and showing no signs of letting up. His times have been incredibly consistent, 7.7 seconds over Matt Mullen in second. I imagine that gap's about to go out slightly further as well. Well, actually, 7.1 seconds. It came down a little bit, but even at this point, if Renshaw was to make the same mistake that Matt Mullen made in race 1, he'd completely get away with it.
Yeah, may well too. Down towards Beckett's then for the penultimate time in this race, Jake Renshaw. A very mature drive this for someone still only 18 years of age. Did I tell you he was a sixth form student, Chris?
Yeah, you did mention that, sadly. I have the same thing when I meet the F3 kids that I commentate on as well. They're just such more refined human beings than even I am now, let alone when I was 17 or 18.
I'm not going to comment on that. Around the right hander they go at left field, or so he goes. Jake Renshaw, comfortable performance this from him. He's about to go on to his last lap because there's only 34 seconds left in the race. Lapping a second or more slower than he's capable of now, because he's just so far out in front he doesn't need to push. Although having said that, that last lap was a bit quicker, a 106.3. The previous lap was well into the 107s. Maybe some traffic came into play. And McMullen now is 8.4 seconds behind as we home in once again on the race leader down at Beckett's.
Yeah, I think McMullen had a bad traffic lap there because that was about 1.3 seconds slower than the race leader, who's still going to get a little bit of traffic on this last lap by the looks of it, but only disaster can keep Jake Renshaw from winning this now.
Yeah, bit of smoke as the brakes lock up a little bit as he heads into Brooklands, but nothing for him to worry about. He's got a back marker directly ahead of him, which is, I think, the invitation class Clio of John Davis. Yes, it is. And he will squeeze past that. So it's going to be Jake Renshaw up to the line to win round 4 of the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship. Congratulations to him, a dominant performance in the end. After a slightly ropey start, but he got the lead back by the end of lap 1 and has not really looked back. Saw off the early challenge of Joseph McMullen and have come through to take a comfortable win. Lewis Barker missed a 3rd place, lives up to the name that I've just given him. Lewis Ellis takes 4th spot, and then it's going to be our Class B winner, which is going to be Gordon McMullen. I've done it now. McMillan by half a second from Alex Foden, so a close battle between the BMW and the Clio, which has been great to see because always good to see 2 very different cars doing battle. And then 3rd place in that class, I think, is Andy Stevens in the 151 Honda.
Yeah, so that's Gordon's first victory of the season in Class B after finishing 2nd in both races at Donington. Foden has to settle for 2nd in both races this weekend, and Andy Stevens, first appearance on the podium this weekend for him as well.
Time to have a look at the results from that race then. It is Jake Renshaw that took the victory at the end of 14 laps of racing in his Honda Civic Type R number 90. Second was 211 Joseph McMullen, 8.5 seconds very nearly adrift. Third was number 15 Lewis Barker. In 4th place 52 Lewis Ellis. Then we come to the Class B competitors. Number 20 Gordon McMillan was 5th and the class winner. From number 4 Alex Foden in 6th. Andy Stevens, number 151, was 7th, ahead of Stuart Kennedy, 8th, 226 Lee Rickard, 9th, 116 Matthew Morgan in 10th. Joshua Hilton, again our Class C winner, fairly comfortably in his BMW Compact. He was 11th. 12th was Zach Burnell in the 291 car. 13th, John Davis in the Invitation Class Clio. 14th and 2nd in Class C was Will Bartup, number 17. And 3rd in Class C and 15th overall was William Hornsey. So that's the way the Hot Hatch race finishes. As I say, they head to Snetterton next in the middle of June for a triple header weekend there. And there, Jake Renshaw getting some congratulations already after he heads out of the car, Chris.
Yeah, it's just a perfect race from Jake, really, minus the losing the lead at the start. But the congratulations continue in Parc Fermé. The pit board as well, the P1.
Yeah.
And of course our Class B winner.
He probably didn't see a P1 board in race 1, did he? Because he didn't get it right until the end,
exactly.
He saw it every lap nearly in that race.
Yeah, and then the gap just growing and growing and growing. But let's hear from our race winner. Kieran's down there.
See Jake Renshaw here, just got out of the car, just chatting with his team. We'll just jump in here. Jake, 8 seconds in the lead. Looks easy.
It was brilliant. I had a bit of a poor start again, but I managed to make the move first on the opening lap and kept it from there. So another good result to end the day.
So it looks a pretty good weekend for you.
Yeah, it was brilliant. Yeah, definitely a good confidence booster. This is 2 wins and first wins in cars. So brilliant. Yeah.
Absolutely. Obviously, you couldn't ask for much more. So congratulations on 2 wins.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you very much. We'll move on to Class B winner Gordon. How was that?
That was really good. Alex Foden kept me honest. I think he was faster than me in the long run, but I had the power on the straights, and not bad for a fat middle-aged man these days. I can still keep up with the young ones. Pleased.
So how did you find the traffic management out there?
Fine, no problem at all. I only came across perhaps 2 back markers, and they moved out of the way really well, so that was nice. Should have won the first race as well, but due to an unfortunate incident, I didn't, but never mind.
Well, redemption at least. Congratulations.
Yeah. Can I just say thank you to Rudy and Ryan for their help today. They've been superstars. Thank you.
Absolutely. Congratulations. Right, we'll move on to class winner Joshua Hilton. Joshua had a chat earlier. He did well again. It looks easy.
I'm just pushing them B boys around now.
So, yes, you are kind of racing within the Bs rather than the Cs. So, talk to us about what the difference is between the classes of B and C.
Well, supposedly brake horsepower per tonne, but for something like this with less horsepower and that, it's more about momentum. So I just set myself up for the best I can to get the most momentum, and I got to thank my dad for that.
Absolutely. Obviously, you couldn't ask for much more. 2 wins from 2 races. It's been a good weekend.
Definitely. Back to where it was.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you very much. All right, so that concludes the hot hatches, and now we're going on to the final race of the day. It is the BMW Championship.
I can't quite believe that we're already at race 25 of the weekend. The final race, the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. The cars already forming up on the grid ahead of their green flag lap. Win early on today for Paul Cook from Stephen Schweikart and Ben Pearson. Again, that's sadly not the right grid for this race, so I will just tell you what it is going to line up like. Paul Cook, number 26 on the front row of the grid, has 43 Stephen Schweikart next to him. Second row is going to be 25 Ben Pearson, who was a fast starter in race 1. He has number 7 John Brown alongside. Row 3, the first of our M2 class cars, is number 96 David Morris. Besides him is number 37 Karen Granger. Next up, 35 Colin Whitmore on the inside of the 4th row, with 69 Aidan Vilku next to him as the green flag lap, I think, not quite underway. The 5th row is 27 Chris Blakey, who won class 6 early on. Next to him is number 20 David Aspden. Row 6 is going to be 31 Paul Laramie and 55 Raheem Ballou. The 7th row, 177 Max Bunting and 79 Sergei Miniv. On the 8th row, 75 Craig Emerson has 44 Ben Haynes for company. The 9th row, 68 Gareth Thomas, the first of the Cup class cars, is next to number 6 Sam Walton. The 10th row, 61 is Ernie Graham and 4 Will Lake. The 11th row, 76 Stuart Pywell and the treble 8 car of Andrew Phillips. Just Sapp for number 40 has 135 Charlie Dart for company on row 12. The 13th row is number 9 Jason Rees and 17 Andrew Pywell, with 87 Jamie Sturgis mooted to start at the back, although neither Andrew Pywell or Jeremy Sturgis made the start of race 1, so possibly not going to see them out again. So green flag is waved to get this formation lap underway for the final race of the weekend here at Silverstone, this race meeting organised by the 750 Motor Club, who are back here in August but on the international circuit for several different categories. There's more 750 Motor Club racing here in 3 weeks time as well, with the 750 Motor Club Road Sports and Club Enduro Championships, part of a meeting being run on the Grand Prix circuit as well. And just while we have a moment with this formation lap underway, another thank you to all of the marshals for the sterling efforts they have put in this weekend. We're going into this final race, I think we're going to start, if anything, a minute or so early. So well done to everybody for who's worked so hard trackside and behind the scenes to make this race meeting possible and run so well. So Chris, I can see you're making your sort of final notes of the head of this race. What should we look out for here?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it was that 3rd win of the season out of 3 races for Paul Cook earlier on, but Stephen Schweikart with the best finish of 2nd earlier on today after finishing 3rd in both races at Brands Hatch. Ben Pearson joining him on the podium as well, so let's just keep an eye out for that as well. It was a similar story in M2, David Morris on top, ahead of Kevin Granger and Aidan Vilku. But Gareth Thomas with the first win of the season in the Cup category there as well, ahead of Sam Walton and Ernie Graham. So that is the bottom class. That'll be definitely one to watch out for. Let's see if Paul Cook can make it 4 from 4. We had the fast starting Ben Pearson in race 1. Stephen Schweikart seems to be getting quicker and quicker out there in his M1 machine, having come over from Class 6. He was champion of that category for the last 2 years. Yeah, he seems to be finding more and more speed out there, but Paul Cook is a tough nut to crack.
Cook, with that win in race 1, will have moved into the championship lead, because at Brands Hatch we had double winners in all of the classics, so they all arrived at Silverstone more or less tied together in the point standings. But David Heisman and Daniel Smith not here, I don't think, this weekend, and William Lake a non-finisher earlier on. Paul Cook then going 3 from 3 will have moved into the championship lead on his own in this car that is borrowing, as he explained earlier on, from Mike Eustace. And he's certainly given a very good account of it in the 3 races that we've had at Brands Hatch and Silverstone so far this season. So it's going to be a 20-minute race to round out the weekend here at Silverstone. The green flag is waved at the back. 5-second board will be shown, and any moment now we'll get the red lights on and go out, which they do. Good start from Paul Cook. Not such a good start by Ben Pearson, a sort of direct opposite of his start in the first race, so he might well be swallowed up a little bit as they head down to Copse Corner for the first time, with the low sun now making it a little bit more difficult to distinguish the cars than it was earlier on. But it's certainly Paul Cook leading, Stephen Schweikart second, and it's John Brown in third position as they head down towards Beckett's for the first time. So the 3 M1 class cars out front. Cavan Granger is in the lead of Class M2, so he's got ahead of David Morris off the start line as well. So Cavan Granger will see what he can do to try and get his first Class M2 win of the season. But it's Paul Cook leading the field down the Wellington Straight.
And John Brown going with Schweikart for the moment. It's a really good start for Paul Cook. And yeah, as you say, complete opposite of what we saw from Ben Pearson off the line in race 1. So there he is, that black-nosed car going around the Rob Apsey Z4. Number 20 machine going into Luffield, the 135 car Charlie Dark that came into the pits in race 1, didn't it? So the white car that looks like it's got sort of donut sprinkles on it, that livery, just going around the outside of Luffield. That is the the black-nosed Ben Pearson car. So that's come through in 6th position overall, just trying to round up David Morris, and now Cavan Granger as well. So that's him up to 4th position now, obviously competing against much less powerful cars in that particular squabble. But that's put the Class B cars line astern.
So he just sat into the pits at the end of the first lap, so he was one driver who we were expecting to see possibly burning from the stern. The one that did, though, was Charlie Dark, making up 12 places on lap 1 to go 11th. Also moving forward were Will Lake, he's up to 15th, and Stuart Pywell up to 16th position on the opening lap of the race. So it's Paul Cook leading, but this man, Cavan Granger, leading Class M2, but he's got his rival, David Morris, for very close company, and Aidan Vilku making it the 3 Class M2 cars right together.
I'll make it 4 as well, with David Aspden.
Yes, you're right.
In the Z4. Right behind them as well. So Cavan Granger leads them over the line for the end of lap number 2. David Morris, Vilku and Apsden right in close formation, those M2 cars. Still Granger leading, going for his first victory in the category. And I thought for a second the battle was about to be broken up by one of the Class A cars. Vilku trying to find the inside line on David Morris, who started at the head of the M2 field in this race. There's absolutely that blue orange roofed Z4 trying to make the move. He's pulled out of the slipstream on Vilku's car. He's got the momentum. He's going to have the inside line when they get to Brooklands as well. Max Bunting at the back of that queue as well is about to try and show his nose on the inside. So he's joined the party as well. So now it's suddenly a 5-car battle. Or is that's actually Charlie Dunk, is it not? Actually,
yes,
at the back
Charlie
of that.
Dunk,
yeah. So sorry. So the M1 class car about to disrupt that battle a little bit on the back of those 4 cars, but should be able to find his way through in relatively quick succession. He's already made his way through on Vilku.
Yeah, so over the line they go once again. Chris Blakey leading Class 6 in 14th position overall. That's a bit further back than he was in race 1, where he finished 9th overall. So interesting to see how things have shaken out. Meanwhile, Ben Pearson goes into the top 3 at the expense of John Brown, although Brown tries to come back at him on the exit of Beckett's in the yellow BMW for the gas engineer from Glasgow. But now Ben Pearson has got the pace down the straight and he's just able to ease away from John Brown there. So he's gone 3rd. Can he now catch Stephen Schweikart? He couldn't in race 1. He was a couple of seconds behind him at the end of the first race, but we'll see if it's different this time around.
There was a lot of smoke from John Brown's car as he came around out of Brooklands and into Luffield. That was very odd because it wasn't tyre smoke, unless it was the bodywork rubbing up against the tyre. Yeah, keep an eye out for that. It was a very strange moment. Those Class B cars making their way around Woodcote and up towards the timing line. Charlie Dark has cleared those cars so they can resume squabbling, and it is the 4 cars separated by about 1.4 seconds as they went over the timing line.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much more progress Charlie Dark is going to make. He's lapping just slightly quicker on the last lap than Brown, but is 10 seconds behind him. So unless that smoke is something that Brown needs to worry about, 5th might be the best that Charlie Dark can go for here. As for the M2 lead, oh, massively out of shape. There was David Morris, and he's going to gift 2 places to class rivals David Aspton and Aidan Vilku. Very strange moment. It looked like he was going to try and make a move around the outside, and then all of a sudden got out of shape.
Like he accidentally pulled the handbrake or something.
Yeah.
Oh, it just snapped so aggressively. Big dive on the inside from Aidan Vilku for 2nd position on the Z4 of Aspton. That was a cracking late braking manoeuvre to take 2nd in the M2 category, right on the back of Cavan Granger, the class leader as well.
Absolutely right. So great dice going on in Class M2. Cavan Granger just managing to see off everybody at the moment, but let's see if Vilku can throw some moves at him now. He might struggle though, because he's got Aspton back down the inside of him into the right-hand Copse, although no, he's had to back out of that, I think. So it's still Granger, Vilku, Aspton in that order. Oh,
Stuart Pywell in the M1 car is closing in on that as well.
He's passed Aspton, hasn't he now? He started at the back of the grid, of course. He was a retirement from the race earlier on this afternoon. Quite a long way in. It was only 2 laps from the end that he had to retire.
Yeah, so a blast past the 2nd place car as well of Aidan Vilku on this straight, and might just get the class leader Cavan Granger going into Brooklands. No, he didn't, but I'm sure he'll blast past him on the next straight, and hopefully it won't be too much time lost for these M2 runners and disrupt their race too terribly much, because this is a great fight.
Yeah, absolutely right. Just to let you know that the Cup class lead is being led by Sam Walton in number 6, and that will go potentially with the 2nd place that he had to Gareth Thomas earlier on. He is only a second ahead of Thomas at the moment though, so it's all very tight in that particular division, as it is in Class M2 as well, with Vilku having Aspton just behind him, but Granger a bit further up the road, having now been cleared by Pywell.
Yeah. Sam Walton is one of those drivers who's finished 2nd in every race so far this year, and so currently aiming for his 1st win of the season. Chris Blakey also leading in the 6th category as well. But keeping our eyes on the M2s, Cavan Granger continues to lead down the Wellington Straight. It's very, very close now for 2nd place, with David Aspton trying to outbrake Vilku, but we know that's extremely difficult after the move he pulled a couple of laps ago, so he's going to have to get a little bit more inventive than that. A slide of the rear end from the Z4 as he came out of Brooklands and into Luffield. David Morris, I'm sure, is going to want to recover those 2 positions he lost with that very wayward moment through Beckett's a couple of laps ago as well.
So over the line they go once again. Paul Cook, by the way, leading by 1.8 seconds from Stephen Schweikart, so he's not building the lead that he did in race 1.
Yeah, that's much closer than we were expecting it to be. Schweikart just did a personal best. It was still a little bit slower than Paul Cook, though, but the gap just isn't extending as quick as it was in race 1. And that goes back to what we were saying earlier about Schweikart getting more and more comfortable in that M1 car.
Will Lake, we just in the ex-Schweikart car, he is in third place in Class 6 behind Paul Laramie. Chris Blakey a couple of cars further up the road as well in that class. Here they are through the right hand. That's I think one of the Cup class cars. I think that could be Walton possibly ahead. No, I don't think it is. It's more likely to be.
Walton's
Graham,
got a black car,
yeah,
hasn't
that's
he?
right. No, it's either Thomas or Graham, possibly Graham, I think. I didn't see another car behind it. There's John Brown. Still circulating. No more apparent issues with that smoke that we thought we spotted earlier on.
Maybe it was just the bodywork then.
Yeah.
As he was leaning on it a little bit too much. David Aspen's got a problem. He's tumbling down the timing order. Was third in the M2 category, but now is falling down the field. So hopefully that's nothing too terribly dramatic. Of course, that's promoted David Morris back up to third position in class, and that big M2 battle is reduced to 3 cars as the race leader just rounding up the number 6 car of Sam Walton. That is the Cup class leader that he's just gone round, and Aston into pit lane. So that is slightly more terminal, I fear, and what a shame for the Z4.
Yeah, it's nice to have the Z4 out there, isn't it? It's
so popular.
Yeah, it's something a bit different as well to the sort of saloons that we have out there, the M3s and the 3 Series, generally a few 2, 3, 5 eyes as well in the hands of Ben Pearson and Charlie Dark.
And I know I'm in the minority when I say I'd rather have a Z4 than a Z3.
Yeah? Why is that?
I just think it looks a little bit nicer, which again, I know I'm in the minority.
There's Stephen Schreiker. He's in second place, number 43. There's our racer to Paul Cook. You can see that actually the gap has opened up a little bit probably on this lap. It was 2.2 seconds at the start of the lap. It feels like it might be a bit more than that now. Between them, they've got the number 44 car, which is that of Ben Haynes, the E46 330i for the drive from Evesham in Worcestershire. 9.25 minutes left of the race.
Chris Blakey's got a good couple of cars between himself and his nearest Class 6 rival of Paul Laramie. So it's the same top 2 we saw this morning, but it's Will Lake in number 4, the double winner from Brands Hatch, who currently has that last spot on the podium. And this is the M2 class battle, which has closed up terribly, and it's now Aidan Villeneuve trying to get a run on Cavan Granger out of Luffield.
That's right, so Cavan Grange, the company director from Woking, at the head of this battle, been racing for 6 seasons now.
But Morris is on the inside now. He's got a good run on Aidan Villeneuve, and he's got the inside line going into Copse Corner. And so David Morris, the pole sitter in that category, now back up into second position. And that's allowed Cavan Granger to get away just a little bit, but he's got 8 minutes to try and do something about that.
Yeah, and that time through, Morris did a 1:07.705. He was 0.3 quicker than Villeneuve, getting ahead on the way into Copse Corner. So it's now going to be Morris to try and take the fight to Cavan Granger. Villeneuve, the electrical engineer from the West Midlands, in his 2nd season of racing, will try to fight back. Down the Wellington Straight they go. He's later on the brakes, much later into the side of the David Morris car, which takes advantage of the tarmac runoff to not lose too much time, but it's a long, long way back, wasn't it, from Aidan Villeneuve?
Well, we know he's really good on the brakes. The problem was he was never going to make that corner.
No.
So, yeah, I hope Morris doesn't have too much damage from that. So, of course, great news for Granger, because he knows that most likely Villeneuve could get a penalty for that. Morris is continuing to go down the order, and I fear I've just heard the sound of him coming past us in pit lane as well. With that, yep, he is in pit lane. Oh, what a shame. So Cavan Granger still leading in M2, and a bit more comfortably now after that drama on that previous lap, because Villeneuve already losing time on this lap. It was 0.7 of a second when they went over the timing line, but it's already stretched out quite significantly.
Yeah, it's really dissipated that battle for the M2 class honours, hasn't it? Which had several cars in it at one point, and now it looks like Cavan Grange is going to have quite a comfortable advantage, which is a shame, because that was something that we were enjoying. It's a bigger shame for David Morris, though, isn't it? Because he's had to coming into the pits and must feel there's some damage to the car that's too severe. It was a fairly hard hit, so it wouldn't surprise me if there was something that needed fixing before the next event.
I wouldn't be surprised if there was damage on Vilku's car as well on the front right corner. It's quite a whack he gave David Morris, the left-hand side of his car. John Brown, let's see if it smokes again through here. Yeah, it is. It's the right rear bodywork leaning up against the tyre. So we've got so much roll in that car when he goes through Brooklands that it rubs up against the tyre. So I hope that's not wearing the tyre too much. What's happened to Paul Cook? He's falling down the order.
Yeah, Paul Cook has not come through, so the race leader is in problem. Number 26, the race leader, he's still not come through, so he must have pulled off somewhere around the circuit, waiting to see if there's any notification of where he might have gone, or if he's just limping into the pit lane. But it's Stephen Schweikart now that's taken the lead away from Ben Pearson in second and John Brown in third. But Paul Cook is still yet to make an appearance at the end of lap 13.
So that could just be a dicky transponder, but it seems to be more indicative of a problem. Was that him who just came past? There's a Marshall we can see outside our window.
Yes.
And yeah, it is 26 that is very slowly limping past our commentary box position. And so the man who's dominated the season so far, Paul Cook, all 3 race wins with just 5 minutes to go in this race, is into pit lane. And now Stephen Schweikart is on course for his first M1 victory.
Okay, well that's going to shake the championship up, because I think Paul Cook was the championship leader coming into that race. If he is a DNF, then, and it looks like he probably is, then that's going to throw things wide open as to who that might be that is ahead when they go into the next meeting of the season, which is going to be at Alton Park for BMW Live at the end of this month. Don't forget you can watch that on Alpha Live as well.
So we don't know if that was a mechanical or if he had contact with a back marker potentially. There's a rather beaten up number 31 car, of Paul Laramie, that is second at the moment in class, I want to say.
Yeah, I think that's right, and I think that's possibly
Yes.
to at least Club. But now Ben Pearson's in trouble.
Oh dear.
Ben Pearson from second place. No one wants to finish on the podium in this BMW Car Club Championship race. He's got his indicators on, he's got his hazards on, he's limping home to the pit lane. So it's Schweikart now leading. John Brown is up to second, and from the back of the grid, Charlie Dart will move into third place.
Yeah, from 24th overall on the grid.
And he might get second yet, because he's closing the gap to John Brown as well.
Yes, he is. So that is the race leader, Stephen Schweikart. And you can you see we've got white flag out as well for a slow-moving car. That is Ben Pearson making his way back towards the pits, I would have thought. So race leader going around Brooklands, 3 minutes left on the clock, and it is now officially, John Brown second, Charlie Dark in third, and closing in. What was Dark's last night? It was about 0.8 of a second quicker than Brown. The gap 1.7 when they went over the timing line. And that's Aidan Vilku.
Oh, he was going into the pit lane, and now he's decided against that, it seems.
Interesting.
Very interesting, as Barry Davis once said. Probably not as interesting as what Barry Davis was talking about. But anyway, it's Schweikart leading by a chunk of time now, about 20 seconds, I think, over John Brown in second, Charlie Dark in third. And there's 0.3 between them. Here they are, over the line, in fact, to go up towards Copse Corner for the 17th time in this race. Is it going to be John Brown or Charlie Dark? It's Charlie Dark that has gone through now to take second position away at Copse Corner at the start of lap 17.
And the M2 leader, Kevin Granger, has also come into pit lane with a mechanical as well. So, right, we've had a huge change. So the non-M1 car at the top now is the Class 6 machine of Chris Blakey in 5th position overall. So who's inherited the M2
Max
lead?
Bunting.
It is the 177 of Max Bunting. So I think that's going to be a first victory for him as well. It is Laramie second in Class 6, then Vilku somehow still second in M2, but I think that's just because there's no one else left in that class.
Yeah, this is bizarre, isn't it? It's been a
Very
huge
bizarre
race of attrition, this one.
And then what is it on the M6? The Class 6 podium would also be Will Lake as well.
Yeah, right. Schweikart has gone across the line to complete lap 17. He's got 2 laps to go in this race. Charlie Dark is second, 15.5 seconds behind the leader, and John Brown is third. Stuart Pywell is up to 4th place. Chris Blakey, who was 14th and leading Class 6, is now 5th and leading Class 6, and that's probably more because of other people falling off rather than any great driving on his own. That's not to disparage the performance he's put in this race.
I'm going to tell him you said that.
Oh, well, go on then.
What's the worst he's going to do?
Colin Whitmore there as well. He's a lap down, the veteran in the number 35 car in 12th position. And what a race it's been. I mean, just absolutely bizarre. There's the Crown Paints car, Charlie Dark, fairly late on the brakes, up the inside of Aidan Vilku in actual fact there, who is still second in Class M2.
Yeah, despite that moment where he looked like he was going to go in pit lane, decided, no, I'm going to bail out instead. But should be last lap of the race now.
Yeah, Schweikart's gone on to his last lap here. And he's a lap clear now, I think, of the Class 6 leader, isn't he? Blakey, here he is. So he's lapped everyone up to and including 5th position. Everyone that's not an M1, including and some of the M1s. Schweikart then turning his way out of Beckett's and up towards Brooklands for the final time for what will be his first win of the season in the M1 class.
Yeah, moving up from the Class 6, of course, and yeah, now a breakthrough win here in the M1. A little bit of fortune to make it happen, but we see he's been improving. 3rd in the races in the opening meeting, 2nd earlier on today, and now the win.
So Stephen Schweikart, Swack, comes out of the final corner. Checkered flag is ready, and race 2 of the day for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship is won by Stephen Schweikart. 19 laps completed by him, and he's had a very convincing win over Charlie Dark in second. That's partly because Charlie Dark had to come through from the back of the grid, though, after a retirement from race 1. And he's not going to do it!
Oh,
He's
no!
stopped. Charlie Dark has stopped out on the circuit! Oh, my goodness.
Just get out and push, Charlie. Get out and push.
John Brown has come through to take 2nd place, and Stuart Pywell, also from the back of the grid, has taken 3rd position. So it's 43 Schweikart, 7 Brown, for 76 Stuart Pywell. The only finishes on the lead lap. Chris, it looked like a tyre issue, we think, for Charlie Dark. Chris Blakey will be 4th, having won Class 6. Max Bunting will win Class M2. And the Cup class cars have yet to come through, I think. But it looks like it's going to be Sam Walton there that is going to take the honours in that division from Gareth Thomas and Ernie Graham. Oh, that's just a mad race, wasn't it, Chris?
Yeah, Sam Walton's come through with the Cup victory, Thomas in 2nd and Graham in 3rd. But yeah, what a mad end to a very frantic and spectacular weekend of 750 Motor Club racing.
Absolutely right. Let's have a quick rundown on the results then from that BMW Car Club Racing Championship race. 43, Swack, Stephen Schweikart the winner, 19 laps completed. 2nd was number 7, John Brown. In 3rd position, number 76, Stuart Pywell. 4th was 135, Charlie Dark, although he won't be classified because he didn't make it to the checkered flag. So everyone will move up. 4th will go the way of number 27, Chris Blakey. 5th will go to number 55, Raheem Ballou. Blakey winning his class, by the way. 6th will be 177, Max Bunting, who will win Class M2. 7th, number 31, Paul Laramie. 8th, number 4, Paul Lake. 9th will be number 69, Aidan Vilku. And 10th will be number 79, Sergei Meniv, ahead of Colin Whitmore, Craig Emerson, Ben Haynes. Catherine Granger did get back out there, I think, albeit a lap down or 2. And then it's going to be Sam Walton to beat Gareth Thomas in the Cup class. And I think those are the only drivers to have completed the race. Chris, some final thoughts from you before we hand down to Kieran?
What a spectacular weekend. Super busy with 25 races, but absolutely spectacular. Big shout out again to the 5 Club boys as well for that mega show they put on in race 2 this morning. Of course, we've got still plenty of 750 Motor Club action to come over the course of this month. I believe we're at Castle Combe on the 26th of May for a few series. Also at Alton Park for the BMW Live, you were talking about there as well. A few things. And also that same weekend, a big weekend for the Club Enduro and the Road Sports as well, because they'll be out here on the Grand Prix layout.
That's right. So we look forward to that. You're now going to be back with us later on in the season as well, Chris, so we look forward to you joining us.
Yes, Netterton and Brands Hatch, I believe.
Absolutely. So look forward to that. Thanks once again to all of the marshals for all of their sterling work during the course of the weekend here at Silverstone. Fantastic effort from all of you. We've finished this race meeting a little bit earlier than anticipated, which is a fantastic outcome. So many thanks to all of you. It's been great fun bringing it to you here. I'll be back on the mic for the BMW Live event, where the BMW Car Club Racing Championship is back out, if there's any cars left, after that attritional race. So we will look forward to the BMW Live meeting at the end of April, May even, at Alton Park. Look forward to you joining us then. Kieran will be with me, so will Johnny Palmer. From Chris and myself, good night. I don't think Kieran's got anyone else to talk to, but we'll let him say goodbye anyway. Cheerio from us.
Yes, thank you very much. Unfortunately, the cars just drove up to the end of the pit lane and went straight into the paddock, so we didn't get a chance to catch up with the winners, unfortunately. But yes, it has been a fantastic weekend of racing, and as the sun is setting, it is time for us to say goodbye, and thank you so much for watching. I want to say a quick shout out to the marshals. Thank you so much. Obviously, we couldn't go racing without them. Quick shout out to Ian and Chris in commentary. Thank you so much, obviously, for both of them sitting in commentary and talking through the entire weekend of racing together. Then obviously we couldn't have done any of this without Alpha Live either. Producer Will, runner Luke, Ollie, Slavek, Dan, Matt and Laura on the camera behind you. There we go, thank you Laura. None of them, we couldn't do it without any of them, so thank you so much from every single one of us here at 750. Thank you to you for watching, and we'll see you next time.